Chapter 626, Amyrius's Decision. Looking at the lights emanating out from the villa in the darkness, Klein spent several seconds mentally preparing himself before alighting the carriage. He followed the three-layered staircase and came to the door, where the Admiral's bodyguards and servants were lined up at the sides, before stepping in. Seeing Cynthia wearing conservative home clothes due to the existence of others, Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief as he maintained his stoic expression and slowly walked over. Cynthia's smile became more and more brilliant as she shifted the strands of her hair to the back of her ear, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her neckline didn't have any marks left behind by a necklace. Seeing Secretary Luan and the Admiral's bodyguards head for their own rooms or moving outside the building to take up their patrolling positions, Klein pulled Cynthia into an embrace and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to prepare any hot water. Give me a quiet room. I need to spend the night alone." Cynthia used her eyes to express her puzzlement and blankness. Klein surveyed his surroundings and softly said, "Something unexpected happened. I need to enter an extremely quiet state to recover." As he spoke, he raised his right hand to pull at his collar, revealing a patch of faint-colored fleshy granules. His problematic physical condition with an abnormal reaction was an excuse Admiral Amyrius had prepared for the tramp stand-in, so as to avoid Cynthia's attempts of intimacy without exposing a problem. To make it more convincing, Klein used his faceless powers to provide evidence. Cynthia turned agape as she nearly screamed. Thankfully, she covered her mouth in time and held it in. The moment Cynthia recovered from her shock, she immediately asked nervously, her concern and emotions evident, "Are you fine? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, this is the price needed for powerful strength. I'll recover given 2 to 3 days of solitude." Klein had already found the excuse needed for the future. "Okay." Cynthia hurriedly helped Klein up to the second floor and led him into the quietest room. As for the master bedroom, she had already lit some scented candles and scattered some faint-smelling extract, so she didn't offer him some. Seeing the door close, Klein slowly exhaled. He changed out of his admiral's uniform and lied down in satisfaction. Not far away in the master bedroom, the worried and disappointed Cynthia was soaking herself in hot water before sleeping. She looked at the ceiling with an unfocused gaze as she couldn't help but recall the exhortations of her parents from a few days ago. They wanted her to charm Admiral Amyrius and hopefully be impregnated with his child. This way, their family would be able to take on more businesses with the Central Sonia Seas naval fleet. Admiral seems to have many matters hidden in his heart, so much that something abnormal has happened to his body. Cynthia's thoughts wandered as they slowly dispersed. Without her realizing it, she had fallen asleep. During this period, she found her digestive system turning warm as her body felt a little hot. In her dream, she seemed to see a pitch-black sky which was dotted with resplendent stars. One of them seemed to notice her gaze as it produced a brighter glow. The next morning, the invigorated Klein enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast which was nothing spectacular to speak of. Once again, he was surrounded by the Admiral's bodyguards as he arrived at the Orvi naval base and was placed in the most luxurious and spacious office. According to Admiral Amyrius's habits, he would spend some alone time every 2 or 3 days to study and master his beyonder powers to a deeper extent and produce more effective techniques. Therefore, Klein spent most of the day without being disturbed, with him only needing to handle some simple work. Inside the quiet and spacious office, Klein leisurely paced about or flipped through books from the bookshelf. From time to time, he would put his palm into his pockets to touch the 9th law charm to release some of its powerful might. This was to make Secretary Luan, who was outside, believe that there was nothing wrong with Admiral Amyrius. After some time, Klein felt sleepy and decided to take a short nap. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. "There's something important." Klein frowned. Something that made Secretary Luan disturb Admiral Amyrius's focus training was definitely nothing simple. "Come in." Klein converged his emotions and answered with a deep voice. The handsome blonde man, Luan, turned the handle and entered. He held a telegram in his hand. He said with a suppressed voice, "Your Excellency, a telegram from Backlund. Mr. Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor-General. He will temporarily be replaced by the City Council's chairman. It said that the new Governor-General will arrive today." Aston Revolt has been relieved of his post as Governor-General? Has their secret been discovered? That's right. The Twilight Hermit Order has already warned me. No, Amyrius. It means that they had long grasped the actual matter. With another member cranking the wheel, the matter will likely go through a series of position changes, putting an end to the matter. A warning was given the previous night, and action was taken today. They must have prepared for quite a while. Yes, that can be seen from the fact that the new Governor-General will arrive today. Klein was first alarmed before he felt that the matter was within reason. He mimicked the attitude Admiral Amyrius would have when faced with a major problem by pacing back and forth before saying with a stern expression, "I'm aware." Klein didn't express his views or pass any orders. appearing extremely staid. However, it was because he hadn't decided on a response. We have a saying from the Foodaholic Empire: moving is not as good as staying put. I wonder if Roselle had translated this. Klein lampooned as he gave a self-deprecating jest. Luan raised his head and glanced at Admiral Amyrius without saying a word before silently leaving the office. Phew. Klein paced about once again as he considered what Admiral Amyrius would do if he were standing here. This was something important that had happened outside of his expectations. Therefore, Klein could only infer from Amyrius's character, experiences, as well as some of the personal descriptions in the information provided to him. He's a conservative person. Even while he was a mid- and low-sequence beyonder and was on all kinds of different ships, he very rarely took risks. He believes himself to be a lone aristocrat who values family, children, and emotions. He's a gentleman who's of good bearing and garners the affection of women. This point is open to debate. With his standing and status, even a curly-haired baboon would garner the affection of men and women. No, perhaps even more. At the very least, a curly-haired baboon doesn't tell dated jokes. Information ran through Klein's mind as they intertwined to form a multifaceted image of Admiral Amyrius. While in his deep thought, he heard knocking at his door once again. "Come in." Klein instantly tensed up. Luan entered and pointed outside. "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston wishes to meet you." Why is Aston here? He came to Amyrius to seek his protection? Or does he plan on making a desperate struggle? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that he couldn't make a decision for Admiral Amyrius. What would he do? After receiving a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order, he should already realize that the matter has been exposed. The target was long prepared, so with his conservative nature, it can be imagined that his decision would be. However, he greatly values family. He even provided some of Aston Revolt's interesting tidbits. It's not hard to tell that there's the concern and love for his younger brother in this matter. He doesn't like cannabis and tobacco. Drinking is just for socializing purposes. Apart from being a little caught up with beautiful women, there's nothing seriously wrong with him. He greatly values family. Family. Klein's thoughts raced as he fully immersed himself in Amyrius's identity, fully experiencing his hidden feelings for his family and the importance he placed on it. Family. At that instant, he seemed to turn into Amyrius, but he was able to analyze the various problems in a detached manner. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein heard himself using a somewhat unfamiliar tone, saying, "Tell him that I have many matters to deal with. I don't have the time to meet him. Also, buy him a ticket back to Backland." Luan seemed to have expected it as he retracted his gaze and replied, as though everything was normal. "Yes, Your Excellency." As he watched Luan leave the office to find Aston Revolt outside, Klein gently sighed like the real Amyrius Revolt. He knew that Amyrius would have made the same choice if he had returned early. This was family, something he valued greatly. With their scheme completely exposed, there was no way Amyrius would have exhausted his last chip on a bet and place his family at risk of destruction. As long as he didn't participate in it, and as long as he's still a demigod, the Revolt family wouldn't suffer any overly serious damage even if he isn't able to remain as the highest commander of Central Sonia Sea. And to get his secretary to buy his tickets for him made it clear that Amyrius still treated Aston as his brother. It was a warning to others not to harm him before they figured out what was happening. After nearly a minute, Juan returned and said, "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has left." Amyrius greatly values family. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking in a deep voice, his back facing his secretary, "Did he say anything?" Luan answered truthfully. "He said that you are indeed a cold person by nature." The corners of Klein's lips curled slightly as he produced an unfeeling smile. This was an instinctive reaction. However, with him completely in character as Amyrius, he believed that the Admiral would have had the same reaction. The feeling and emotions were the same. For the rest of the time, Klein sat in his office and didn't meet anyone, nor did he deal with any official business. All he did was occasionally listen to his secretary report to him about the situation on Oravi Island. Nothing happened until the arrival of the new Governor-General. In the evening, he didn't attend the banquet he was supposed to attend, and he returned to his villa. As he saw Cynthia walk towards him, he hugged her. Then, he calmly said, "Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor-General." All his sighs and pain seemed to be condensed into that seemingly emotionless sentence. "I heard about it. It should be fine, right?" Cynthia asked anxiously. Klein closed his eyes and didn't mention it again. All he did was give soft, terse reply. That sentence was the most obvious expression of his emotions as a stern, old-fashioned, and conservative high-ranking man. Chapter 627, Late into the Night. Cynthia could vaguely sense the deep pain and helplessness inside Admiral Amyrius's heart. Without speaking further, she hugged him tightly and used her company to calm his mood. After a simple dinner, Klein took a hot bath and entered the quietest guest room once again. He got into bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Klein knew that with him having fully immersed himself in the character of Admiral Amyrius, Amyrius's helplessness towards fate and the pain he needed to hide had resonated with his past experiences. If I hadn't figured out the concept of getting into character and being detached, then I might have lost myself. Haha, this is like some actors in my past life. They get too into character and are unable to detach themselves from it, causing them to suffer from mental problems. And to a beyonder, mental problems might end up magnified. As Klein wallowed in his gloom, he got to learn what kind of person he was. I never expected that a Navy admiral who enjoys a high standing, a demigod saint, would still be faced with such helpless and painful experiences. Strength can bring abundance, but it's not a solution to everything. Everyone wears masks, and this is the truest side of a demigod. Klein watched as the crimson moonlight turned brighter, dyeing all the furniture in the room red. At that moment, through the resonating feelings with Admiral Amyrius's experience and the contrasting differences, as well as the experience from his previous acting, Klein established a more multifaceted and realistic image of Amyrius. He also gained a clearer picture of his blurry self. A person who's very sentimental, a person from Earth, but to a certain extent, a person who has been reconstructed into a new person because of the fusion with Klein Moretti's memory fragments. A person who didn't spend too much time with the Nighthawks, but has had that period of time deeply influence his actions and choices. A person who tries to play safe and is afraid of danger, but is able to change his mind at the critical moment. A person who truly wants to skive, eat delicious food, travel, and enjoy life, but he has no choice but to be busy with more important matters. A person who likes beautiful women, but he doesn't give himself up to pleasure to keep to his principles. A person who loves money but is willing to spend large sums of money for his siblings. A person who hides his pain inside while showing a smile to others. A person who's used to lampooning inwardly but appears gentlemanly on the surface. A person who can overcome his psychological traumas but never crosses his bottom line. A person who feels embarrassed for his acting. He's also a guardian, a miserable wretch that is constantly fighting against threats and madness. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he silently added. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he seemed to come into contact with his true self. Without realizing it, Klein fell asleep, his body and mind at peace. Inside the master bedroom, Cynthia had also fallen asleep. She was dressed in a nightgown with her legs bare. She had a few layers of her blanket in between her legs as she gently grinded against them. Her hands subconsciously scratched her skin, forming red streaks across them as tiny bumps were produced. In her dream, she saw the illusory and surreal sea of stars, as well as that bright star that emitted its light at her. Her vision was pulled closer to it as she could slowly discern the star. Phew! Klein suddenly awoke from his dream as he still had an indescribable scene still seemingly burned into his eyes. Why did I have such a dream? He frowned as he turned his head in disbelief. Just now, not only had he dreamed of Cynthia, who was dressed in a silk nightgown, but he also had a sexual relationship with her. He even dreamed of the naked body of Demoness of Pleasure Sharon, the exquisite doll-like Miss Sharon, Miss Justice whose looks were relatively blurry, Trissy Cheek, Tracy, and all the beautiful women he had met before. Then, he gave himself up to pleasure as he engaged in a myriad of positions. To most beyonders and ordinary people, this might have been a normal response from suppressing his body when recently faced with temptation, but as a seer, a dream had a very special meaning. Klein quickly observed his body and realized he was still erect, semen flooding out from his penis and causing stains everywhere. This isn't a seer's dream revelation, but the result of an external influence. There's an enemy. Klein was alarmed as he quickly made up his mind. At the same time, he cautiously got out of bed and quickly changed into his admiral uniform. This way, he had the ninth law charm and creeping hunger on him, equipping him with potent self-preservation powers. As he wasn't clear of the present situation, Klein didn't attempt to head above the gray fog. He continued viewing himself as Amyrius. With a staid expression, Klein carefully walked to the door and reached out his hand to grab the handle. At that instant, he seemed to finally find a connection with the real world as he heard the chaos and din outside the door. There were clear chewing sounds, debaucherous moaning, angry roaring, and sharp urging. What exactly happened? Everything was normal just moments ago. Klein gulped a mouthful of saliva as he used cogitation to maintain the necessary calm. He had been using spirit vision to observe the situation outside the villa every day and had not discovered any problems. Where are the Admiral's bodyguards? Where's Secretary Juan? Klein found the entire ordeal strange and terrifying the more he considered the situation before him. He touched the ninth law charm with one hand and made the deep domineering aura emanate, repressing the unease that was wafting through the air. Exerting strength in his left hand, Klein twisted the handle and opened the door. Before he took a step forward, he saw a red-vested attendant sitting opposite him. The attendant had many cooked and raw food placed in front of him. There was steak, mutton, dragonbone fish, and Orvie lobster. At this moment, the attendant picked up a huge fish that seemed to have just stopped struggling, raised his head, and smiled at Klein with a turbid look. "Admiral, I have always envied your food." His stomach was different from before. It was bloated as though he was 7 or 8 months pregnant. Just as he said that, the attendant raised his arms and bit into the raw dragonbone fish, forcefully ripping out a piece of thick flesh. Fresh red blood dribbled from the corners of his mouth as his chewing sounds sent a chill down Klein's back. The attendant hurriedly gulped as he swallowed the food in his mouth. His bloated stomach trembled as though he would blow up at any moment. This is the instinctive reaction to restrict one's appetite. Klein observed the attendant carefully, and for some reason, he recalled the tramp stand-in who had died of a sudden illness due to gorging. He didn't spend too much time thinking or making attempts to rescue the attendant who was ravenously consuming the food. This was because he knew that nothing would be effective unless he resolved the matter at its roots. Klein moved his feet and followed his spiritual intuition's guidance, carefully walking towards the master bedroom. At the door, there were 2 maidservants. One of them was sitting on the other as she bent her back, strangling the other by the neck. Wearing a beaming smile, she shook the maidservant beneath her as she hurriedly urged her. Quickly praise me. Quickly praise me. She desires acknowledgement." Klein frowned and took a few steps closer, grabbing onto the collar of the maidservant at the very top. He threw the maidservant to the other side of the wall, slamming her to the wall with a force strong enough to make anyone faint. However, this didn't prevent the maidservant from getting to her feet. The maidservant at the bottom kept yawning without opening her eyes. Even though her neck was being wrangled, she appeared as though she hadn't had enough sleep. Such a scene. Klein instantly had the urge to escape and seek help from the church or military. However, the strongest person on Orvie Island was none other than Admiral Amyrius. And I'm Amyrius at the moment. However, once the situation turns for the worse, I should flee when the time calls for it. I shouldn't act at the cost of my life. Klein pushed open the ajar master bedroom door, his scalp tingling with numbness. The first thing he heard behind the door was pleasurable moaning that gave itself up to one's primal instincts. Following that, a smell that made his heart race and sent blood gushing to his nether regions inundated his olfactory senses. In addition, there was an eclectic mix of all sorts of bodily fluids. A scene of indulging pleasure couldn't help but surface in Klein's mind right on the heels of that. Klein saw the blonde secretary, Juan. He stood by the door, looking inside with an overlooking and cold manner. His arrogance was extremely real. Upon sensing someone enter, he turned his head and discovered it was Admiral Amyrius. His expression and gaze didn't change, as though he was looking at an ordinary, unimportant person. This secretary is usually very reverent, but he's actually such a prideful person? Klein originally wanted to question Juan, who seemed to possess some reason, but he saw him shift his gaze to look into the middle of the master bedroom from a height. He only looks normal. Klein traced Juan's gaze and discovered a fair body that was 3 meters tall in the middle of the master bedroom. It had brownish-green lumps growing on its surface that resembled tree warts. Some parts were cracked open, revealing organs that resembled flowers. It had the bodyguards and the male attendants gathered around it as they either stood or knelt, prostrating or floating as they mated with those organs, letting out deep grunting sounds. The other bodyguards and maidservants of varying numbers were scattered across the carpet, enjoying each other's bodies to their heart's content. In addition, tree warts and flowers grew from the tall fair body, as well as brown branches that extended out as they participated in every promiscuous act of pleasure with the people present. What kind of monster is this? Klein had his knowledge of mysticism overturned once again. He lowered his left palm and prepared for battle. At this moment, the terrifying body, which towered 3 meters tall, turned a head over. It was a female. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a high nose bridge and plump lips. She was none other than the beautiful Cynthia, with hints of her youthfulness. As the tree branches danced while the flowers opened, Cynthia looked down at Klein with flushed cheeks as she said with hints of embarrassment, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you." Chapter 628, Prohibition. Upon seeing Cynthia's huge fair body with tree warts and flowers growing on it as though she was a tree, as well as hearing her shy, reluctant request, Klein couldn't help but shudder as his hair stood on end. Such a scene exceeded a horror conceivable by human imagination. He had never encountered something like this, even in his dreams. If he were himself back when facing Megos and Tingen, Klein definitely would have been affected by such a scene. He would have temporarily lost his ability to react due to the horror and panic, but after experiencing so much, he was an experienced beyonder in the true sense of the word. In the moment that Cynthia's words entered his ears, the glove on his left hand had already changed colors. It had turned black, emitting a noble and sinister feeling. This meant that Klein had activated creeping hunger and had switched to worm-tongue Mither's soul, giving him the powers of a baron of corruption. At that instant, he distorted Cynthia's words, turning, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you," to "Admiral, I only wish to have a child with you." This way, Klein believed that the bodyguards and male attendants around the tree-like monster would be pushed away, far away by Cynthia, after having her will distorted, giving them a chance for a breather. As for whether he would expose himself as a fake Admiral Amyrius, he didn't care. At this moment, anyone who was still bothered about whether the true acting would be successful would definitely be someone with a serious case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he clearly wasn't. In addition, in an environment with all sorts of desires being magnified to the limit, Klein suspected that the others who had been influenced weren't paying attention to the battle or the actual situation. The Baron of Corruption's distortion power was activated silently, but Klein was appalled to discover that nothing changed with Cynthia or the men's actions. They weren't affected at all. I've already used distortion. The mutated Cynthia is able to directly resist such an influence. Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly jumped to the side. A brown tree branch sprouted out from where he was standing as a sticky flower bloomed at its tip. The flower was abnormally large. As it bloomed, it seemed like it was about to swallow a person whole. Although Klein had never seen cannibalistic flowers in the southern continent's rainforests, he didn't believe that they were any less terrifying or ridiculous as the one before him. Pa, pa, pa. Similar branches drilled out from the walls, floor, and ceiling as they chased after Klein with their moist flowers. During this process, the flowers bit down on Secretary Luan's head, as well as the bodyguards, male attendants, and maidservants who were gyrating in pleasure on the surrounding carpet. At this moment, having learned the lesson that his distortion powers would be resisted, Klein didn't hesitate to pull out his right hand, a dark gold high-level charm clasped tightly in his palm. Ninth Law. He originally didn't plan on using the charm so quickly. It wasn't because he couldn't bear to use it, but he wished to engage in a longer battle to determine what Cynthia was good at after mutating into a monster. Only then could he target her weaknesses. After all, the Ninth Law was unable to make a general prohibition, and the clause had to be sufficiently specific. For example, it couldn't make Beyonder powers ineffective in the area, but it could specify the nullification of a specific Beyonder power. To use it to its fullest, he needed to observe carefully and make sound judgment. However, the present situation was forcing Klein to use his trump card. Otherwise, he suspected that he had no means of damaging this tree-like monster. If the Ninth Law charm isn't able to create an environment that allows me to kill the monster, I'll have to immediately escape from the villa with its help. I will lead Cynthia outside and find a chance to pray. I'll use the Sea God Scepter above the gray fog to bombard it with attacks. Just as the thought flashed in his mind, Klein, who had been constantly jumping amidst the attacking tree branches and flowers, solemnly chanted a word in ancient Hermes, law. As the activation incantation resounded, the dark gold charm in Klein's palm instantly turned ice cold. It was a coldness that seemed to make one lose any emotions. At that instant, Klein reached an extremely calm state. In the moment he threw out the Ninth Law charm, his thoughts rapidly surfaced as he considered what to prohibit. His first reaction was to prohibit the generation of any desire, but he knew that it was too general. Therefore, he thought of changing to the desire to procreate. After all, Cynthia's desire was to have a child with Admiral Amyrius. The influence she had on her surroundings was a result of this. Just as the Ninth Law charm was flying in midair, turning into bits of dark gold beams of light that scattered into the surroundings, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. Cynthia was only an ordinary person prior to this. This is a certain fact. Over the past 3 nights, Klein had used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to repeatedly confirm that Cynthia wasn't a Beyonder. Similarly, she would have long been discovered by Admiral Amyrius, who could distinguish between ordinary people and Beyonders. Therefore, her sudden transformation into a mutated monster was a problem he needed to pay close attention to. Could it be like Megos? She became a vessel of an evil god's descent through some form of ritual? No. If there's a ritual, it's impossible for me not to discover it. My spiritual intuition would have warned me not to activate my spirit vision and not look straight at Cynthia. It's some item or trait on her body that has an external force projected on her. Therefore, there weren't any problems the previous 2 nights until she suddenly mutated today. Regardless, the terror from her comes from somewhere else and not her body. Klein quickly made a judgment in 2 seconds. Without any hesitation, he seized the opportunity and said in a solemn tone, "This place is prohibited from having any interaction with the outside world." The ancient Hermes words, which were filled with mystery, instantly spread out as the dark golden light scattered everywhere and intertwined with the countless law-like symbols and magic labels before merging into the void. There was suddenly a light hum in Klein's ears as he seemed to see the formless light filled with desire get expelled out of the room. Immediately following that, an illusory and resplendent starry sky appeared before his eyes. They were points of bright stars. Ha! Ha! Klein's eyes burst as fluid, a mixture of blood and plasma, gushed out horrendously. Although he had used the ninth law charm to isolate any external influence, the level of the power was extremely high. Just a normal level of recoil was enough to penetrate the natural protection of the high-level charm and burst his eyes. This damage came abruptly and without any warning signs. Klein didn't even have the chance to use paper figurine substitutes, just like Nimblewright Master Rosago from back then. If not for the ninth law charm, his eyes might not have been the only things that burst. He might have turned into a monster, just like Cynthia. Meanwhile, the tree-like Cynthia came to a stop as her body began crumbling, turning into flesh and blood with brownish-green warts. The surrounding bodyguards and male attendants plopped to the ground, unconscious. Cynthia's head was embedded in the blob of flesh as she muttered to herself, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you. Admiral, I want to have a child with you." She tried hard to extend the remaining tree branches on the ceiling and walls, binding Klein, who was still in a dazed state as a result of the recoil, and she pulled him towards herself. The moment Klein recovered a little, he immediately began struggling desperately. Despite his attempts to snap his fingers to light a fire or switch the powers of creeping hunger, he failed because his hands and arms were bound tightly. With the help of his clown powers, he saw the brownish-green warts approach. Stirred, Klein changed his appearance, turning his appearance from Admiral Amyrius to Gehrman Sparrow, a Gehrman Sparrow with bleeding eyes. The binding tree branches paused as they mysteriously released their hold. They began flailing everywhere as though in an attempt to grab at something. Cynthia's head was filled with disappointment and confusion as she muttered, "Admiral, where did you go? Admiral, where did you go?" Without the external force to continue the resistance, she finally only had the thoughts of having a child with Amyrius thanks to the Baron of Corruption's distortion. This made her release Gehrman Sparrow. Klein flipped to his feet and covered his eyes with his right hand and pulled downwards abruptly, moving the horrendous wound towards his left shoulder. As his left shoulder became mangled, creeping hunger was tainted with a pure and resplendent glow. Klein looked at Cynthia's head in the pile of flesh and blood with pity as he spread out his arms. A holy flame which swirled around a pillar of pure light descended from the sky, enveloping the monster that had been reduced to flesh and blood. Chapter 629, Heavenly Body Sect. Amidst the holy beam of light, having already lost its support from the external power, the tree warts and flesh rapidly disintegrated. It was like snow meeting a red-hot metal ball. Amidst an indescribable sizzling sound, Cynthia's face winced as abnormal agony showed itself on her face. She turned around with great difficulty, looking up and down, her expression turning horrified and confused. Finally, she realized that there was a problem with her. "Admiral." Her voice trembled as she looked ahead with fear and despair, but all she could find was an unfamiliar face. Klein could have fed creeping hunger with Cynthia's remnant flesh and spirit body, but at that moment, he sighed and said with a calm voice, "Try not to make contact with strange artifacts or religions in the future." From his point of view, the reason why Cynthia had turned into this monstrosity either had to do with a cult or some particularly dangerous artifact. She had connected with some existence which couldn't be looked at directly, resulting in such a response. Cynthia seemed to understand something as her remnant head and tiny bit of flesh suddenly wept. "It's the mother tree of desire, the Heavenly Body Sect. Admiral, Admiral, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Mother tree of desire. Heavenly Body Sect. This isn't within the confines of my knowledge of mysticism." Klein maintained his expression as he looked pitifully at the pleading Cynthia. He spread his arms again and said in a deep voice, "Death is not the end. You will be redeemed when you are at God's side." Another pure beam of light landed as Cynthia's beautiful, weeping face completely fixed in place. Her eyes widened in despair, but there was the remnant hope of being sent to heaven after death. Under the sun's radiance, her brain and remnant flesh melted away at a discernible pace. By vanishing, it had obtained its final rite of cleansing. Klein looked silently at this scene without any expression or movement. After everything calmed down, he curled the corner of his lips and chuckled, finding it hard to hide his sorrow. This is really a crazy and chaotic world. He didn't dare to channel Cynthia's spirit after what had happened. The many oddities had made him abandon the thought of bringing Cynthia's spirit body above the gray fog to inquire. Faced with the irremovable evil and the ever-worsening corruption, he could only choose to have Cynthia be cleansed. After all, in this world with true gods, there might exist a heaven after death. As for creeping hunger's backlash, Klein was temporarily not concerned. After spending a long time with it, this mystical item, which had been sealed to a certain extent, had adjusted to him. It didn't need to be fed after every use. It had been restored to its original state. Once it was activated, it just needed to eat once in a 24-hour period, regardless of how many times it was used. Of course, there was no need for it to be fed on the day it wasn't used. Therefore, Klein had plenty of time to seek out food for creeping hunger without harming the innocent. If the worst comes to the worst, I can throw it above the gray fog. Klein surveyed his surroundings, and he realized that the bodyguards and the male and female attendants in the room had shaken off the influence of their magnified desires, and they had fallen unconscious. This included the maidservant who was strangling her companion in a bid to obtain her approval and praise, as well as blonde secretary, Luan. Indeed, once the problem is resolved at its root, everything will come to an end. According to Admiral Amyrius's description, Luan is at least a sequence 6 beyonder, and he's suspected to be a baron of corruption. He might have secretly reached sequence 5. Even he was so easily controlled by his magnified desires, which means that the power that descended with the help of Cynthia is extremely potent. But why did I only have a wet dream? Ignoring my mystical items, Luan. And I should be at the same level. Is it because a portion of the gray fog's power, when mixed with reality, provided me with help? Is it because of the restriction from Admiral Amyrius's temporary contract? Or could it be a mix of both? Yes, if it wasn't because of these factors, as Cynthia's primary target, my desire towards sex would definitely be magnified. This wouldn't just be me having a romantic dream. Klein habitually reached out with his right hand to cover his face as he changed once again back into Amyrius Revolt's appearance. As the lives of the others weren't temporarily under threat, he carefully observed the room when his spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. Taking a few steps forward, Klein came to where Cynthia had vanished. He bent down and picked up a necklace from a pile of torn clothes on the bed. A pendant that was the length of a finger segment hung from the necklace. It was completely black in color and looked like a miniaturized rhinoceros horn. Its surface was full and covered in cracks. Apart from exuding evil, there were no lustrous spirituality activity. This is the dangerous item that caused Cynthia to mutate? As it had connected to the existence which couldn't be looked at directly, it had completed its mission, allowing all its powers to be injected into Cynthia's body? Klein made a preliminary conjecture based on the pendant's situation and from his past experience. He checked the area and found nothing. Hence, he pulled out a paper figurine and dealt with the traces left behind. He dispelled the prohibition from the charm before walking towards Secretary Luan, who still had some signs of corruption due to temporarily being devoured by the flowers. He raised his knee and kicked him a few times with the tip of his shoe. With Amyrius's character, it's unlikely that he would crouch down to shake his secretary awake. Heh, this fellow's arrogant way of looking down on others sure is irritating. I really want to beat him up. Klein paused as he watched sternly as Luan gradually woke up. Your Excellency. Luan was in a momentary daze, as though he couldn't tell dream from reality. As a high-ranking superior, I'm under no obligation to explain. Klein looked down at him and said in a deep voice, wake up all the lightly injured people. Get a number of them to treat the remaining people while the others are to investigate the Heavenly Body Sect on Orvi Island. They worship an evil god named Mother Tree of Desire. Start the investigation with the people around Cynthia. I'll be waiting in the study for the report. With that said, he held the cracked rhinoceros horn pendant and turned to leave the master bedroom before entering the unaffected silent study. As an important member of the military, although he was somewhat helpless when faced with the kingdom's upper echelons, he needed to choose to ignore certain matters. An example was the telegram which relieved Aston from his post as Governor-General and the arrival of the new Governor-General. This meant that the new Governor-General had departed ahead of time. Yet as the highest-ranking commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy, Amyrius Revolt had not received the news at all. However, on Orvi Island, to Secretary Luan and the local police system and naval base personnel, he still held absolute authority. He didn't need to do the investigations himself, as he had plenty of people at his disposal. A demigod only needed to be wary against any accidents and await news. There was no need to busy themselves. Inside the study, as Klein heard the chaotic sound of footsteps and horrified screams, questioning, and exchanges, he couldn't help but have the starry sky and the bright, lustrous star surface in his mind. What does it represent? Klein frowned and sat in the armchair behind the desk. His figure sank into the darkness brought about by the curtains. He soon made certain connections. Due to the legends from the City of Silver and Emlyn White's description of the sanguine situation, he confirmed that the moon pathway controlled a portion of the authority over reproduction and proliferation. This coincided with Cynthia's intentions and actions. A starry sky. Mr. Dorr informed Emperor Roselle that the goddess's corresponding tarot card is the star and not the moon. Could it be that this illusory starry sky represents her? Yes, the primordial moon is suspected to be a particular deity, angel, or high-level devil's alternate identity. The goddess has the honorific name of Crimson Moon. Could she be the one passing herself off as the primordial moon and occupying the corresponding spot so as to control the required authority? Although Klein knew that such thoughts were sacrilegious, he couldn't help but suspect the Evernight goddess. But he soon rejected that conjecture. This was because, be it vampire ancestor Lilith or the primordial moon, what they projected was only reproduction and proliferation. It didn't include the recognition of gluttony, pride, and desire. This was at odds with a number of victims earlier. The other honorific titles of the Evernight goddess didn't include the corresponding domains. This does coincide with the traits of the devil pathway. A desire apostle is an expert in such matters. Could the one subjugating the primordial moon be a high-level devil, or even the king of devils who's known as the dark side of the universe, sequence 0 abyss? This is very possible, but the problem with this is that it shouldn't produce an illusory starry sky and bright stars. Be it moon or abyss, they have nothing to do with the corresponding symbols. Klein found his conjecture problematic the more he thought over the matter. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly thought of a concept. It was something important back when he was first educated in mysticism but had never received a detailed description or explanation. That was the astral world. Apart from the Life School of Thought and a few other organizations' belief in uncommon concepts such as the world of absolute rationality, most schools of thought in mysticism believed that the world was comprised of the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. There was no need to explain the real world. Knowledge of the spirit world was the foundation of many ritualistic magic and beyonder powers. It was only the astral world where Klein's knowledge about it was basically zero. Therefore, the illusory starry sky represents the astral world. The bright star is a particular existence in the astral world. I've always suspected that the astral world is where the true gods reside. Then, this imagery which represents the primordial moon isn't something unacceptable. Klein didn't think further as he recalled the details of the past few days while awaiting the results of his subordinates' investigations. Time ticked by when Klein finally heard a familiar gate approach. Secretary Luan knocked before entering. He bowed his head and coldly reported, "Your Excellency, we've already found the Heavenly Body Sect and captured their leader." It was a clue provided by Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been rather active in Oravi over the past few years. They do not wear clothes, in a bid to return to nature. Giving themselves up to their instincts is their purpose, and they believe that humans can attain liberation of their spirituality in such states. Reproduction of the next generation is a subsidiary product of this belief. After pausing for a moment, Juan added, "Their leader is a beyonder, a sequence 8 lunatic." Lunatic? A lunatic from the prisoner pathway? It has something to do with the Rose School of Thought? Yes, the Rose School of Thought internally has two factions, temperance and indulgence. The latter's beliefs are rather identical to the present situation. Klein was alarmed as he said in a stoic tone, "Bring him here." Chapter 630, Timeline. The leader of the Naturism sect was named Flight Ken, a man in his 30s. His thin face had brown whiskers, and there were evil-looking tattoos on his neck. He was brought in front of Klein by Luan. He looked ragged, as though he had suffered the most severe mental torture. "Your Excellency," while he was being captured, he kept exchanging his intelligence for strength, and he's on the brink of a mental collapse. Luan reported the facts, ignoring the possibility that Admiral Amyrius could tell the exact details. That's perfect. Klein had been previously worried that, as a lunatic, Flight Kin would refuse to answer his questions while under the mental pressure. That way, he had to take the risk of being suspected of dismissing his subordinates and attempting a spirit channeling. As he looked coldly at Flight Kin, Klein's left hand wore a golden luster under the cover of the desk. He had switched creeping hunger to the interrogator's soul. An interrogator happened to be sequence 7 of Admiral Amyrius's arbiter pathway. Deep in Klein's eyes, two indistinct flashes of lightning appeared as they overlapped with Flight Kin's figure. Psychic piercing was poised for attack. However, Klein didn't directly use the beyonder power, as it was only at the level of a sequence 7. Once he used it in front of Luan, he would immediately expose himself to the blonde secretary. With the pressure provided by psychic piercing on Flight Kin's spirit body, Klein sat there like the real Admiral Amyrius as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know Cynthia?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand high and dangled the black miniature rhinoceros horn from his palm. "What is its use?" The dispirited Flight Kin trembled as he felt as if a dagger was being held to his psyche, capable of penetrating him at any moment. He couldn't help but lower his head as he stammered, "Yes, I know her. Cynthia. Miss Cynthia wished to have a child with your Excellency, a child with beyonder powers. She was introduced to me by her parents. It's a proliferation necklace created with the bestowment of the goddess's aura. By consuming its powder and wearing it for prolonged periods of time, it will be able to make your Excellency unable to resist her." Klein listened in silence as he was half convinced by Flight Kin's explanation. However, he still had his doubts. He believed that it was partially Cynthia's goal. This beautiful lady did wish to have a child with Admiral Amyrius, either by her own will or from the urging of others. This could be seen from her persistence even after she mutated. Although the Lone Kingdom's aristocrats didn't like or even discriminated against their illegitimate children, it was situational. A child who had successfully inherited their father's beyonder characteristics would similarly be given importance. Those ancient families who knew many secrets viewed this with importance, and the Revolt family was one of those families. Furthermore, Admiral Amyrius is a stern and old-fashioned man on the surface, but he's someone who treasures his relationships. Even an illegitimate child would receive his love and have importance attached. This might be the real reason why Cynthia was eager to have his child. Klein sighed inwardly. The doubt towards Flightkin's answer was concentrated on the true effects of the proliferation necklace, as well as the possibility of the naturism sect deliberate misleading of Cynthia. As he strengthened the pressure brought about by psychic piercing, Klein silently stared into Flightkin's eyes until he could no longer take it and bowed his head again. What other uses does this necklace have? Klein shook the cracked pendant. His tone was calm, as though he knew every secret. His questions were only to obtain the final confirmation. An indescribable pressure inundated Flightkin, who was already on the brink of a mental collapse. He plopped to the ground and shouted nearly hysterically, "It can corrupt you, as long as Cynthia consumed the powder ground from it and sincerely chanted Mother Tree of Desire's honorific name. Any man who has sex with her and successfully has a child would be corrupted. That will make you become a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. To become her blessed. So that's how it is." Klein instantly understood the entire story, and he was no longer puzzled by the mutation that happened that very night. The naturism sect's goal is to use Cynthia and the proliferation necklace, which looks like an ordinary object, to corrupt Admiral Amyrius, making this important military figure of the Lone Kingdom become the Mother Tree of Desire's devout believer. He can then help their sect develop and provide them protection. The key to the success of this method is that it's sufficiently concealed and normal. It is in no way directly connected to terms like potency, strike, and terrifying. Therefore, after 3 rejections from me, Cynthia was unable to expel the corruptive forces in the proliferation necklace's powder from her body. She gradually reached her limit and finally connected with the Mother Tree of Desire and ended up with what seemed like a sudden mutation. Therefore, the monster after the mutation wasn't able to pose any threat to the real Admiral Amyrius. Even my usage of the 9th law charm easily resolved the matter. This is because this wasn't the outcome the naturism sect wished to have. They wished to have Admiral Amyrius be secretly corrupted and not have a conflict with a demigod. Klein silently looked at the secretary Juan. Juan had also gained a rough understanding of the entire situation. He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, it was our oversight. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here without expanding the monitoring to their friends and family. I'm willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to be court-martialed." How would the real Admiral reply? Klein once again immersed himself in the character of Amyrius, experiencing his recent pain, helplessness, grief, and anger. He maintained his seating posture and sternly said, "We shall leave this for later." The hidden meaning behind this sentence meant, "I'll decide based on your upcoming performance." Juan was taken aback for a second, seemingly finding the Admiral's mild punishment unbelievable. Klein half closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "My father, the deceased Earl Revolt, once taught me this. He said to pardon the first mistake of a subordinate. Juan, you, as well as the other bodyguards, should be thankful for his benevolence." Juan's gaze shimmered as he drew a silent breath. He was no longer as calm, as he rather earnestly said, "Your benevolence is admirable. I pledge my utmost loyalty to you, apart from my principles, God, and kingdom. The pride in you is extremely exaggerated." Klein didn't believe him as he said seemingly calm, "There's a second half of the saying, that is, punish them for their second mistake." Juan nodded, unsurprised at that. Klein cast his gaze back to Flightkin, who was slumped on the ground. He pressed without a change in expression, "Who instigated you to do this?" From his point of view, Flightkin's answer was likely that they had planned it. After coming into contact with Cynthia and learning of her requests and knowing who her lover was, the naturism sect boldly had the idea of corrupting the naval admiral, Amyrius. Flight looked left and right somewhat neurotically as he apprehensively said, It was the Mother Tree of Desire. She instigated me to do it in my dream. In the beginning, I only wanted to lend Cynthia the proliferation necklace and for her to wear it. I never planned on her consumption of the powder." Instigated by the Mother Tree of Desire? This is almost equivalent to a revelation. Klein nearly frowned. Although Admiral Amyrius is an important figure of the lone military and the highest-ranking commander of the Central Sonia Sea, making his standing and power rather tremendous, it shouldn't be important enough to have an evil goddess set her sights on him. However, I'm not an evil god. I have no way of comprehending their thought process. Perhaps the corruption of Amyrius is for subsequent plans. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that Flight Ken is lying. I'll have to confirm it later. Klein thought before sternly asking, when did you have this dream? Flight forced a smile filled with fear and said, it was nighttime on February 4th, last Friday. I remember it very clearly. I had just released The Spirituality of a Lady. For February. Klein ruminated over the date, momentarily unable to find anything special about it. After 2 seconds of silence, he turned to ask, what relationship do you have with the Rose School of Thought? What relationship does the Mother Tree of Desire have with the Chained God? He wasn't worried that Admiral Amyrius might have already known of this, with Secretary Luan having a certain understanding of the matter. This could be easily understood as a confirmation question. Flight Ken revealed a passionate look he could hardly keep in. We're a branch of the Rose School of Thought. My mentor is the Rose School of Thought Saint, Zatwin. The Chained God is another manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire is the true and only deity that surpasses the 7 gods and the true creator. Your Excellency, you are a candidate to be her blessed. Who can't brag? Can it be understood that the Mother Tree of Desire is an alt of the Chained God? According to the evil spirit in the underground ruins suspected to be Red Angel Medici, the prisoner path of the divine and the devil pathway can be swapped. Therefore, it's no surprise that the Rose School of Thought's Chained God can magnify the various desires of creatures. They have the temperance and indulgence factions internally. This matches the situation. Klein thought as he turned his head to Luan and said, go out for a while. He planned on questioning Flight Ken on whether he had done anything evil, and if he was suitable to be Creeping Hunger's meal. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan didn't ask why as he briskly walked out the study and closed the door behind him. After the echoing sound of the door closing subsided, the entire study suddenly turned quiet. It was as though it was isolated from the outside world. The beyonder powers of a baron of corruption? The distortion of door closing to seal the study? Very considerate. Klein pondered for a few seconds as he recalled the series of thoughts he had previously. Hence, he suddenly asked, February 6th, what did you do on Sunday evening? Flight Ken was taken aback as he said, we followed the revelation given by Mother Tree of Desire, and using the proliferation necklace and a hair obtained from a particular tramp, we held a ritual to magnify the tramp's gluttony. The tramp stand-in meant for Admiral Amyrius was indeed killed by you. It was to prevent the Admiral from leaving and, hence, fall into a trap so that he can have sex with Cynthia and end up being corrupted. Klein instantly connected all the matters together, and my appearance provided another possibility that coincidentally destroyed this plan. Coincidence? That's not right. When the words coincidence flashed in his mind, Klein suddenly recalled the peculiarity of February 4th, the day the Mother Tree of Desire gave Flight Ken a dream revelation. It was the first day he arrived on Oravi Island. Chapter 631, 3 Days of Absence. Don't tell me that this matter was targeted at me? Klein was alarmed as he immediately became abnormally awake. As a person who had several similar experiences, he had quite a persecution complex. It really is possible. The Mother Tree of Desire used a dream to send Flight Ken a revelation just as I arrived at Oravi Island and began an entire series of plans. The first day I met Bilt Brando was the day the Naturism sect held the ritual to make the tramp stand-in die from gluttony. If they were targeting Admiral Amyrius, the plan needed to ensure that there was no lack of a stand-in, and that he couldn't find an additional helper or other means to conceal his departure. But clearly, this is something that cannot be confirmed. My involvement is proof. If the target was me, then the previous problem is explained. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression as he gloomily looked at Flight Ken. With such a theory, more questions emerged in his mind. But how were they certain that Bilt Brando would seek me out? The news of Gairman Sparrow being able to change into anyone was spread from Vice Admiral Aylmont Tracy. It's an element beyond the Mother Tree of Desire's control. Of course, taking a different point of view, it's precisely due to the spreading of this news and my arrival in Oravi Island that made the Mother Tree of Desire send the revelation and put the plan into motion. But why would she want to corrupt me? My grudge with the Rose School of Thought hasn't reached the point of garnering the attention of an evil god. All I did was kill a Sequence 5 Wraith, a Sequence 6 Zombie, and a Sequence 7 Werewolf, with Miss Sharon and Merrick, snatching away the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. My hunt against Admiral of Blood was terminated before it even started. It was an idea that didn't translate into action. The only thing that happened was the killing of Steel Mavedi. The act of revenge that resulted from this matter shouldn't even exceed the attention of a saint. Was it something special about me that resonated with some item formed by the aura of the Mother Tree of Desire on this island the moment I stepped onto it? but I've never faced any abnormal reactions from the holy artifacts left behind by other deities in Backlund or Tingen City. Furthermore, I did divine the matter above the gray fog and received the revelation that the death of the tramp was solely a coincidence. It wasn't arranged by a legendary creature or grade 0 sealed artifact, but the outcome ended up different. This is the first time that divination above the gray fog has been disrupted in the true sense of the word. I didn't even notice that it had been disrupted. Klein's thoughts came to a pause as he discovered the most serious problem. Back when the matter involved 0-08, all he received was an ineffective revelation and not a disrupted outcome. Therefore, it's a power that exceeds a grade 0 sealed artifact. The Mother Tree of Desire personally disrupted the matter, and she is a true deity herself. But it's very difficult for the 7 gods to influence the real world. There has to be a corresponding ritual. Yes, I had also divined the risks of acting as Amyrius above the gray fog and received a revelation saying that it was an acceptable risk. The outcome does match the development of the situation, so it wasn't disrupted. The more Klein thought about the matter, the more perplexed he became. What was most incomprehensible about it was that if the target of corruption was himself, why didn't he suffer any demanding trials, and he instead solved the problem in a relatively simple manner? This made the Mother Tree of Desire's arrangement appear like a joke. While pondering with this weight in mind, Klein nearly crushed Flight Kin. He asked again to verify his conjecture. To his surprise, the Naturism sect hadn't held any rituals to request the Mother Tree of Desire to disrupt any divination over the past week. They didn't make any special arrangements aimed towards the failure of the project. Strange. Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it as a final confirmation. Even without divination, he was almost certain that Flight Kin wasn't lying. Firstly, the man was already on the brink of a mental collapse, making him lack the ability to fabricate something reasonable. Secondly, Flight Kin's answers adhered to logic, completely confirming whatever Klein had deliberately kept to himself. The gold coin landed in his open palm, the king's portrait facing up, indicating a positive response. Combined with the divination statement, Klein finally confirmed that Flight Kin wasn't lying. After temporarily suppressing his puzzlement, he cast his gaze towards Flight Kin once again. He asked without a smile, "What deeds have you done in the past that violate the kingdom's laws or the moral fabric of society?" Flight Kin was taken aback for a few seconds as his mental state seemed to instantly turn for the better. From his point of view, his ploy against Admiral Amyrius was the most serious crime, something that would most easily enrage this important figure. Everything else was trivial and nothing that needed a demigod to waste his time and energy on. Therefore, after skipping the important matters and coming to an ordinary topic, it meant that he might enjoy a good outcome. Flight Kin couldn't help but reveal a discreet smile as he hastened to recount. "I once tortured a family for an entire night for their property and abandoned them in the woods after murdering them. Then, I used fake documents and successfully obtained a sizable amount of wealth. I deliberately enticed many believers to indulge in their desires and watched as their emptiness and regret after the deed slowly paved the way for them to become fertilizer for the Mother Tree of Desire. I once tricked many ladies to abide with their nature, an excuse for them to be redeemed by the spirits, allowing me to possess them. I tortured believers who attempted to renounce the religion, slicing off every part that protruded off their bodies." He recounted each and every sin of his, without any thoughts of concealing the truth. Klein felt disbelief with what he heard. He never expected anyone to be evil to this extent. As Flight Kin got increasingly excited from recounting his past deeds, he saw Admiral Amyrius stand up without an expression before circling around the desk and standing in front of him. The Admiral then raised his left palm. A terrifying mouth appeared in the middle of the left palm, revealing 2 rows of illusory, white, and eerie teeth that were icy cold. "No, no." A sharp and horrified scream resounded in the room for a long time until silence prevailed. After a while, Klein bent down to pick up a blob of grayish-white light that resembled a shrunken brain. This was the beyonder characteristic of a lunatic. Unfortunately, Flight Kin had been searched before being brought here. He didn't leave behind any cash or items. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the rest of the clothes. As he looked at his left shoulder, which was beginning its recovery process, he sat behind the desk and remained silent amidst the dancing scarlet flames. Once the traces were no longer noticeable, he pulled at a corresponding rope, making the bell outside ring. Luan released the restriction and entered, instinctively observing every corner. "Instruct the guards and the base personnel to cooperate with the Oravi police to do a cleanup of the Naturism sect. It's best if clues can be found and a number of Rose School of Thought members are caught." Klein solemnly gave the order. "Yes, Your Excellency," Luan answered respectfully. He didn't ask where Flight Kin was, as though the leader of the Naturism sect never existed. Klein didn't pay too much attention to the raid on Oravi Island. Using the excuse that he was slightly injured, he declined the remaining schedules for the next 2 days. This meant that he didn't need to worry about needing to exude the might of a high-sequence beyonder of the arbiter pathway after expending the 9th law charm. Nearing noon, Juan entered after knocking the door and reported, "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has yet to leave on the liner. The new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, has sent an invitation to participate in the banquet he's hosting tonight." Ben Conrad, the person who replaced Aston as Governor-General. According to what I know, Viscount Conrad's family is a loyal subject of the royal family. Talum likely got to know Prince Edisac while being the equestrian teacher of Viscount Conrad's youngest son. Klein nodded gently as he immersed himself in Amyrius Revolt's complex emotions. He remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Inform Governor-General Conrad that it's inconvenient for me to attend the banquet because of the injuries suffered from the Naturism sect's assault. Apologize to him on my behalf." "Yes, Your Excellency." Juan didn't persuade him otherwise and calmly left the room. A demigod definitely had the right to be willful. As long as he didn't engage in some secret ploy or commit any serious mistake, there was no way he would be blamed regardless of what he did. This was because any faction would be willing to rope in a demigod. As he watched Juan's back vanish from the door, Klein shook his head indiscernibly and sat back behind the desk. A quiet day quickly passed. When it was almost midnight, Klein, who was sleeping in the guest room, suddenly woke up and sat up. His spiritual perception told him that someone had entered the house. Klein focused his gaze at the window and saw a middle-aged man in a tailcoat. He had black hair and blue eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly sagging. He was none other than Admiral Amyrius. "Phew, he's finally back." Klein slowly stood up and cautiously asked, "What item did you give me before?" He was afraid that the Admiral Amyrius before him was also a faceless in disguise. Admiral Amyrius stood there and answered with a stern expression, "The 9th law charm." Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow to speak again, he took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, "Did anything happen in the past few days?" Klein controlled his facial muscles and said, "Your secretary committed a mistake and was injured." "Oh, what else?" Admiral Amyrius nodded with deep reservation. Klein tried hard not to move his gaze away as he looked straight at him and said, "Your younger brother has been relieved of his post as Governor-General. The new Governor-General has already taken over. Your Miss Cynthia mutated into a monster and was purified by me. A number of your bodyguards and attendants were infected to a certain extent and are currently receiving treatment." Amyrius's expression turned into shock bit by bit in an uncontrollable manner. His eyes moved slightly, as though he suspected whether he had returned to the wrong place. It had only been 3 days. Chapter 632, finishing up. After a frozen moment of silence, Amyrius quickly brought his expressions under control. He said in a domineering and deep tone, "Tell me the specifics." Klein didn't hide much of the truth. He began with Aston Revolt's question, before mentioning the warning from the mysterious person in the dream, and how he was told not to make a choice that resisted the trend of the times. Following that, he talked about the sudden telegram, and finally he spoke of Cynthia's mutation. He went into detail about the situation, the arrogance of the secretary, how he dealt with it, and the general investigations that followed. The only information he kept to himself was that the February 4th was the first day he arrived on Oravi Island, as well as his subsequent guesses. Of course, he was also very vague with matters regarding combat. He believed that Admiral Amyrius was understanding enough. After all, what a Beyonder was good at or what unique abilities he had were one of their greatest secrets. If they were exposed or understood by others, it gave others a chance of setting up a targeted ambush, making it possible for them to die under the hands of an enemy of a lower sequence. Below that of high-sequence Beyonders, many Beyonders could be very powerful or very weak. After Amyrius listened to the recount in silence, his expression didn't seem to change in the dark room. However, the fact that he hadn't interrupted Klein's recount implied something. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "The mysterious person who infiltrated your dream emphasized the fate of an era, as well as the trend of the times?" "Yes." Klein had already changed back into Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. He didn't deliberately go into detail that the mysterious person had never mentioned Aston Revolt's exact plan. Amyrius fell silent again. "You maintain my appearance in your dream?" "Yes, this is my secret," Klein answered succinctly. Amyrius nodded indiscernibly as he paced around in a tiny area before looking back at Gehrman Sparrow. "There were no problems with your choices." Upon hearing this, Klein seemed to receive the ultimate and most effective feedback. A large portion of the potion in him was digested as a result. Amidst the deep, reverberating tone, Amyrius turned his body to the side and said without any hint of emotion, "I originally had no plans to have a contract with the stand-in, and instead I wanted to inform Cynthia that I had the symptoms of losing control, making it impossible for me to have any physical relationship with her for 5 days. However, I later changed my mind due to certain reasons. If not for the temporary contract's forceful restriction, even if I'm able to withstand the temptations during usual times, I might not have been able to resist the magnified desires last night. Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day restriction ahead of time, she wouldn't be in such a rush to consume the powder ground from the proliferation necklace. It would have prevented her from sensing the mother tree of desire and end up mutating. But as such, the ball is in the naturism sect's court. They could have made up an excuse to get Cynthia to consume it. This matter was really targeted at me. What does the mother tree of desire actually want? Also, what was the reason that caused Admiral Amyrius to make such an important change? Klein seemed to grasp the crux of the matter as he looked at Amyrius's side profile. What's the reason? Amyrius said with a deadpan expression, there's no need for you to know. For the first time in his life, Klein hated such a response. After some thought, he took out the cracked pendant and threw it at Amyrius. This is the proliferation necklace that originated from the mother tree of desire. Amyrius raised his hand to catch it before looking down. You may leave. Go to Built to receive your reward. Aren't you worried that I know of something I'm not supposed to know? That's right. Aston's ploy has been exposed and is known by his political enemies. As for Amyrius, he was clearly not involved. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I understand anything. Klein imagined that there would be a long-term confidential contract, but to his surprise, he could leave just like that. Noticing that Amyrius didn't raise another matter, he pointed at him and said, clothes. Only then did Admiral Amyrius look up, silently taking off the formal attire comprised of a shirt and tailcoat. Klein had originally wished to ask for additional payment due to the excessive dangers that went beyond the scope of the original agreement. But after secretly confirming that Cynthia's outcome was because of him, he abandoned the idea while feeling guilty. He quickly took off the comfortable sleeping robe, switched into a tailcoat, and under Amyrius's guidance, leaped out of the window and secretly left the garden villa while the bodyguard's eyes were confounded. Amyrius donned a sleeping robe and clenched the proliferation necklace before walking to the window. He stood there silently as he faced the crimson moon and few stars in the dark night. He stood there without an expression, not even changing his posture for a long period of time. He slightly relaxed his clenched fist as the miniaturized rhinoceros horn fell to the ground in the form of shattered pieces, bit by bit, fragment by fragment. The next day at noon, Klein, who had slept soundly the entire night, left the inn and took a carriage to Sweet Lemon Bar. He went to the second floor to meet Bilt Brando. It's over? Bilt asked with relief and surprise. Klein nodded and said, Admiral Amyrius has returned. Where's the rest of the payment? Bilt revealed an unconcealable smile. After he dismissed his guards, he personally went to a safe and took out the remaining £500 and a blue cufflink. This is the mystical item created from the Murloc bladder you provided, Bilt introduced. It can provide illusory scales hidden beneath the skin, so you will be as difficult to catch as a fish. It will also help withstand a certain level of damage for you. With it, you can dive to at least 15 meters without any protective gear. You can freely move about in the water for 10 minutes. It doesn't have any serious negative effects. It will just make you tired easily when in a hot or arid place. That means this cufflink shouldn't be used with the sun brooch. Klein extended his hand to collect the money and item. Aren't you afraid that there will be problems? Bilt cracked a joke. Your business is here, Klein answered calmly. His meaning was clear. If there were any problems, he wasn't afraid that the person in charge would go missing. Bilt's smile froze as he said, it hasn't been named. You can give it one. Murloc cufflink. Klein couldn't be bothered to waste his brain cells. Nice name. It leaves quite an impression, Bilt said with a forced smile. He paused for a moment before saying, that artisan said that he can fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto materials with spirituality. It will be able to last a maximum of 1.5 years, but you will need to provide detailed information. Haha. According to our agreement, I'll be responsible for it, so there's nothing to be worried about. All right, make it a harmonica. Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled the ritual to summon his messenger. Messenger? This is rather rare. It's very hard for beyonders not from the death pathway to find a suitable one. Bilt received the piece of paper and casually scanned it. If the messenger is accidentally summoned during the production process, a gold coin has to be given to her. What happens if it's not given? Haha. Spirit world creatures always have something odd about them. I've seen some who love music, as well as ones who loiter around shit. What happens if you don't give one? Perhaps ma'am. Rionette Tinker might bring the heads of you and the artisan to me. She's a creature with a castle in the spirit world. She might even be stronger than me. Well, under situations when I'm not using the sea god scepter. Klein lampooned as he said in a deep voice, the third promised item can be left to the future. All right. Bilt didn't have any objections. Following that, he asked out of curiosity, Mr. Gehrman, how did you fool Secretary Luan, Governor General Aston, and Miss Cynthia? People who Admiral Amyrius specifically mentioned? Klein did his best to prevent his facial muscles from twitching. Follow the information and think about it carefully. He didn't provide an exact description before he stood up and bowed with his hat. It's time I bid farewell. It was a pleasure working with you, Bilt answered with a smile. After watching Gehrman Sparrow's figure vanish behind the door, he shook his head and chuckled, muttering, "This powerful and crazy adventurer is actually a natural actor?" After lunch, his subordinate sent him the day's papers. As Bilt sucked on a cigar, he flipped through it when his expression suddenly froze. Last night, the new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, held a banquet. New Governor-General? Aston Revolt has been relieved of his position as Governor-General? Bilt picked up the other sets of newspapers and found the same piece of information. With his connections in Orvie, he should have long heard of news regarding a replacement of the Governor-General. However, the replacement was extremely sudden. Most people only learned of the situation when the new Governor-General officially made his appearance. After a while, a partner who was secretly serving Admiral Amyrius entered the room. "Your Excellency wants you to investigate the people around you for naturism sect believers and sink them all into the sea." The partner passed on Amyrius's instructions. "All right," Bilt asked curiously, "what exactly happened?" "The naturism sect suffered a terrible blow since yesterday. His Excellency suffered an assassination attempt from the naturism sect yesterday. Miss Cynthia perished as a result. Secretary Luan was injured, and the Admiral lost many of his bodyguards," the partner described simply. Bilt was momentarily stunned. Aren't these the people Admiral Amyrius mentioned to be careful of when acting in front of them? I even specially emphasized it to Gehrman Sparrow. Now, Miss Cynthia is dead, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Revolt has been relieved of his position as Governor-General. The corners of Bilt's mouth twitched while he wore a blank expression. Eastchester County, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady's words, echoing her from time to time as she provided an ear to listen to. Towards the end, the noble lady praised her sincerely. "Audrey, you really are an angel. I feel a lot more comfortable after chatting with you." At this moment, Audrey saw the female priest from the Church of Evernight enter. Hence, she exchanged pleasantries before walking over with a smile. This priest appeared ordinary, as she only provided low-level preachings, but in fact, she was a secret member of the psychology alchemists. "Audrey, the potion formula is already in my hands. However, you need to contribute enough to obtain it," the female priest whispered while no one was paying attention. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she said, "That wouldn't be an issue. However, ma'am's mine. Can you tell me its name?" The female priest looked around before saying with a suppressed voice, "Hypnotist." Chapter 633, Two Types of Parasitizing. After leaving the Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein directly returned to his inn. Just as he was packing his luggage, the gigantic skeleton messenger appeared suddenly. It originally wanted to pat Klein on the shoulder, but it failed due to its nearly 4-meter-tall body with its head penetrating through the ceiling. All it could do was throw the letter ahead before collapsing into nothingness. Mr. Azek has finally replied. "It has almost been a week. Has the messenger been changed? It looks like the original one and would make the corresponding warning." Klein caught the letter and unfolded it. "I'm very sorry that I'm only replying to you today. Perhaps it's because the memories I've recovered has exceeded the limits of my body. I had to spend several days in a deep sleep to adapt to it. The matters you described does coincide with the traits of a marauder pathway. Their corresponding sequence 4 is parasite. In higher sequences, they possess the beyonder powers of parasitized bodies. According to what I know, there are 2 types of parasitizing. The first type is a preliminary state. The parasite would borrow the host's body to hide himself, so as to extend his lifespan and recover from his injuries. He can see and hear whatever the host sees and hears, but he is unable to interfere with the host's thoughts or steal his thoughts. Therefore, for a host to converse with a parasite, he will have to be the first to speak. The other is full control. The parasite is nearly fused with the host's spirit body, knowing and understanding his thoughts, as well as take over control of the body. Faced against the first type of parasite, one can inform the host via dreams or a subconscious conversation without worrying about being discovered by the parasite. This is because the parasite has to use the host's senses to sense his surroundings. For the second state, there is no way to converse with the host without the parasite's knowledge. However, there is a chance of eradicating the parasite, which is to rely on the host's faith. It's very difficult for me to accurately describe such matters, and all I can say is that when one opens his heart while praying, the target of the prayer would be able to discover the existence of the parasite, and through a particular ritual, provide feedback to complete the separation or eradication. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host himself doesn't know of this. Otherwise, the parasite would definitely be alerted and begin carrying out preventive measures. Isn't the latter situation somewhat similar to Little Sun's? He prayed to me without much thought, and I discovered the existence of Amon's avatar. Then, with a concealed goal, I taught him the secret deed ritual and used it to cleanse the parasite. Klein instantly had a deeper understanding of the previous situation he was in. However, I'm currently unable to determine which state my dear poet is in. Back in Tingen, he would occasionally talk to himself. This might be a result of the first type of parasitic states, but the problem lies in the fact that it has been months. It's possible that the parasite has completed his complete control of Leonard. I have to first confirm the matter before knowing what I should do. Otherwise, rashly entering his dream will only lead to preemptively warning the parasite, making the problem more serious and harder to resolve. If it's the second parasitic state, my dear poet believes the goddess, but she has millions of believers. It's unlikely that she would pay important notice to a red glove who's neither a blessed or saint. She's unlike me, the fool. I read every prayer and often provide a one-to-one service. This is what it's like during a startup phase. As Klein thought over it, he suddenly sighed and felt wistful. He originally planned on entrusting a task to Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonard Mitchell to see if he often whispered to himself. However, after considering how Emlyn had already appeared before Leonard and the parasite because of Tinder, there was a high chance that he was a target they were wary of or a target of investigation. Therefore, he rationally abandoned such a thought. Miss Magician is only a sequence 8 and a trickmaster. She doesn't have the ability to monitor a parasite at the angel level or a red glove. Miss Justice's identity is the best form of concealment. Besides, she's also a believer of the goddess. But the problem lies in the fact that she's back in her fief. She will only return to Backland in June. Mr. Hangman and Ma'am Hermit are at sea. As for Little Son, there's no way for him to connect with the outside world. There's still not enough Tarot Club members. The factions they've expanded into are still lacking. I can't find any suitable person to help me complete this task. Among the people I know, Miss Sharon should be the best choice to perform such matters when it comes to concealment, but I have no way of contacting her, even if I do it through Miss Magician or Emlyn. Sigh. I had fled Backland in a hurry, so I failed to consider many of the consequences. Klein raised his hand to knead his temples as he thought about how Leonard was an elite red glove in the Nighthawks. There were high-ranking deacons in the church watching over him, so it was unlikely the parasite would dare to do anything for now. Hence, he decided to put the matter aside and wait for a more suitable helper. Perhaps I can wait until I digest the potion and head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids. After I complete my advancement, I can return to Backland and do it myself. The experienced Klein didn't hesitate further as he rapidly made up his mind. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar, after the uneasy Bilt handled 2 naturism sect believers among his close aides, he finally received some good news. Are you telling me that Admiral Amyrius will be returning to Byam today? He stood up with a cigar in hand. Sothith nodded gently and said, his fleet left the harbor half an hour ago. It's steering towards the Rorsted archipelago. Phew. Bilt didn't conceal his sigh of relief, having confirmed that the Admiral wasn't putting any blame on him. Just the thought of how Gehrman Sparrow had managed to make the Admiral suffer the loss of so many of his bodyguards, the younger brother's loss of his position as Governor-General, the injury of his secretary, and the death of his mistress, he couldn't help but wonder about his own management capabilities. Although the responsibility of these matters wasn't necessarily Gehrman Sparrow's fault, to have them all happen at once had made one believe that it was the crazy adventurer's fault. At the very least, he was unlucky enough. And as his employer and endorser, Bilt believed that there was no way he could escape responsibility. He definitely needed to incur punishment from Admiral Amyrius. His Excellency is indeed a demigod. He didn't let his rage blind his reason. Praise the Lord. May the storm be with us, Bilt said as he struck his right fist on his left breast. At this moment, the subordinates he sent rushed back. Boss, Gehrman Sparrow has disappeared, the subordinate reported in a hurried tone. Bilt frowned slightly. Disappeared? Yes. After he checked out of his room, he held his suitcase and circled the area several times before disappearing. The subordinate explained truthfully. It's really difficult to monitor an adventurer who can shape-shift into anyone. Bilt sighed and said, leave it. There's no need to seek him out again. After being targeted by the Mother Tree of Desire, Klein cautiously changed his appearance and identity, as well as his place of residence to prevent anyone from targeting him. From the feedback received from acting as Admiral Amyrius, he decided to quickly digest the potion by putting it into practice. While riding a carriage to the Orvie Hospice Foundation, Klein once again stepped in. The person in charge of the registration was still Ma'am Joanna. She looked up and asked, you want to do volunteer work? Yes. Klein nodded seriously. Joanna took out a form and asked like clockwork, name. Klein smiled and replied, Sinbad volunteer. The weather in Eastchester County during April was comfortable. The vegetation was lush and the scenery was beautiful. It was the perfect season for hunting. Audrey was dressed in a waist-fitting black riding suit with a helmet. She was on a burgundy mare that belonged to her, while in pursuit of a brightly colored wild chicken. She shot a whistling arrow and accurately struck the prey. As a psychiatrist, her physical attributes had clearly been enhanced. Together with her education in archery from a young age, whether it was in shooting firearms or in archery, she was considered rather skilled. A golden figure pounced forward and rapidly bit onto the prey, which had lost its life. It was none other than Susie. "It's a pleasure working with you." The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she struck her palm with Susie's paw with a smile. At this moment, the aristocrats surrounding her came over, either praising her for her hunting prowess or her training of her hunting hound. Audrey felt a little ashamed regarding the latter half. She had never trained Susie before. The aristocrats quickly dispersed as they continued chasing their prey. As for the low-level priest of the Evernight goddess, she came over and said to Audrey with a suppressed voice, "You can receive the hypnotist formula after completing the final mission." Finally, Audrey's eyes lit up as she silently nodded. To be frank, if she were still the green and squeamish noble lady of the past, she would have long lost the patience to accumulate the required contributions and would have ended up requesting the purchase of the hypnotist potion formula at the Tarot Club. But she knew very well that building up contributions would aid her infiltration into the psychology alchemists. She would be more trusted and build up a good foundation for her to receive the high-sequence potion formulas in the future. Therefore, she patiently performed matters that were either uninteresting or interesting. Of course, Audrey didn't waste the past 2 months. She had been eavesdropping on the conversations of the aristocrats and maidservants, before guiding them to pour out their frustrations and aid them in defeating their negative emotions. This allowed her to act as a psychiatrist very perfectly. During this process, she realized that she would unknowingly eavesdrop, observe, and steer the people around her to understand their flaws and habitual thought processes. She believed that she could disadvantage or mentally break any one of them without leaving a mark. She could also get them to help her by their own will without them even realizing it. It has to be said that it's actually quite terrifying, just like monsters in the legends, who can grasp your minds. As she recalled, Audrey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Smine was somewhat unaccustomed to horse riding as she carefully circled the area and said, "Stone University's Associate Professor Michelle is a collector. We wish for you to purchase a notebook from the 20-Year War." The 20-Year War referred to a war between the Lone Kingdom and Fasak Empire in the 5th Epic's years 621 to 642. The former was defeated and lost the ancient Elves Island, which was present-day Sonia Island. Chapter 634, City of White. Stone University. Professor Michelle. Notebook from the 20-Year War era. Audrey extracted the key terms in the words and glanced at Susie, who was running happily in front of the mare. She went straight to the point by asking, "Ma'am Smine, what kind of notebook is it?" "I'm not sure. All I know is that it belongs to the period of the 20-Year War. It's part of Associate Professor Michelle's collection. It has an important characteristic. The patterns on the cover faintly forms a dragon." Smine didn't hide it from Audrey as she told her all the information she knew. Audrey, who silently listened to her descriptions, restrained her burgundy mare as she considered how she could complete the mission. Visit Associate Professor Michelle and view his collections before raising a request to buy one of the items isn't too difficult. Although it's embarrassing to admit this, it's quite unlikely he would reject me regardless of the way it's said. Yes, Audrey, you shouldn't be overly reliant on these. The biggest problem is being out of the blue. I didn't know Associate Professor Michelle before this, making it very difficult to explain why I'm suddenly visiting him. Besides, I don't know what the notebook means to him. Announcing my desire to purchase it might result in him being alert and wary. Jen's elder brother is studying at Stone University. At the last gathering, he depicted his penchant for describing and discussing matters. If I were to invite him and his sister to the next afternoon tea and steer the topic towards history, archaeology, or collections, then he will likely mention Associate Professor Michelle. Yes, at a university, there's definitely not many people who can be called collectors. With such a precursor, I can send someone to pay a visit to Associate Professor Michelle and make the request to view his collection. At the first meeting, I'll try my best not to show my desire for it. I'll observe the owner's actions and guide him to reveal his true self. This will be helpful for me to use suitable matters for suitable requests at a suitable time. After confirming her line of thought, Audrey nodded at Smine and smiled. I'll work hard to complete the mission, but I can't guarantee success. Just as she said that, she tightened the girth before shooting forward like an arrow, heading straight for a reddish-brown fox that was darting around in a hunting encirclement. Above the tumultuous sea, the blue Avenger was like a leaf tumbling amidst heavy squalls. From time to time, it would be thrown up before crashing back into the waves, but it maintained a stunning sense of balance without any signs of capsizing. Inside the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson was floating around the window as he looked at the waves outside, which were as high as mountains. There were forceful winds blowing around him in silence. Some time later, he landed his feet onto the carpet. Windblessed is indeed a sequence that can be easily acted based on its name. The only problem is that it occasionally makes me irascible, completely matching the characteristics of a gale. Alger sighed inwardly without any delight. Over the past 2 months or so, he had failed to obtain the Ocean Songster formula through his own resource channels and the Tarot Club's trades. After all, it was that of a sequence 5, the sequence closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already something where demand far outstripped supply. Even with boatloads of money and the willingness to pay a premium, it was very difficult to buy one. Normally speaking, joining the corresponding church or organization was the most effective method of obtaining the corresponding formula, but as a Church of Storm's bishop, Alger was unable to rely on this method. Due to particular secrets, he needed to hide his strength in order to win the freedom he needed to take action and be under light monitoring. Only after he had sufficient confidence would he head for a place and complete the goal he had been waiting for all this time. To his joy, he didn't waste the past 2 months. At the very least, the speed at which he digested the Windblessed potion was pretty decent. The Windblessed is simple. Ocean Songster is said to be quite difficult. Must I frequently sing? Alger couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the deck. Although he was separated from them by several rooms, he could still hear the drunken sailors singing with gusto, creating a din that could rival the storm's roars. Alger unknowingly frowned. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Synthesis Circus. Ma'am, didn't you say that you're performing magic? Why are you dressed like that? A youth asked the woman dressed in a pitch-black pointed hat and dress of the same color in puzzlement. I don't know why I'm wearing this as well. Perhaps it's because of my first appearance here. My brain was freezing from the weather, and my style was subsequently fixed. Furs rubbed her face, which had red and yellow paint, as she replied with a smile. In ancient times, magic is often mistaken as witchcraft. But this has nothing to do with why I'm wearing this. She picked up the middle of 3 porcelain cups which were placed in front of her. She then placed a white ball beneath it. Then, she quickly switched the positions of the cups before smiling at the youth who had questioned her. Guess where the tiny ball is? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Emperor Roselle? The youth said with piqued interest. But you aren't a croupier, but a trickmaster at a circus. Therefore, I believe that the ball has already been switched away. All the cups are empty. Fur smiled and said, Congratulations, you got it wrong. She suddenly picked up the cup in the middle as a white blur flew out. It was a dove. As for the tiny ball from before, it was where the dove had left. Wow, godly, wonderful magic, brilliant. After a series of amazed exclamations, Furs clearly looked pleased with herself as she looked at the distant cathedral bell, put away her props, and returned to the tent where the circus master resided. Are you really resigning? I can double your salary. The circus master came over as he tried to persuade her otherwise. Unfortunately, I had already summarized the trickmaster principles by the middle of March and had already completely digested the potion last week. If it wasn't because the contract ended today, I wouldn't even be here today. Although being a trickmaster feels very nice, this doesn't stop me from my goal of advancing to astrologer. Teacher said that he would be giving me the formula, ingredients, and a gift this week. What kind of gift will it be? Sigh, the ravings from the full moon are getting more terrifying. If not for Mr. Fool, I definitely would have lost control and become a monster. Furs extended her right hand and covered her mouth, languidly yawning. Then, she said with a smile, Well, I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book is related to circuses, so I came here to be hired. A best-selling author? The circus master's eyes lit up as he said worriedly and expectantly, Will you write bad things about us? Are there any? I had a great time for the past 2 months. Furs took off her pointed black hat. The circus master revealed a sincere smile and said, Wall, ma'am Wall, can you mention our circus's name in your book? I'll pay you advertisement fees. Of course, it won't be much. As you know, I'm responsible for the livelihoods of many people. That can be done. This circus master is quite smart. For the first time, Furs realized that a novel could advertise just like in newspapers or magazines. Furthermore, the format was more obscure and natural. Amidst waves, a liner with rows of cannons traveled along a safe sea route without daring to deviate far from it. Any deviation from the sea route east of Orvie Island usually meant disappearing. Even pirates didn't dare to stray too far from the safe zones. This sea was filled with unexplored regions, filled with all sorts of sensational legends. After 2 months of volunteer work and finding 4 chances to engage in true acting, Klein bade farewell to carrying patients, scrubbing toilet bowls, cleaning vomit, and other miscellaneous chores. He boarded a ship headed for the Gargas archipelago. At the tarot gathering in early March, he had hired the hermit Catlia in a private conversation. He would meet her at the capital of Gargas archipelago, the city of White, Nas. He would then board her ship and head for the dangerous ocean, which was close to an illusion, on the far east of the Sonia Sea. There, he would search for unaffiliated mermaids who lived there. The hermit Katlia seemed to be very interested in meeting members of the tarot club in the real world. With just a few seconds of thought, she agreed to the world's request. However, due to the high level of danger, she had given a high asking price. £3,000. Klein's first reaction was to give up and take Mr. Hangman's ghost ship, but considering how there would be many sailors from the Church of Storms following him, making his freedom limited, and the fact that the level of danger in the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea was high, he finally accepted Ma'am Hermit's condition. As for her, she would wait around the Gargas archipelago for a month at the beginning of April. Any delay would imply the end of the cooperation. To not waste the £1,000 deposit, Klein didn't wait to complete his digestion before heading for Gargas archipelago from Orvie Island. Of course, with the summaries and chances at true acting from before, he was already very close to completely digesting the faceless potion. Even if he didn't use true acting, just acting in his capacity as Gehrman Sparrow was enough to complete the digestion in 2 to 3 weeks. Due to this reason, as well as the world's identity being tied with Gehrman Sparrow, Klein transformed back into the lunatic and powerful adventurer once he left the hospital. However, he did disguise himself to a certain degree. As he watched the perturbed sea surface, Klein finally saw a port city that had houses mainly made of white rock. The most eastern front of the Fasak Empire, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, Nas. I'm finally overseas. Klein looked at a fishing boat carrying whale meat cruising into the harbor. Its ruggedness wasn't concealed. Meanwhile, he discovered several ships hanging pirate flags docked at the harbor without any signs of concealment. Indeed, Orvie Island's eastern front is a playground for pirates. Klein wore his hat and carried his luggage and left the cabin after the liner came to a stable halt. He went down the gangway into the harbor. After a few steps, he saw a crew of pirates seemingly entering conflict with a local gang. Both sides drew their weapons as they clashed. Klein calmly walked past, showing no signs of stopping them. At that moment, he saw a local pull out a few cans from his pocket and open the lid before throwing it into the middle of the road. What's the meaning of this? Klein nearly laughed out before recalling an infamous item at sea. Canned wolffish. Canned wolffish was popular on the east coast of Fasak and the Gargas archipelago. Just as the thought surfaced, an indescribable stench seemed to inundate Klein's olfactory senses. His facial muscles twitched as he tried hard to resist his body's discomfort as he quickly left the region. A small number of pirates who were struck by the stench vomited immediately, while the remaining ones frantically fled while dragging their companions as though they had lost all their combat strength. A minute later, in a secluded corner, the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, crouched down and silently belched. Chapter 635, Meeting. The smell of canned wolffish is really pungent. Not only is it smelly, but it's also disgusting. It's practically a biological weapon. Klein crouched in the corner and took nearly a minute to recover. Before that very instant, he had underestimated canned wolffish. He had failed to take the necessary actions to deal with the situation. He could have used paper figurine substitutes or create an invisible air tube to pretend that he was using underwater breathing, but he had done none of that. Now he finally got a deep understanding of how wise it was to ban opening canned wolffish in public. Phew. Klein exhaled as he slowly stood up. Carrying his suitcase, he slowly walked towards the harbor. His first impression of the city named Nas was one of many white houses, with stone being a common material for the buildings. The second impression was that it wasn't too far north, but the temperature was rather cold. Even though it was already April, it was still only a few degrees Celsius. The third impression was that there were many whaling houses. Gigantic beluga whales were being dismembered for their skin, flesh, fat, bones, and gray amber. The latter two could be used to make pannier for banquet dresses or top-grade scented materials. Whether it was for incense or perfume, they were considered luxurious goods that only the wealthy and nobles could enjoy. As for the skin, flesh, and fat of beluga whales, they also had their own uses. They were used separately to make clothes, food, or oil-related products. In Nas and the Gargas archipelago, the culinary methods for preparing beluga whale had transformed into a unique culture. There were all sorts of techniques and famous restaurants. Klein passed by the various whaling houses, seeing separated fat being carried out on cargo carriages towards nearby factories that spewed black smoke. They were oil refineries which were very unique to Gargas. Beluga whale fat could be refined into whale oil, which could be bottled and made into outstanding incendiary material and the lifeblood of particular industries. Very unique. Klein exhaled some mist as he stopped and watched for a while. Out of the harbor and into the city district, a cacophony of Fasak inundated his ears. Having mastered ancient Fasak, the source of the northern continent's language, Klein was long familiar with the language of the northern continent barbarians. He turned his head upon hearing the din and saw the tall populace with slightly blonde hair raising horizontal banners as they protested on the streets. The horizontal banner right at the front clearly wrote the reasons for their protest. Oppose the poaching of beluga whales. We need sustainable development. Klein nearly lost his cool as he believed that the concept of sustainable development was highly likely to be invented by Emperor Roselle. As he swept his gaze, he looked at the banners behind it and understood the goals of the protest. Whaling for survival, not entertainment. Humans aren't more important than beluga whales. Greedy devils should leave Nas. At this moment, a policeman dressed in a gray uniform held a shield, riot fork, and baton to stop the protesters from advancing. After a brief argument, the scene quickly turned violent. Many protesting youths threw opened canned wolf fish, as well as Molotov cocktails. The police didn't show restraint as they forged forward, raising their shields and striking with their batons. Klein pinched his nose as he watched the fire burning on the street. He realized that many passers-by were completely unfazed. Apart from a small bunch of spectators, the rest continued proceeding to their destinations. It appears that such things happen often in Nas. Do protests develop into riots? As expected of the Fasak Empire, Klein mumbled to himself, circled the street, and casually found an inn to stay. He continued registering as Gehrman Sparrow, unworried that the news released by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would cause the Church of the Evernight Goddess to view him as a faceless. This was because he had no plans on traveling through the whale fishing routes to find mermaids who were believers of the goddess. He planned on heading to the dangerous region farthest east from the Sonia Sea. As for the safety in the Gargas archipelago, there was nothing he needed to worry about. This was a colony of the Fasak Empire. The only legal church was the Church of the God of Combat. They were enemies with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Klein was originally worried that he would encounter many faceless here, meeting 7 or 8 faceless simply from going next door to enjoy some whale cuisine. However, after serious consideration, he rationally eliminated this possibility. First, Beyonders from the Seer pathway were rare to begin with. Klein had only met 3 Beyonders who were beyond Sequence 8, and second, Sequence 6 Beyonders weren't commonly seen. Even in a playground for pirates, those who had 5,000-pound bounties were considered rare creatures. Third, once a faceless had many preparations, they would seek out mermaids on a whaling boat. They would either begin having faith in the goddess, sink to the bottom of the ocean, or become research personnel. Otherwise, the extremely smart ones would seize the opportunity and successfully advance before leaving safely. It was very rare for them to stay on Gargas Archipelago for long. In all of Nas, excluding myself, there wouldn't be more than 2 faceless. Klein straightened his clothes as he wasn't in a rush to contact Admiral of Stars Catlia. He came onto the streets in a good mood and began searching for delicacies according to what he heard on his travels. Raw beluga whale slices, fried whale steak, whale oil with skin, roasted whale meat. Like a standard traveler, Klein restaurant hopped thrice and sampled different food. Not bad. It's pretty unique and it's not very fishy. Instead, it's very appetizing and alluring. Burp. Klein covered his mouth as he came onto the streets. He discovered that the street lamps were sparse, but the lights from the houses lining the streets were bright. To a certain extent, they reduced the darkness of the night. Ice-cold winds passed through the ocean, causing Klein to raise his hand to prop up his collar. The blue cufflinks had their lusters restrained as they were deeply embedded at his wrists. Compared to rings, items like cufflinks were more suited to Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Therefore, Klein didn't blame the artisan for making changes without his permission. As for the harmonica that had fixed the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature, it matched Klein's inward intentions completely. It could be used for a year and a half. It was silver in color, exquisite and beautiful. When he received the harmonica, Klein had imagined such a scene. A crazy and powerful adventurer playing a sad tune on the harmonica in a silent night under the dark moonlight by the side of a boat. Unfortunately, the harmonica couldn't produce any sound, and it could only be used to summon Rionette Tinker. Shaking his head indiscernibly, Klein steadily walked down the empty and cold Nas streets before returning to his inn. Using sleep to bring himself back to an optimal state, he went to Grey Amber Street the next morning and entered a sundry store named Hot Whale Dance. Upon seeing the grizzled boss who was a head taller than him, Klein tapped the counter and said in Fasak, "Whale oil." The boss had wrinkles plastered across his face, but he only wore a coat made of beluga whale skin. The light-colored patterns had a strange beauty. "How much?" The boss was drinking large mouthfuls of liquor, ignoring the messy placement of the goods. 1¼ buckets. Klein replied according to the predetermined secret password. The boss's drinking actions instantly slowed down as he placed the cup of brownish-green alcohol onto the bar counter. "Do you want to try some? It's many times purer than Nepos. It's considered the mistress of all Fasak men. This was a distilled liquor that's a specialty of Fasak. It's brewed with potatoes or grain. The alcohol purity was high, as stimulating and famous as Blaze. Compared to Sonia blood wine, Its price was rather low, and it was well liked by ordinary Phasacians. There's no need. Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled. What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Are there only women in loan? He mumbled before drinking another mouthful. Who introduced you here? Ma'am Gurmises. Klein said a name in the style of the local customs. The boss exhaled, causing a strong scent of distilled liquor to linger in the air. He staggered as he got up, like a polar bear performing at a circus. After giving the store employee instructions, he brought Klein to a tiny room on the second story of the warehouse at the back. Let me search for it. Let's see. The boss mumbled as he crouched. Klein controlled the twitching of his facial muscles as he recalled a widely spread joke in the Lone Kingdom. When is a Phasac man not drunk? When he's in his mother's womb. After waiting for a moment, Klein saw the boss find a pure crystal ball from his rummaging. Then, the tipsy polar bear had his back facing Klein as he rubbed his hands on it, softly chanting the tongue-twisting ancient Hermes. The room gradually turned dark as all the corners without light sank like they were producing a strange attractive force. The crystal ball quickly lit up, producing the figure of a woman wearing a black, classic robe. She had an oval face and had very fair skin. Her eyes were deep black with a slight purple hue which was filled with mystery. I'm seeing another Tarot Club member's actual appearance again. Klein stepped forward and received the crystal ball. On the opposite end of the crystal ball, the hermit Catlia could also clearly see the world. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin and angular face. Her gaze paused for a moment before she hesitantly said, German Sparrow? She discovered that the true strength and standards of the Tarot Club members were far stronger than she had expected. The world was actually the crazy hunter, German Sparrow, who was considered at the level of a pirate admiral. My various assumptions of the world were problematic. Controlled, staid, experienced, and ruthless. Admiral of Stars didn't feel overly surprised. Yes, ma'am Catlia. Klein gestured for the boss to leave the room. After it became extremely quiet, Admiral of Stars Catlia asked once again, I'm very curious. How did you recognize my identity? I've been very careful when participating in the gatherings. Of course, she had jumped in fright when the world, who had chosen to speak privately with her, immediately greeted her with Admiral of Stars. And it was partly because of this that she chose to take on the world's commission. A secret. Klein smiled politely. As he didn't wish for her to make connections to Mr. Fool, he calmly added, Your eyes are very special. Can I understand that as a form of praise? Catlia smiled, feeling somewhat enlightened. She believed that the world had previously only relied on her eyes and other details to suspect that she was Admiral of Stars, but she wasn't certain. Hence, he had probed her with language, and her reaction told him the correct answer. Klein didn't respond as he switched to asking, When can we set off? Chapter 636, Slaughterer. Admiral of Stars Catlia thought before answering, Tonight at 8. Dock 6. Not bad. There's no delay at all. Klein nodded slightly. Okay. Just as he said that, the light inside the crystal ball suddenly converged as the figure dressed in a black, classic robe darkened and blurred before quickly vanishing. Holding the crystal ball which had turned very ordinary, Klein turned around, pulled open the door, and walked out. Glancing at the boss who was guzzling alcohol while leaning against a wall, he threw the crystal ball at him. The boss fumbled to catch it as Klein unhurriedly walked down the stairs and left the warehouse. Once he was out of Hot Whale Dance, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open to check the time. It's almost noon. Most bars will be open. Klein stopped a rental carriage and used Phasac to tell the driver to head to the Lairdal Bar. It meant Dawn Bar in the local language. It was a place where adventurers would gather in the Gargas archipelago. To Klein, the gathering of different intel and news was meaningful. This might aid him in making the best judgment at critical points in time, allowing him to escape the misfortune of losing his life. Therefore, even if he didn't like bars, he often went there. He would get a cup of thick malt beer and silently sit in the corner of the bar counter and listen to any matters of interest which people mentioned at sea. In addition, he wanted to know about Roy King, who had been imprisoned in Byam's Governor-General's office. Over the past 2 months, Snake of Mercury Willa Septon hadn't sent him any dreams. Similarly, Fate Counselor Ricardo didn't summon his messenger to provide him any clues to a powerful mystical item. About 20 minutes later, the carriage came to a halt. A huge vertical signboard with the words Lairdal Bar appeared before Klein's eyes. He habitually took out 2 Solian notes and handed them to the carriage driver. It was only when he saw the worn face of the carriage driver did he suddenly realize something. He was overseas, and this was a colony of Phasac. It had its own currency. The smallest denomination was the kopeck, followed by the Fey silver, and then the gold horn. They maintained the very intuitive base 10 denomination, making conversions very simple. I forgot to visit the bank to exchange for kopeck and Fey silver. I used it all at the inn and restaurant. Klein was just about to look around to see if there were any banks around when the carriage driver happily received the 2 1 Soli notes. After repeatedly checking it, he beamed with his wrinkled face. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Klein got off the carriage. While walking towards the Lardle bar, he was recalling the carriage driver's delighted look. Gold pounds, solely, and pence can be used here as well? Yes, Gargas Archipelago isn't that far from Toscarter and Oravi. Many items would be sold here, and many lone adventurers like to visit the Sea of Beluga whales. To have Lone Kingdom's currency being used in private is rather common. Heh. Lone's industry and economic strength is greater than the Fasak Empire. It can even be said to be much stronger. The gold pound is worth a lot more than the gold horn. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled something. 1 gold pound could be used to exchange for 5.5 gold horn. This also meant that 2 soli was equal to 5.5 fey silver. And in the city of White, a rental carriage cost 4 fey silver an hour. There wasn't any prorated discounts. It was no wonder the carriage driver was so happy. Klein turned back and realized that the carriage had long disappeared. Sigh. Gently exhaling, Klein pressed down on his hat and pushed open the heavy wooden door before entering the Lardle bar. In this world, bars near the dock and factory districts often sold lunch and dinner. Therefore, they opened around 11 in the morning. At that moment, there were quite a number of adventurers who had nothing better to do, gathered in front of the bar counter. They ordered liquor and smoked fish or vegetable soup with oil floating on the surface. They had a great time eating all of that with bread. Drinking Landy Proof and Nepos at noon? Are they planning to be drunk the entire day? The customs of Fasak are really unacceptable. Klein mumbled as he walked to the bar counter with a deadpan expression. He sat in a corner and rapped the wooden counter. 2 toasted bread with red sausage, a set of smoked whale meat, a bowl of thick vegetable soup, and a cup of Gallus beer. Gallus beer was rather popular along the eastern seaboard of Fasak. It was rather rare in Sonia Island and the Gargas Archipelago. New here. The bartender glanced at Klein. A total of 4 fey silver and 6 kopek. I'm new because I don't drink liquor? Klein ignored the bartender's question and threw 2 soli in notes. It was equivalent to 5 fey silver and 5 kopek. Considering how he was Gehrman Sparrow, Klein held back the urge to get the bartender to give him change as he treated it as a tip. Of course, in a Backlund bar, that amount of food would have cost him about 2 soli. Having received a tip, the bartender didn't ask further. He skillfully poured a cup of Gallus beer and pushed it towards Klein. The beer was rather black in color with plenty of foam. It had a pleasant charred taste, and there was slight stimulation in the mellow taste. It made Klein feel as though the alcohol content was rather high, as he suspected if some other liquor had been poured in. While waiting for his food, he sipped his beer and silently listened to the conversations of the surrounding adventurers. And the group's conversation was mainly centered around how someone had made a windfall, who was killed by pirates, who finished off a pirate captain without claiming the bounty, and instead inherited the deceased pirate captain's subordinates, which woman in Nas had an illegitimate child, or who became a laughingstock for failing to perform at a brothel. When the Gargas specialty, thick soup brewed using sweet vegetables, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and butter, was served before Klein, he finally heard something interesting. An adventurer suppressed his voice as he said to his surroundings partners, "Have you heard of this? There's a 4th epic ruin east of Gargas." "No." "Who discovered it?" his surprised partner curiously asked. The adventurer looked to his left and right as he said without much thought, "Gareth discovered it. As you know, he's a seafarer who's good at diving. As he was drunk, he was thrown off the deck and sank to the bottom of the sea. Who knew that he ended up discovering remnants of steel buildings? They were definitely steel buildings made from human hands." And then, his partner pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Gareth followed the ruins and discovered an abandoned sea well of unknown depths. It was already filled with seawater, but it still left him with extreme horror. Holy Lord of Storms. This might even lead to the core of the land. He said that there was something summoning him inside, but he didn't dare explore it. So he floated up in fear. A deep sea well. Strange attraction. This might not be a 4th epic ruin. Perhaps it's from the 3rd epic or 2nd epic. Little Sun had mentioned that during the Dark Epic, sea monsters were subject to Elf King Saniathrim and helped him rule the bottom of the sea. Sweet, salty, and a little tartish. Klein drank a mouthful of thick vegetable soup as he forked a piece of smoked beluga whale meat. The adventurers didn't talk about Gareth's encounter, as there wasn't any sight of heart-stirring gold or jewelry, mystical items, or beyonder ingredients at the moment. The conversation quickly steered to a few adventurers who they weren't friendly with. They mocked about how they had married beautiful natives who all turned into stout and fat women a couple of years later. Their strength could even match those of low-sequence beyonders. Finally, they concluded that it might have to do with how people from Fasak had tiny bits of giant blood running in their veins. They didn't say anything of value until Klein finished his lunch and drank his beer, but the number of people inside Lardle Bar kept increasing. Suddenly, the heavy door was pushed open as it slammed into the wall. A top hat-donning young man who was clearly of lone blood rushed in. He shouted nervously. Is there anyone from the Adventurer Association? Yes. Bilt still owes me the creation of one item. Klein watched as the young man looked around frantically while constantly turning his head back. It appeared as though someone was pursuing him. Before he could consider whether to render assistance, 3 adventurers stood up from different corners. One of them was more than 2 meters tall. He had wide shoulders and firm muscles. His hair was slightly blonde, and his eyes were a deep blue. He was rather eye-catching. The strength he appears to have matches with his substance. This isn't a beyonder of quite a significant sequence. Klein retracted his gaze as he became a spectator once again as he looked out the door. Soon, a man in a linen shirt and brown jacket appeared. He was of medium build, and his lips were purple. His brown eyes could hardly conceal the intense, baneful look he tried to hide. Klein instantly connected the man to a portrait on a bounty. It was the second mate of the king of immortality Agolito, Slaughter Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. This is a notorious pirate. Klein's nerves tensed up as his gaze locked onto the man. He naturally hung his left hand down as his body prepared to lunge forward. Curtius swept his gaze at the 2-meter-tall giant and saw Klein before retracting his gaze. He turned to leave the ladle bar without stopping at all. Very decisive, very alert. Klein frowned slightly, confident that he hadn't revealed any killing intent. He had even controlled his gaze very well. Was he worried about that giant? Or is his intuition very sharp to a particular extent? Just like the premonition towards danger like devils? Klein wondered as he drank the remaining Gallus beer without participating in the private conversations of the Adventurer Association members. He left the bar and came onto the streets. Now, he didn't wish to give himself new troubles aside from finding mermaids. After circling the area, Klein discovered that Slaughterer Curtius had long departed. His whereabouts were unknown. Hence, he silently returned to his inn. City of Silver. Inside the spire, Derek Berg once again met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Elliott. He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days ago, Colin had told him that in 2 months he should prepare to be sent out on an exploration mission. Chapter 637, The Future. Are you done with your preparations? Colin had his back to the window as he asked without any abnormality in his tone. With the axe of Hurricane attached to him, Derek lowered his head slightly. I'm done. In the past 2 months, through the patrol missions and arduous practice, he had fully mastered the various beyonder powers of Solar High Priest. He was already not too far from digesting the potion. What he wished for the most was to obtain the Sun Pathways Sequence 6 potion formula in the next 2 to 3 tarot gatherings, so as to ensure his continual advancement. The release of Shepherd Lovia made him feel highly threatened. He believed that only by reaching the same Sequence 5 would he have a chance of effectively putting her in check and avert the potential danger of the City of Silver. However, with the knowledge of the acting method and without the lack of beyonder ingredients, all he needed to do was survive the various patrols and exploration missions and make enough contributions to make Sequence 6 a reachable target. However, Sequence 5 required a specific ritual, which made it relatively difficult. The grizzled Colin nodded. In another 2 days, I'll be leading a small team to the vicinity of the Giant King's court. We will do a second sweep of Afternoon Town, which we previously found, and your powers are very suitable for such matters. Afternoon Town. Having been brushing up on his knowledge of legends over the past few months, Derek was no stranger to this name. It was an area that needed to be passed when going to the Giant King's court from the Kingdom of Silver. It was a town where humans and giants lived together. It clustered around the ancient god's residence, which was forever fixed at sunset, just like the last door that separated the real world to a mythological legend. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek couldn't find a reason to reject. City of White Nas. In a particular inn, Klein sat behind a desk as he looked at the constantly changing clouds outside the window, silently awaiting the arrival of evening. At 8, he would board the Star Pirates' flagship, Future, on Dock 6 to head to the furthest eastern front of the Sonia Sea. No matter what happened in the Gargas archipelago or this region of the sea known as a pirate's playground, they would have nothing to do with him. Therefore, he didn't attempt to hunt the small number of pirates with bounties on their heads that he met while walking in the big and small alleys or bars and casinos. He didn't want to mess up his plans of finding mermaids. My spiritual intuition tells me that Slaughter Curtius from Noon seems to have targeted me. I wouldn't mind if he wishes to send himself to his death. Well, battle strategy can be despised, but battle technique needs to be treated seriously. Without using the Sea God Scepter or Tinder, I'm at best a little stronger than him. I'm at an advantage by being well-rounded and strange enough. Klein half closed his eyes as he imagined the gathering of countless spherical lights, and he used it to enter cogitation rapidly so as to maintain the acuteness of his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered as he opened his eyes immediately. At that moment, the sun had already set in the west. The fiery red colors seemed to burn the sea as long shadows were drawn out through the curtains. The shadows seemed to come alive as they danced about before distorting and standing up to project themselves on the wall. Its pitch-black darkness was like the manifestation of the immense evil at the bottom of a human's heart. Klein watched this scene with a deadpan expression. He raised his left palm high as he slowly extended his fingers. The pitch-black shadow produced a voice that sounded hoarse, as though it held sandcloth in it. While looking at Klein, it said, "Gehrman Sparrow, do not interfere in the matter that happened this afternoon. This is the will of the King of Immortality." With that said, the shadow slid down like flowing water and scattered into the darkness, having its original state restored. Klein didn't pay attention to the shadow's changes. Instead, he cast his gaze outside. He could sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere across the street. Hence, he didn't plan on acting upon an incorporeal entity. Indeed, Slaughterer Curtius recognized me as the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, who loves to hunt pirates. That's why he didn't hesitate to turn around at noon. He might not be afraid of me, but there was another rather powerful adventurer present as well. The power he revealed just now is somewhat similar to the Desire Apostle in Backlund. He's more and more likely to be a beyonder from the Devil Pathway. Using the King of Immortality to scare me. Do you think I'll submit just like that? I never intended to involve myself in it. By doing so, I'm actually a little curious. Forget it. Finding the mermaids is of utmost importance as of now. I shouldn't create incidents for myself. Klein retracted his gaze as he lampooned. He was originally wondering if he should report the matter to the Church of the God of Combat in Nas, but after serious consideration, he discovered that it was likely to be meaningless. The Church of the God of Combat is the only legal religion in the Fasak Empire. The number of high-sequence beyonders they have is definitely a little higher than the Church of the Evernight Goddess, but just by a little. Even if the demigods of the Fasak royal family and military are added, with the extensive land and numerous colonies it has, making the number of critical areas that require protection crucial, they would definitely be lacking in manpower. The Gargas Archipelago, which is far away from the Empire and in a relatively ordinary location, with the only industry being whale fishing, there's no doubt that it's only an afterthought and doesn't have any saints protecting it. According to what Klein had previously learned, the Archbishop of the Gargas Diocese for the Church of the God of Combat was only a Sequence 5 Guardian. Together with the Tribunal's Inquisitor, a Baron from the royal family, and a Commodore from the military, they form the highest level of Beyonder combat forces here. Of course, the existence of sealed artifacts had guaranteed the control of the area. Klein suspected that the Church of the God of Combat in Nas had at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact. Only by doing so could they combine it with their fleets and beyonders to ensure that the whale oil and gray amber trade industry wouldn't be under the control of pirates and not end up as one of the vassals of one of the four kings. Under any sudden assaults, they were able to use it to last until reinforcements arrived. And it was precisely because of this that the officials in the Gargas Archipelago ultimately maintained a defensive state. As long as the pirates didn't cause problems, they were allowed to freely enter and leave. Reporting things wouldn't be of any use. No wonder it's called a pirate's playground. It's no wonder Bilt wants to organize an adventurer association. Klein sighed as he gave up his previous thoughts. After dinner and resting for a while, Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was already 7, he held a ritual and summoned himself before responding to himself. He then brought different items into the gray fog while adjusting his inventory. As he was adventuring out at sea on the future, the Murloc cufflink and various sea god domain charms were necessary. Therefore, Klein left Tinder and the sun brooch above the gray fog. With creeping hunger as his main force, he matched it with the biological poison bottle and a revolver which was loaded with different Beyonder bullets. He still had 7 purifying bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets. Wearing his coat, Klein placed down Azek's whistle, as well as his wallet containing only 50 pounds into his inner pocket. Then, he stored the silver adventurer harmonica and charms together. After doing all of this, he touched the revolver beneath his armpit, polished the blue cufflink at his left wrist, and buttoned his double-breasted frock coat. He wore his half-top hat, picked up his black suitcase which contained only his change of clothes and some daily necessities, and left the inn for the harbor via carriage. After waiting for a while at Dock 6, he saw a gigantic sailboat slowly appear from the distance. According to his limited knowledge of boats, Klein knew that a sailboat of such length wasn't scientific. However, this didn't deter it from cruising calmly on the Black Sea surface as it headed for the lighthouse, which emitted its light. As the sailboat approached, the flag gradually became clear. The crimson but weak moonlight allowed the people at the harbor to see 10 white stars of the same size as they circled a cold, eyelashless eye on the flag. Admiral of Stars. The future. The pirates and sailors who were watching over their ships exclaimed as every dock in the harbor was filled with stirred emotions. After more than 10 seconds, The defensive cannons on the two ends of the mountain nervously adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat, which didn't conceal itself. Clang, clang, clang. The distant cathedral produced light and ethereal chimes, signaling that it was 8 o'clock sharp. As the tenseness around the dock became more evident, the future came to a halt. At some point in time, a woman dressed in a black classical robe appeared at the bow. Her clothes were filled with different symbols and magic labels, making her look like a powerful warlock of ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the ground beneath her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge constantly extended forward before landing on Dock 6. An impressive show, as expected of one of the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she's a full admiral, a rank higher than Iceberg and Ailment. Klein sighed as he wished to extend his palm to cover his face. He didn't wish to let others know that the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, was cooperating with Admiral of Stars Catlia. At this point, I can only maintain my persona. Once I'm done digesting the potion and by the time I'm back in the northern continent, there wouldn't be Gehrman Sparrow anymore. Klein walked out of the shadows as he pressed the half-top hat on his head. He smoothly walked onto the starry bridge. His footsteps were firm as Klein walked with his back straight while being targeted by numerous defensive cannons. Under the gazes with ambiguous meanings, he unhurriedly walked to the docked future. The bridge under his feet was transparent as the dark blue seawater, which was almost black, ebbed beneath him. It would make anyone with acrophobia turn limp. Thankfully, I've long become a clown. I've even jumped off a clock tower. Klein covered the last 10 meters with a cold expression before stepping onto the deck of the future. Faced with the black-eyed Admiral of Stars Catlia, who had purple tint to her eyes, he didn't show any nervousness. He took off his hat and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am." Chapter 638, Poison Expert. While Klein bowed, the purple tint in black-haired Catlia's eyes converged as they seemed to turn into an abyss that could suck up souls. What already exuded an air of mystery had turned even more obvious. She saw that the astral projection deep inside Gehrman Sparrow's ether body was pure darkness. In minute areas, there were dark flows with unending changes. She saw that Gehrman Sparrow's left hand was bright and lustrous, but it was stained with a sanguine color that couldn't be dispersed. She saw a blue luster by Gehrman Sparrow's wrist and a silver flow on his left pocket. The colors were bright and obvious as though they were connected to the illusory, stacked spirit world. There was the sound of the tide and the illusory sounds of wind surrounding the items. She saw an intermix of green and black lusters by Gehrman Sparrow's right pocket, as well as 2 points of golden, silver, and bronze under his armpit. At his chest, there was a deep grayish-white, like rotting death. For mystical items and beyonder artifacts or spirituality charms in units of 10, Catlia's eyes were a little dazzled as she couldn't help but close them for a moment. She nodded as well. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Even as a powerhouse who was famous across the seas, a senior member of the 7 pirate admirals, she seldom saw people who armed themselves to the teeth with beyonder items. Of course, she had also seen people with more mystical items, beyonder artifacts, and spirituality charms, but they had secret organizations backing them. They typically had several ships and more than 1,000 pirates under them. Many things needed to be turned in, split, and shared, as well as sold in order to maintain and strengthen one's faction. Few things could be left in their possession as a result. However, few was relative. They could compare with what Gehrman Sparrow presently had, but Catlia had reduced her items to only 2 after several trades. They were 2 items that were sufficiently powerful and mystical enough to match her identity as a pirate admiral. Apart from the lusters representing different items, Catlia's black eyes, which were slightly purple, could also tell that Gehrman wasn't real enough. He seemed to be hidden behind thick curtains. This is the reason why he gives me the feeling like he's not a living person at the Tarot Club. He has quite a number of secrets. It involves at least a Sequence 3 saint or an even higher level angel. Catlia didn't dare take another look as the glow in her eyes were no longer as profound. Meanwhile, she mocked herself, believing that some of her guesses about the world and Gehrman Sparrow were somewhat funny. Involves a Sequence 3 saint or an even higher leveled angel. Haha, there's nothing wrong with that, since he's like me, a member of the Tarot Club. We're definitely involved with Mr. Fool, who's likely a reawakened ancient god. After exchanging greetings, Catlia didn't engage in further small talk. She led Klein towards the cabin. At this moment, the future, which had been docked, set sail again. A long contour was drawn on the surface of the sea as it cruised east of the whale fishing route. With that, the tense atmosphere at the Nas harbor dispersed. Gazes from various sailors were cast over. Klein didn't show any signs of pressure as he surveyed the area and said with a tone as though he was back in his own home, "There are fewer people than I expected." Catlia turned her head and glanced at him before answering simply, "East of the whaling route is very dangerous. Only Ludwell heads there frequently as though he's searching for something." Apart from the future, the pirate crew's other ships wouldn't join us. Similarly, a large number of sailors have been placed on the other ships. Only the minimum number needed to guarantee the successful voyage of the ship has been maintained. A very wise choice. Ludwell. That Admiral Hell Ludwell? Mr. Hangman mentioned him a long time ago. He said that he was beginning to study Sonia C's eastern end of the navigation. Klein nodded a little without a word. This was Gehrman Sparrow's bearing. He silently observed his surroundings and realized that the deck, the cabin, and spars were covered with mysterious and abstract symbols. As a whole, it looked like a gigantic ritualistic magic ceremony. It's like the Golden Dream. It's a sailboat of mystery, but it's not at the level of a ghost ship. Compared to Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, who has only become a pirate admiral for the past few months, clearly is considerably more inferior. The Black Death has nothing special about it. Klein retracted his gaze and followed Katlia to the cabin's entrance. Waiting here was a man in dungarees and a white shirt. He was in his 30s and looked strong and fit. He had thick body hair. As for his forearm, which was exposed outside, it seemed like he was downing a brown sweater. He wore a circular hair with a depression in the middle as he revealed a smile and stretched out his right hand. The first mate of the future, Frank Lee. Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. Poison expert Frank Lee, who has a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Klein instantly recognized the man. Considering how Gehrman Sparrow didn't have the habit of shaking hands, he bent his back slightly and said, "Good evening." Frank Lee retracted his right hand and glanced at Katlia. He said while maintaining his smile, "You seem to know me?" "That's right. The picture I took before is on my arrest warrant. Don't mind the poison expert title. I'm a very friendly person, as long as I'm not facing those darn bastards. My greatest hobby is to study soil and figure out crossbreeding techniques. Believe me, this is the future of humanity." But the people from the Church of Mother Earth don't believe him. Katlia gave Klein an introduction in the most subtle manner. He's originally someone from the Church of Mother Earth. Crossbreeding techniques are good. As long as the quantity rises, it will be able to provide for more humans, raising the poverty line. Klein looked at Frank Lee, and he calmly said courteously and truthfully, "This is something commendable. You are indeed an adventurer who doesn't share the viewpoint of the common man. Excellent. Excellent. There are just too few people like you." Frank Lee's blue eyes revealed a clear look of pleasant surprise. "I've only tried crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat together, allowing calves to be born like wheat. For that, I was almost sent to court by the Church of Mother Earth. My benevolent mother, they don't understand your true will at all. Crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat. You devil." Only then did Klein realize that his understanding of crossbreeding techniques was different from what Frank Lee was talking about. He maintained a stoic expression without providing any further explanation. Under the lead of Frank Lee, who was reeling in a sudden bout of enthusiasm, Klein walked through the corridor beside Katlia. After stepping on the steps and arriving at a higher level, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze to a shadow beside him. A figure grew out of the distorted darkness, a thin and tall but pale figure. His cheeks were nearly transparent, and his nose bridge was disharmonious and tall. His entire being gave off a sickly feeling. "This is the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle," Frank Lee introduced with a smile. "Bloodless Heath, whose bounty is higher than yours at 7,600 pounds? Klein quickly matched the face to the correct bounty notice. Heath nodded as a greeting before receding back into the shadows. "He's a Rose Bishop." When turning around to head for the captain's cabin, Frank Lee warmly mentioned Heath Doyle's situation. "You are telling me your second mate's sequence directly?" Klein nearly pricked his brows. He secretly glanced at Katlia and discovered her masked exasperation. "Are you puzzled and worried that he's a devout believer of the true creator, a lunatic who has been tainted? No, haha. He's a lucky fellow. Due to an incident, the ordinary him was scattered with the potion concocted from a Rose Bishop's Beyonder ingredients. The potion seeped into him, bit by bit, and he survived the ordeal. Finally, he became quite a special Beyonder. As he didn't experience the listener stage, he wasn't tainted, nor did he become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't proactively use the Beyonder power, listen, he remains an ordinary person," Frank Lee said in a flaunting tone. "What an enviable fellow. He reached sequence 6 in one go. Furthermore, he didn't turn mentally unstable like the sea serpent, Calvetua." Klein sighed silently as he watched Admiral of Stars open the door to the captain's cabin. Katlia pointed inside. "Your room is diagonally across from here. Frank will send you over. If there's anything, you can come to me directly. You can have your meals at the dining hall at any time. You can also get Frank to send someone to bring food to your room. What you choose is dependent on your preference." Admiral of Stars does things in a very clear and direct manner. "Yes, she's a mature and wise lady." Klein praised inwardly as he replied without a change in expression. "Okay." He took this opportunity to glance at the layout of the captain's cabin. discovering that it contained a bookshelf, a full-body mirror, a table, and a carpet. She actually reads. Isn't she unable to digest all the information the hidden sage imbues in her? Klein thought in amusement. At this moment, having seen their conversation come to an end, Frank Lee passionately promoted. Mr. Sparrow, would you like a serving of roasted potatoes tonight? When you chew it, it's like beef and its taste is like beef, but it's certainly potatoes. Will I get sick eating that? Klein answered coldly. I don't eat supper. All right then. Frank Lee drooped his shoulders and was just about to lead Klein to his room. Catlia suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Sparrow, you've likely hunted quite a number of enemies and have received several spoils of war. I'm curious about the number of beyonder characteristics you have left. Perhaps they can be used to reduce the remaining price of the trip. Klein considered for a moment and answered frankly, most of them have been sold. There's interrogator, pugilist, and lunatic left. He didn't mention the all-black eye or the beyonder characteristic of nightmare. He really is the most famous adventurer during the past few months. Even after selling most of them, he still has 3 sets of beyonder characteristics. Catlia sighed inwardly as she pondered. I want pugilist. She had a warrior subordinate from the Gargas archipelago who had long made enough contributions to apply for an advancement. Chapter 639, Name List. There was no reason for Klein to decline Catlia's request. He thought for 2 seconds and said, 700 pounds. Very fair. Catlia didn't haggle. Sequence 8 beyonder characteristics typically cost 600 to 700 pounds, but there was often a premium if someone was in desperate need for it. After all, such items seldom appeared at beyonder gatherings. Klein didn't immediately complete the transaction. He raised his suitcase and said without a change in expression, I'll give it to you tomorrow. He didn't bring the pugilist beyonder characteristic with him, as most items of value had been thrown above the gray fog. Catlia wasn't surprised by Gehrman Sparrow's response. She nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. She had encountered many similar cases. It usually meant that the pugilist beyonder characteristic was stored with items which wasn't meant to be known by others. Therefore, it was impossible for Gehrman Sparrow to open his suitcase in front of her to complete the transaction on the spot. A crazy adventurer definitely had his secrets. Catlia paused for a second before adding, There won't be any surveillance placed in your room. Whatever she could see had already been seen by her. It's fine. Klein curled the corners of his lips and coldly smiled. His previous considerations was to place down items like Azek's copper whistle and Willow Septon's paper crane before holding a ritual or going above the gray fog. It was to resist any spying in the sense of mysticism. Then, he could use the washroom as a way to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he wasn't too worried that Admiral of Stars would go overboard. He didn't believe that she was afraid of the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, but that Catlia had no reason to do so. She definitely had milder and more concealed means of observing. For example, getting the help of a beyonder from the spectator pathway. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and followed poison expert Frank Lee to return to his own room. Seeing him walk off at an adequate speed, Catlia turned into the captain's cabin, picked up a heavy pair of glasses and wore it. Backlund, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. In the eyes of an ordinary person, Bishop Utravsky, whose height was that of a half-giant, put down the Bible in his hand. He prayed once around the hall and smiled. The number of believers is increasing. Is that so? Emlyn White, who was in a brown priest robe, was wiping the candle racks as he said, without even looking up. He knew that the number of believers of Mother Earth had indeed increased significantly. It would have been a miracle in the past to have a handful of people be in attendance for praying on weekdays or in the daytime. Now, there was often close to 10. Father Utravsky looked down at the busy vampire priest and chuckled. Anyone can tell if they aren't blind. You have contributed greatly to this. If not for your concocting of the medicine and treating the plague, and your willingness and sincerity in teaching people about medicine, our faith wouldn't have been that easily accepted by the residents of this borough. Emlyn held a cloth and straightened his back. He tipped his chin slightly. I was only acting. What? What do you mean by our faith? Don't lump me with you. Emlyn's expression twisted before he said with a smile, Speaking of the blind, it reminds me of a joke. It said that the demand for blind people in Backlund far exceeds supply. This is because they are widely believed to be most suitable to be jurors. Father Utravsky ignored the joke and benevolently said, Regardless of the goal, you have contributed greatly to the spread of the faith of Mother Earth. Besides, this also proves that you have a kind heart. Pooey. I said so back then, but why didn't you believe me? Emlyn looked up at the priest's massive body before retracting his gaze in silence. After busying himself at the cathedral, he changed into his normal clothes and wore a silk top hat that sheltered him from the sun. He then walked onto Rose Street. He stealthily sized up his surroundings and didn't notice any signs of monitoring. The red glove named Leonard from before really hasn't appeared again. I thought my act of exposing his secrets and buying Tinder would result in me being constantly investigated in secret. Emlyn White shook his head indiscernibly as he felt puzzled. In the earliest stages, he had planned on taking in the hanged man's theory to incur the investigations of the Red Gloves, so as to disrupt the monitoring from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. He could then achieve a perfect equilibrium by using the Church of Mother Earth's Blessed, Utravsky. But things didn't develop as he had expected. Leonard Mitchell had apparently left Backlund very quickly. At the end of February, Emlyn had made a detour to 7 Pinster Street while he was out once, only to discover that it was uninhabited. Without thinking about this matter any further, he walked to the end of the street, got onto a rental carriage, and headed straight for the Odora Villa. He was left to a study on the first floor by an attendant where he saw many Sanguine who had recently come of age. Among them was a Sanguine who had already become a baron. I'm not the only one, he thought before closing the door. He then said to the owner, Cosme Odora, My lord, was I not called here because of a summoning from Lord Nibs? He had said, my lord, rather indifferently as though he was calling him by name. This was because he was also a Sanguine baron. The difference was that he hadn't publicized it. Cosme was a very refined, middle-aged gentleman. He smiled and said, All of you are outstanding young Sanguine. My grandfather has entrusted all of you with some tests. Another Sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, who was lucky to receive an inheritance, asked, What tests are they? Cosme drank a mouthful of dark red blood, which was concocted with grape wine, as he scanned the area. Perhaps you might not know, but the snake of fate from the life school of thought has disappeared for quite some time. As Emlyn White and the other Sanguine looked puzzled, Cosme continued, But I believe all of you should know that the life school of thought is a coalition which was barely formed thanks to their belief in fate. They allied under the massive pressure placed by the 7 Orthodox Churches in the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, and are formed by beyonders who think of themselves as absolutely rational and aloof, those that worship the primordial moon, and those that seek the essence of life and spirituality. Due to the existence of the snake of fate, there hadn't been many serious problems internally. Their worship of the primordial moon was ultimately restricted to a fixed symbolic meaning. Furthermore, the process of formula exchange was melded with a master-apprentice heritage system. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the snake of fate, this process has been disrupted. The primordial moon's believers rapidly turned passionate, producing a fracture in the faction that represents fate. An intense conflict ensued as a result. This matter was used by the Rose School of Thought. It dealt quite a sizable amount of damage to them. Emlyn White, Russ Bathory, and other Sanguine remained perplexed. After sharing the background information, Cosme dived into the details. Worshippers of the primordial moon are our eternal enemies. They have always been hunting us, concocting us into potions to achieve strength. Now, we will not let go of such an opportunity. Here's a list of primordial moon worshippers and their situations. Whoever finds them and kills them will be the victor of this test. My grandfather, as well as various important figures, would reward you generously. If you complete a portion of the list, we will determine this by numbers. Of course, these people were selected, and all of you are capable of dealing with them. The rest will be tracked down by the important figures. Upon hearing the first few sentences, Emlyn White had no intention of participating, despite having hatred for those artificial vampires. He found the matter troublesome, laborious, and tiresome. He'd rather stay at home in silence to chat with his dolls. By the time he realized that it was a competition, as well as sensing the gazes of Russ Bathory and the other Sanguine which were cast on him, Emlyn suddenly straightened his back and tipped his chin. No problem. His red eyes slowly swept across the other creatures in the room. On the future, inside a spacious room with an attached bathroom, Klein stood in front of the window, looking out into the undulating blue ocean. In a good mood, he breathed in the cold winds that came from the north. The flagship of the Admiral of Stars had already separated from the other ships in the fleet as it began to cruise alone. After an unknown period of time, 2 whaling ships appeared ahead. Once they noticed the flag containing the stars and I flying from the future, they immediately responded nervously. They quickly adjusted their positions, aiming their starboards over, their cannons ready to shoot at any moment. At the same time, spears and harpoons, which were shot using explosives, were directed in the same direction. The blonde and large fishermen from the Gargas archipelago held tridents and guns as they braced for an attack, either by standing or crouching. Klein also noticed that there were a number of women with figures similar to the Hulk. It was obvious at a glance that they were heavy and good at fighting. The future didn't mind their welcome. It continued cruising past them, heading deeper into the whaling route. After cruising for a while, Klein saw more pirate ships ahead. They were clustered around the sea route's periphery, their motives unknown. The future came close without standing on ceremony. Immediately, the pirate ships reacted like startled birds as they quickly retreated. Sensing the future slowing down, Klein left his room in puzzlement. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he discovered Katlia walking out. This woman wore a thick pair of glasses on her nose bridge, hiding her mysterious purple eyes. She glanced at Klein and said succinctly, "Someone discovered a ruin which is said to be from the fourth epoch at the bottom of the sea in the waters around here. We plan on taking a look while on the way." Bottom of the sea? Ruin from the fourth epoch? Klein instantly recalled the rumor he had heard from the Lardal bar. So this piece of news has already spread? I was wondering why I got to learn it so easily, he said inwardly in enlightenment. Chapter 640, Female Pirate. Klein had a certain degree of curiosity towards the outcome of the exploration. He didn't ask further as he walked past the captain's cabin and walked down the stairwell. After a few seconds, he felt his throat itch. He couldn't help but raise his fist to his mouth and cough. Klein wasn't surprised by such a development, as it was inevitable. He had carried the biological poison bottle for more than 2 hours last night. Only when it was late at night and his confirmation that Admiral of Stars and crew didn't have any intention of attacking him did he move the mystical item into a black suitcase. Sadly, he ended up falling sick. Of course, the amount of time he brought the biological poison bottle with him wasn't considered long. His body wasn't in a weakened state, so his resulting illness wasn't anything serious. He just felt his tonsils swell in pain. Katlia, who was walking slowly behind, saw this scene, but she didn't find it a problem. Instead, she found it normal. It was common knowledge for knowledgeable beyonders that mystical items were bound to have negative side effects. Furthermore, they would learn from the 7 Orthodox Churches and categorize those with serious side effects which made them impossible to possess or use for prolonged time as sealed artifacts. The reason why Katlia had sold or exchanged many of her low and mid-level mystical items was firstly, because she wanted to better strengthen her survivability. Secondly, the various negative effects from multiple items were troubling. Often, one could avoid one but not the other. Some negative effects might even stack and synergize into something worse. Therefore, to most beyonders, the disadvantages surpassed the advantages. She discovered that Gehrman Sparrow had used mystical items, beyonder weapons, and spirituality charms to arm himself to the teeth. While being amazed, she was already guessing at the type of negative effects he was facing. From what she saw today, it was a temporary simple illness. With steady steps, Klein arrived on the deck and saw Frank Lee. He was still dressed in a white shirt and dungarees. His arm was stained with dirt, as though he wasn't afraid of the cold winds that blew down at him. "Good morning, Gehrman." Frank warmly waved his hand and said, "Here, try my latest product. This is definitely the most welcomed item at sea." As he said, he raised his other hand, and it was a wide and fat fish of an unknown breed. "No, I don't want to know what monster you have cooked up this time." Klein paused in his footsteps as he looked at him with a cold expression. Frank Lee didn't discover any problems with his attitude. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed the fish before slicing a hole open. Blood flowed out and accurately landed in a large beer cup on the deck. It didn't emit any fishy smell. Smell that? It's such an intoxicating alcoholic fragrance. Frank Lee half closed his eyes as he fervently said, "This is a fish who has red wine replacing its blood. As such, the wine contains lots of nutrients." Klein realized he was at a loss for words. Frank looked at the surrounding sailors in excitement before saying to Gehrman Sparrow, "Do you know what's the most troubling matter out at sea? That's when we run out of alcohol without being anywhere close to shore. As long as this kind of fish can rapidly reproduce and become the sea's primary produce, then we won't be lacking any alcohol no matter where we are. By the way, they can be categorized by species. Some will produce landy proof, others nepos, red wine, and beer. The beer needs to come from sharks or whales. Otherwise, there won't be enough. Isn't the most troubling matter the lack of water? Of course, all of you can use beer to replace water most of the time because it doesn't easily spoil. Those poor fishes." Klein was pondering over a response to Frank when Katlia came on deck. She walked past him and questioned her first mate. "Is Nina done with her preparations?" "Yes, she has already finished a bottle of nepos." Frank pointed at a shadow formed by the sails. "The so-called preparations are to drink a bottle of nepos, a specialty of Fasak? The nepos which can light a fire?" Klein suddenly felt that Nina, the lady mentioned by the first mate, was likely someone with Fasak blood. "Captain, I want a bottle of Sonia blood wine more." In the dark, a female figure slowly stood up and walked over. She was more than 1.8 meters tall. Her blonde hair was casually tied up into a high pigtail. Her facial features weren't anything outstanding, but she had the striking traits of someone from Fasak. Her skin was fair and her eyes were dull. This lady named Nina wore a black tight suit made of fish skin. The top and bottom seemed to be a one-piece, fully accentuating her stunning figure. Such a style was rather sexy to begin with. Nina's breasts were also far above what was normal. It was obvious what the surrounding pirates were looking at. Klein felt a little embarrassed and wished to move his gaze away. However, on second thought, Gehrman Sparrow was definitely not such an untried person. All he could do was empty his gaze and look straight at Nina's face. Gehrman, this is our bosun Nina. She's also the navigator's assistant. Haha, her sequence's name is Seafarer. Frank Lee still didn't hold back in his introductions. Apart from his research of crossbreeding, this poison expert is rather simple. I now recall that this lady named Nina has a bounty of 3,600 pounds. Her nickname is Seabed Murderer. Sigh, after seeing so many bounty notices, there are some I can't immediately recall. Klein looked at Nina's eyes and nodded calmly. Good morning, ma'am. Nina held back her smile and sized up Klein. Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious if Vice Admiral Aylment is really as charming as the rumors say. As a female pirate who had mixed with low and mid-class people for extended periods of time, she was always very frank and direct towards both men and women. She didn't show any coyness. She had originally planned on asking Gehrman Sparrow if she was lacking in charm, or ask if he was the cold type, which resulted in her being completely ignored or him showing any reaction. But considering how the man standing before her was a powerful guy, an adventurer who nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Aylment, or a lunatic who could draw his gun and shoot at any moment, she rationally held back her jesting words. She switched to asking about Vice Admiral Aylment. How am I to answer you? Klein gloomily said. Her bounty is extremely charming. Nina was taken aback, somewhat at a loss for a response to continue the conversation. Hence, she turned to look at Admiral of Stars. Captain, do we begin now? Katlia, who felt her bounty flash through her mind for some baffling reason, nodded. Begin. Just as she said that, Nina took large strides to the side of the ship. With her right hand supporting herself, she leaped into the sea, swimming downwards like a gigantic black fish. At the same time, there were a few splashes. A few sailors had jumped down as well to provide her aid. She begins at the mention of it. She didn't need any additional time to prepare. This lady has the temperament of the Church of Storms. As expected of a beyonder from the sailor pathway, Klein looked out the ship as he couldn't help but cough. You're sick? Frank Lee asked directly. Klein nodded slightly and said, a little. Frank thought for a moment. He didn't say a word as he rushed back into the cabin, his destination unknown. By the side, Katlia nudged her heavy glasses and smiled. Frank is a poison expert, but he's also an outstanding doctor. As expected of someone from the planter pathway, Klein didn't ask further as he stood there, awaiting Nina's preliminary exploration. Seeing the sudden silence that became somewhat awkward, Katlia took a few steps forward and said, seemingly in passing, in another day, we will be leaving the Whaling Sea route. But we're at least a week from those waters? Klein thought before asking. That is if we follow the Whaling Sea route. In fact, this will lead further north and be more roundabout. I know of a secret sea route that can allow us to reach the waters you wish to go to in 2 to 3 days. Katlia's gaze looked at Klein's eyes through her thick glasses, as though she wanted to tell how much he knew of the extremely dangerous waters. Klein considered and simply said, very good. That's exactly what I want. In addition, those waters are more illusory than real. Katlia retracted her gaze in thought as she looked at the entrance to the cabin. Frank Lee ran over and held a green apple in his hand. This is the outcome of another one of my projects. It's a crossbreed of medicine and fruits. It makes the consumption of medicine more enjoyable. He beamed as he handed Klein the apple. I'm afraid I'll end up even sicker after eating it. Klein glanced at Admiral of Stars and saw her nod gently. Only then did he inwardly force himself to accept the apple while appearing calm on the outside. He then bit down at the apple. It had the taste of a normal apple. It just had a lot more juice, and the insides were softer. After a few bites, Klein discovered that his throat suddenly wasn't hurting. He didn't realize when he stopped coughing. I have to say that it's rather magical. As long as it doesn't involve animals and humans, Frank Lee is really a genius that should be taken seriously in the Church of Mother Earth. Unfortunately, he ultimately became a devil-like person. Klein looked at the poison expert and said frankly, it's healed. Very good. Frank didn't praise himself as he began casually introducing the pirates on the deck. After a while, Nina and the other supporting sailors swam up to the surface and returned to the ship. She held a metallic piece that had been rotten into an identifiable state and a piece of black hardened mud that was filled with honeycombed holes. She grumbled to Katlia, Captain, there's no deep-sea well. That well's mouth isn't even bigger than my breasts. Of course, it's very deep and dark. It's unknown what's hidden in it. She gestured using her hands. Exaggeration is a common trait of pirates and adventurers. Katlia nodded without using the term bragging. The diameter of the well's mouth is that small? Klein puzzledly looked at the item in Nina's hand as he politely diverted his gaze from her body, which had streams of water flowing down. Katlia's gaze moved in sync with his as she said, go into the details. Chapter 641, A Well Mouth That Humans Can't Pass. Nina was a pirate who had risen up the ranks. Often, she might be easily irritated, but she was very experienced at handling matters. She was a rather reliable person. After some thought, she gave a description in a serious manner. The well's mouth is at a rather deep depth along the seabed. I need enough time to adjust myself before I can acclimatize to the temperature and pressure of the area. That's why I took so much time to get there. It isn't easily discovered, but the remnant iron buildings are indeed rather obvious. I found them once I got acclimatized. They've already completely collapsed or rotted. There's no way to imagine what they originally looked like. However, I could tell that they definitely spanned across a great distance in the past. It's just shrunken by a great deal now. When Nina said this, she chuckled and scanned all the men around her. A real female pirate is indeed different. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. From his point of view, be it Admiral of Stars Catlia, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, or Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, none of them could be considered a pure female pirate. All of them hailed from major factions or secret organizations. When they were low-sequence beyonders, they were either not at sea, or they were following important figures, so what they did were relatively safe matters. Otherwise, they were independent adventurers who had never been tainted by the characters and atmosphere of low or mid-level pirates. After Nina finished laughing, Catlia pointed her finger to the rusted item that could hardly be described as a metal beam. This is a portion of the iron building? Yes, Captain. As you know, I don't know much about history or mysticism. I could only bring some back for your inspection. You're an expert on this. Nina smiled as she handed the metal beam over. Then, she pointed at the black piece of hardened mud, which was filled with holes on its surface. Not far from the iron ruins, I found a well. It's not very big. If it's to be described with the word huge, then I've definitely seen plenty of huge cannons. Those drunken adventurers are better at bragging than us pirates. This is the mud from the inner layer of the well. I can't imagine how such patterns could be formed. Nina's finger repeatedly struck the honeycomb dots on the black mud. Klein originally believed that they were marks left behind by dense shots with very tiny projectiles, but after a careful inspection, he suspected that they were remnant patterns after something had rotted. Each spot was very shallow as its edges spread outwards in an irregular pattern. Nina handed the black mud to Catlia as she continued describing. The well's mouth is really small. Even a child from Nas wouldn't be able to enter. It's very deep. I even felt that it was bottomless. In that environment, the interior was completely dark as though something was slowly summoning me. Yes, slowly. I found a few rocks nearby and threw them in, but there wasn't any response. In short, it's filled with water. Catlia held up the metallic beam and black mud. Through the thick glasses, she observed them seriously. Since the mouth is very small and humans can't enter them, there's no need for us to begin the exploration immediately. It will be very dangerous. Let's wait until I figure out the secrets hidden within these items, and whether the ancient well is worth us taking the risk before we return to make an attempt. Aye, aye, Captain. The wet Nina was trembling as a result of the cold winds. The way she wavered made all the surrounding pirates stare straight at her. Catlia nudged her glasses and said to Nina, "You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine. There's no limit for the rest." Long live the captain. Nina cried out in joy. An underwater well that humans can't enter. Klein, who had no desire to explore it, summarized Nina's description. Suddenly, he had a strange idea. Humans are unable to enter the well, but that doesn't mean that non-humans can't do it. Many deep-sea fishes aren't necessarily that huge. There's a significant chance that they can pass through the well. As they see God, he had the means to make marine creatures do his bidding while wielding the scepter. There's no rush. Let's see if Ma'am Hermit is able to figure out anything from these two objects. I'll consider whether I'll explore it on the return trip. Otherwise, I might attract some exaggerated danger. There's still not enough information regarding this. There's no way to do any divination. As his thoughts wandered, Klein's expression remained deadpan. At that moment, Catlia shot him a glance out of curiosity. Then, she retracted her gaze without leaving any traces. Why did she suddenly look at me? She was seeing what I was doing? It's impossible for her to know that I possess the sea god scepter and can make marine creatures do my bidding. That's not right. She knows, but she only knows that Mr. Fool wields Calvetua's godhood scepter, not the world. Unless she has figured out that the world is the fool. But that's even more impossible. Even Mr. Hanged Man is still stuck at the concept that the world is a blessed. She hasn't even realized this point. Viewing this from a different point of view, I'll consider it from Admiral of Stars' angle. She's someone being pursued by knowledge, and she's a follower of Queen Mystic. She's loyal to the Moses ascetic order, and she has roamed the sea for years. She has plenty of knowledge and experience, so it wouldn't be odd that she knows that the sea god domain possesses the beyonder power to control marine creatures. Therefore, after realizing that humans are unable to pass through the ancient well, she naturally made the connection with the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. Does she plan on requesting for help in the future? She looked at me to figure out if the world has also grasped the corresponding information or have similar ideas. Many ideas went through Klein's mind. With the powers of Clown, He forcefully maintained his indifferent expression. He didn't react abnormally in any way. As Nina was about to draw the Sonia blood wine, Klein pressed down his hat and returned to the cabin. Just as he was about to approach the door, a figure surfaced in his mind suddenly. In a room in the cabin's upper level, the windows were tightly shut and the curtains were drawn. There were a pair of blurry eyes hidden behind them, silently watching the crowd on the deck, as well as Gehrman Sparrow. Who is it? Klein didn't stop. His body didn't show any hesitation as he entered the cabin normally, as though nothing had happened. At 3 in the afternoon, the bright but not scorching sunlight shone into the garden adjacent to Stone University. Michel Duth was already a senior associate professor by 40. He was wearing a long tailcoat and a beautiful bow tie as he waited by the door. Yesterday evening, he received a letter. The sender was from the attendant of the richest aristocratic family in Eastchester County, the Hall family. The person who wrote the letter was the daughter of a member of Parliament from the House of Lords who wielded immense influence. She was Miss Audrey Hall, who was deemed to be the most stunning gem in Backland. This noble lady had mentioned in the letter that she had learned from a gathering that Mr. Michel Duth was an outstanding collector and an aficionado of this domain. She had a great desire in paying a visit. Michel Duth didn't have any reason to refuse. Soon, a classic carriage with a family emblem arrived at the door. 2 servants, who had been instructed to open the outer gates made of iron railings, led the carriage around the garden and arrived in front of the house. A housekeeper was the first to alight, followed by guards and maidservants. Following that, a hand wearing a long white gauze glove was extended outside. With the help of the maidservants, Audrey elegantly stepped onto the carpet which Michel had paved. Michel was first taken aback before his eyes lit up. He felt as though the flowers in the garden had instantly faded. He took 2 steps forward and took off his hat to bow. "Welcome, my honorable lady. Your visit is an honor for me and my family." Audrey took off the veiled hat and passed it to her maidservant before exchanging a few pleasantries. Then, she followed Michel Duth into the living room and entered the collector's room on the first floor. Here, Michel finally found his confidence as the master of the house. He began pointing at his collection and providing an introduction from the left. "This is a helmet that appeared in the White Rose War. After lots of research, it can be determined that the owner is a member of the Sauron family. Back then, they were still considered royalty. The golden helmet had an intricate design. There were avian and flying wings that adorned it, and the visor was formed from pieces of golden scales. My ancestor obtained his first aristocratic title in that war." Audrey replied with piqued interest. She had already adjusted her mental state ahead of time. She was to appear as though she was really here to tour the collections. The failure of the 20-year war had caused the kingdom to suffer years of humiliation, but it also carved out several heroes. Michel resorted to flattery. The White Rose War happened after the 20-year war and before the Battle of the Violated Oath. There, Lone defeated Intis and became strong again. Michel continued introducing his collection as Audrey solemnly listened, raising questions from time to time as she conversed with him. Finally, Michel's finger pointed towards a notebook with a black cover. This belonged to a knight stationed on Sonia Island in the 20-year war. This knight's name has already vanished in the long rivers of history. This notebook is the only proof of his existence. He once stood fast until the very last moment on Sonia Island. This notebook is not only a first-hand account for the research of that portion of history, but it also hides certain problems. The knight's grammar has many uncommon habits. This might be a clue to aid us in determining his exact identity. Audrey instinctively believed that the notebook was her target. Hence, she only leaned in a little. Indeed, the black cover had unobvious patterns. Together, they outlined an abstract image of a dragon. From Michel's tone and minute expressions, his interest is focused on the content and not the item itself. He doesn't particularly treasure it. "I have a high chance of purchasing it." Audrey calmly made a judgment as she turned her head. She then smiled at Michel Duth and said, "What are the uncommon habits exactly?" "Enjoys using short sentences, very simple and short ones," Michel described in a flaunting tone. Audrey was always a good listener. She looked at him with a smile as she listened with focused attention. This made Michel speak more. As she listened, she suddenly felt that the knight's grammatical habits were somewhat familiar. That is, Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she quickly remembered the source of the familiarity. This was a grammatical habit of Dragonese which she had diligently mastered. Chapter 642, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. A knight who knows Dragonese and even used it in the critical stage of his growth. It's no wonder that the psychology alchemist wished to obtain the notebook he left behind. Audrey was enlightened as she stopped her wandering thoughts. She happily and seriously discussed the problem that stemmed from such grammatical habits with Michel Duth. Soon, they concluded the discussion over the notebook as Michel began introducing the other items. Time passed as the tour slowly came to an end. Audrey had planned on raising her request of purchasing the notebook to their next meeting in order to make her goal less obvious. However, In a friendly atmosphere and with the naturalness of their conversation, she sharply sensed that it was an opportunity. Hence, with the powers of lie, she made her cheeks blush red. Mr. Duth, that helmet from the Sauron royalty that originates from the White Rose War is a keepsake of my ancestors. Pardon my presumptuous, but can I buy it from you? Also, the notebook of the 20-year war. I'm very impressed by the knight that stood firm for Sonia Island and also wish to have it. I know it's not a polite request, but I wish that you can understand how I feel. Of course, you have the right to decline. Her eyes moved as she obviously darted them around, partially deliberate and truthful to express her lack of confidence and embarrassment. Michel subconsciously moved his gaze away as he said with a hoarse and slow voice, I'm a collector. I won't sell my collection. His tone and the words he used aren't firm enough. In the intel I previously gathered, he's a gentleman who values his reputation greatly. Using cash to purchase his collection is probably unacceptable. The reason why the psychology alchemist didn't get someone else to complete the mission is firstly, because I have a way of earning contribution points, and secondly, it probably took the associate professor's attitude towards such matters in mind. I have to change my approach. Before the visit, Audrey had already carefully decided of different tests according to the intel she received. After some thought, she changed topics. Mr. Duth, I heard that you're requesting Stone University to build an ancient relic research center? Yes, that has been my goal for the past few years. Michel looked at Audrey and answered frankly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, I'm very interested in the research in this area. I also feel a deep respect for you and hope to see your wish fulfilled. Well, I'm planning on donating £1,000, a nearby piece of land spanning 2,000 Aries 1, in a manner with rather good returns to the faculty you are from at Stone University. I hope to have a non-profit basic relic search and preservation foundation set up. I know it's not a lot, but I will drum up support from the ladies and gentlemen I know in order to get them to make a certain amount of contributions. Mr. Duth, I think you're the most professional relic collector and researcher I know. I'm wondering if you're willing to be the person in charge of this non-profit foundation. 2,000 areas of land near the university. That's worth about £6,000. Together with the manor and the cash, Miss Audrey would be donating nearly £10,000. With such a non-profit relic search and preservation foundation, the difficulties I would encounter to get my research grants approved would be drastically lowered. Michel paused for a few seconds before revealing a sincere smile. He bowed solemnly and said, My honorable lady, the importance you place on academia has left me touched. Its glow is enough to match your beauty and upbringing. I believe I have no reason to reject your invitation. I've already recorded the contents of the notebook. I will send it and the helmet to your residence tonight. Treat it as a gift from a sincere friend. Success. Audrey was delighted as she wished to praise herself. However, she appeared reserved and indifferent. She didn't do anything that was improper. It's my honor, she said earnestly. Although the two items were definitely not worth £10,000, it wouldn't result in any loss on her part. In her plans, this suggestion contained 3 important goals which yielded 3 returns. The first goal was naturally to obtain the item and complete the mission. She would then successfully obtain the hypnotist potion formula from the psychology alchemists. The second goal was to enhance her prestige, standing, and image via donating to academic research and the preservation of ancient relics. This was something most nobles and tycoons needed to do. Even if the donation wasn't today, Audrey would have to donate £3,000 or more to the various charitable organizations. Therefore, she believed that her father, Earl Hall, wouldn't stop her from doing this with a few of her properties. The third goal was that by having a foundation that focused on the search and preservation of ancient relics, it made it easier for her to come into contact with historical records or mysterious items of value. Audrey didn't need to personally do anything. All she needed to do was sit at home to receive items that might be beneficial to her. It was equivalent to using £10,000 to produce even more money to establish her own faction. Of course, if Michel Duth hadn't accepted this exchange, then she had other plans. The kingdom's higher education commission had someone from the Hall family, as well as noble friends she knew. As long as the associate professor had anything he needed, she was certain that she had the means to satisfy him. However, Audrey didn't like such methods. She had a nagging feeling that it was shady and would harm the public interest. After discussing the matter, Audrey stayed for a little longer and chatted idly for about 15 minutes. It made the wrapping up process not as sharp and abrupt. Following that, she first left Michel's house and rode her carriage back to the Hall family's villa in Stone City. Past 8 in the evening, she received the Sauron royalty's helmet and the notebook from the 20-year war. Audrey wore a pair of white silk gloves and sat before her desk with piqued interest. She placed the helmet to the side as she began flipping through the content in the notebook. She discovered that the records were sparse. The early records indicated how the knight who was stationed in the ancient Elvish island had learned how to brew Sonia blood wine, how he chased after women, how he spent the boring days. In the later records, It entered the period of the 20-Year War. It mainly included his cursing of the people of Fasak, his grumbling about his companions, and the consideration towards his plans to stand fast. It also included the end of how the Sonia Island was first lost. Apart from the grammatical habits being similar to Dragonese, there aren't any serious problems. Nor can I find any hidden clues. Audrey frowned as she closed the notebook. She had used methods derived from mysticism to do her checks, but they were to no avail. This made her unwilling to waste time as she planned to turn it in to the psychology alchemists. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly had a new idea. Mr. World and Mr. Hanged Man will often consider problems from different angles to provide suggestions. Should I learn from them? Well, viewing it from a different point of view. If the content of the notebook isn't problematic, would the physical item actually be what the psychology alchemists are after? What's so special about it? I didn't discover anything. It belongs to a knight who's accustomed to using Dragonese. That knight must have experienced something. Divination. Yes, divination. Perhaps I can find the knight's final location using divination with the help of the notebook. And this might be related to a dragon. Since it's a dragon, there's a high chance that it's a mind dragon, a representative of the spectator pathway. Clues involving it would indeed be something the psychology alchemists will pay close attention to. Audrey, that's some nice thinking. Audrey's eyes turned crystal clear as it seemed to hide a clear resplendence. She couldn't help but turn her head and looked at the golden retriever sitting by the side. Susie glanced at her owner and barked. Audrey, do you want me to praise you? No, there's no need. Audrey turned her head back, feeling a little embarrassed. Then, she discovered an important question. She wasn't able to divine things herself, or it could be said that the revelation that she received from divination would be highly inaccurate. There's no way to confirm it. No, I can seek Mr. Fool's help. A secret deed ritual? It can only be performed on my body and not towards an external object. Artificial sleepwalking? It's similar to secret deed rituals, so it wouldn't do as well. Sacrifice it to Mr. Fool and get him to do the divination before bestowing it back to me? No, that won't work. It will appear rather disrespectful. He isn't my father or teacher, but a real god. Using such a method is way too casual and somewhat sacrilegious. Audrey's thoughts slowly went from Mr. Fool to divination. Although she was rather incapable of divination, she had a certain level of understanding in the corresponding knowledge. She soon locked onto a particular method of divination. It was to seek the help of a third-party strength, an unknown or mysterious existence, via a certain ritual. The most classic example of such a method was magic mirror divination. Yes, it's indeed very dangerous, but the danger stems from the possibility that the target is filled with malice or one that can cause a person to break down immediately. But I don't have such worries. I can seek Mr. Fool's help. Audrey blinked and held down her agitation as she said to the golden retriever, Susie, guard the door outside. I will use a mysticism method to study this notebook. Didn't you use them before? Susie asked, puzzled. She's getting harder to fool. Audrey's eyes darted around as she said confidently, I plan on using magic mirror divination. Don't worry. I'll make the plea to a safe existence. All right. Susie determined that Audrey was speaking the truth. She took a few steps before turning around to exhort her. Audrey, you need to be careful about being possessed by a mysterious existence. I know. Audrey replied without feeling worried at all. From her point of view, if Mr. Fool really wanted to do something to her, he had countless opportunities in the past. There was no reason for him to wait until this day. After Susie opened and closed the door by herself and went out, Audrey sat in front of her desk and recited the honorific name of the Fool to request the use of magic mirror divination. After a while, Klein, who was on the future, went to the bathroom and headed above the gray fog. There, he heard Miss Justice's prayer. That can be done? That's right. As a mysterious and unknown existence, I can be the third force in a magic mirror divination. Klein allowed it, while feeling amused. Audrey immediately picked up the notebook, sat in front of the dresser, and lit a candle while facing the mirror. Chapter 643, Klein's version of magic mirror divination. With the curtains drawn tightly and all the lights extinguished in the room, Audrey followed the requirements of magic mirror divination and completed the corresponding preparations. Of course, she didn't specially choose a specific time, as there wasn't any need to be that troublesome when getting Mr. Fool's help. Looking at the candles and reflected light in front of her, as well as her reflection, Audrey picked up a bottle of extract in excitement and some unease. She then dripped a few droplets onto the dim flame. As the mild and refreshing fragrances filled her nose, for some baffling reason, Audrey recalled the times when she was still a mysticism enthusiast. In the beginning, she would also commit all kinds of mistakes. She would realize that she had forgotten to prepare the essential oils and extracts that would please the deity at a critical moment during the ritual. All she could do was make do with perfume, and her attempts no doubt failed. In fact, according to the information which Mr. Fool shared, he would similarly respond even if I had used my perfume. Audrey exhaled slightly and, using cogitation, calmed herself down. She knew that her uncontrolled thoughts weren't ordinary behavior coming from her. The tiny bit of anticipation and nervousness had been magnified by lie. After making sure she was in an optimal state of mind, Audrey clasped her hands and pressed them to her mouth and nose as if in prayer. She sincerely chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The secret incantation gently echoed 7 times as Audrey felt the surrounding darkness had the inclusion of something which was somewhat indescribable. It was like an undercurrent hidden beneath the water surface. Looking up, Audrey reached out her right hand and passed it through the still candle flame and stroked the mirror's surface from top to bottom. At this point, the magic mirror divination was basically done. If the mysterious and unknown existence's interest was piqued, it would respond through the mirror. Above the gray fog, in the ancient and magnificent palace, Klein looked at the crimson star representing Miss Justice expand and contract as it rippled with an illusory glow. Finally, it was tainted with a nearly black feeling of serenity. It condensed into a circular halo the size of a mirror that appeared to lead to the outer world. It's different from past rituals. Interesting. Klein leaned back into his chair and extended his spirituality to make contact with the black circular hole. Silently, his vision changed. The long bronze table and the crimson star overlapped with the spacious room, which was illuminated with candlelight, becoming distinct once again. At this moment, Klein felt that a mirror had become an extension of his body or eye. It allowed him to clearly see and interfere with the real world despite being above the gray fog. Yes, clearly. All the objects in Klein's vision no longer looked blurry as they appeared distinctly in his eyes. His gaze suddenly froze for 2 seconds. In front of him was a golden-laced, white-dressed lady. Her long blonde hair was casually tied up as they smoothly and luxuriantly flowed down. Her emerald eyes reflected a somewhat palish flame, looking as deep as the ocean and also as pure as a gemstone. Her facial features and the shape of her face were matched with a stunning beauty. Her bearing and elegance were clear and pure. Klein shifted his gaze away as he felt guilty for some baffling reason. I nearly imagined her to be a demoness of quite a high sequence. Thankfully, I recalled in time that Miss Justice is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's impossible for her to become a demoness. The smell of this extract isn't bad. Very unique. It has a very subtle feeling. The mystical item created from that faceless beyonder characteristic, Miss Justice made it into a necklace. Klein's gaze landed on the mystical item which was disguised as a diamond necklace. Then he heard Miss Justice say with utmost anticipation, "Mirror, mirror, please tell me the location of the owner of this notebook." Audrey knew that she was asking Mr. Fool, but mirror, mirror, were words she had always wanted to recite from the stories she had heard from a young age. She finally had a chance to use it in practice. The failures in the past don't count. Yes, Audrey nodded inwardly. Klein instantly looked at the black notebook placed between Miss Justice and the candle. He discovered that his spirituality could easily spread out with the help of the mirror. He could hold the divination medium as though he was using his hand. Above the gray fog, he quickly wrote the corresponding divination statement, the location of the original owner of the notebook. With one hand holding the notebook and another hand holding the piece of paper, Klein recited as he leaned back in his chair. With the help of cogitation, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Audrey looked at the mirror intently with her emerald eyes, awaiting Mr. Fool's reply. After a few seconds, she saw ripples being produced on the mirror's surface. It's a success. Magic mirror divination really works. Audrey's eyes widened as they reflected the scenes flashing inside the mirror. It was a view of a village from above. The scene zoomed in as the dragon drawings on the various buildings gradually turned clear. A cathedral quickly occupied the mirror in its entirety before being replaced by the cemetery attached by it. Finally, the scene was fixed on a tombstone in a corner. On it were words that had turned blurry as a result of the elements. The only thing that could still be discerned was the name, Lindalira. At this moment, the mirror suddenly darkened before restoring to normal. It reflected Audrey and the candle in front of her once again. Isn't this the village which had the customs of dragon worship? The knight who wrote the notebook is named Lindalira and is from that village. He returned to his hometown after the loss of the 20-year war and stayed there until his death? Or was he sent back to his hometown as a corpse? That village is in Eastchester County. Stone City is also part of Eastchester County, so it's very understandable that the notebook which Associate Professor Michelle obtained stems from there. There's indeed a mind dragon living in the sea of collective subconscious over there. Feeling enlightened, Audrey thanked Mr. Fool and ended the magic mirror divination. Under the candlelight's illumination, she stared at the notebook for a moment before deciding to hand it over. She wanted to know what the psychology alchemists would divine or figure out. At the very least, The present me lacks the strength to come into contact with that mind dragon. That's all I can do. Besides, even if the psychology alchemists really discover anything and benefits from it, once I slowly rise up the ranks in the organization, some of that will belong to me. Audrey's mood very quickly turned positive once again. Above the gray fog, Klein wrapped the corner of the long bronze table. With Miss Justice's description, he made his judgment. The notebook and the village had something to do with the dragon, and dragons often implied treasure. What a pity. Miss Justice's strength is lacking. Otherwise, I would have encouraged her to explore it and pray to the sea god if something happens while I provide support to her via various means. Yes, it's too dangerous for her. It can only be set aside for now. If the psychology alchemists didn't discover anything, perhaps we can attempt it in the future. Klein suppressed his regret as he recalled the experience of the magic mirror divination. This kind of divination is extremely advantageous for the third party. There's almost no price to be paid to connect to the real world. If I so wished, I could have torn out of the mirror in my spirit body form. But to the user, it's indeed dangerous. They will appear under the sights of an unknown existence without any protection. From there, they can be possessed, controlled, cursed, and corrupted. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried that Miss Justice would abuse magic mirror divination, as she had the best and safest target to pray to. There was no need for her to seek anyone else. And that would be me. Klein retracted his finger and sat at the end of the long bronze table and waited in silence for 20 to 30 seconds. Soon, he returned to the real world. He didn't stay too long since he was on the future. There was someone watching him from the dark. After leaving the bathroom and putting away Azek's copper whistle and Willa Septon's paper crane, Klein glanced at the crimson moon which had been shrouded by clouds as he pondered silently for a moment. He put on his half-top hat, pulled open the door, and went into the corridor. After taking a few steps forward, Klein deliberately slowed his footsteps and glanced at the first room on the left through the corner of his eye. Based on his judgment, the mysterious pair of eyes that were silently observing him in the deck during the day was in that room. Klein walked slower and slower as he nearly stopped in front of the door. He didn't hide the extension of his left palm as he reached for the handle when scenes naturally surfaced in his mind. Not far behind the door was a clothes rack with nothing hanging on it. Faint starlight scattered across the clean floorboards. There was a sense of solitude and serenity that lacked the aura of humans. The windows had opened at some point in time as the sea breeze blew in from the outside, lifting the curtains which weren't too heavy. There's no one there? Klein had planned on probing the area, but he immediately retracted his left palm and walked towards the stairs as though nothing had happened. When he arrived on the deck and was taking in the cold night breeze, Klein strolled on the starboard with a cold and casual expression as though his main goal was to come out for a stroll. Suddenly, he saw a man sitting ahead of him. The man was wearing dungarees and a white shirt. Frankly, Klein didn't stop as he approached. The man sensed something as he turned his body halfway around to look at the person approaching. He was none other than poison expert Frank Lee, but he no longer wore a smile. Streaming down the corner of his mouth was blood-red liquid. Klein pricked up his brows without saying a word. Frank Lee suddenly raised his hands and grabbed a silver-scaled fish that wasn't struggling. He said in depression, "It failed. Their lifespan is shorter than I imagined. It's impossible to breed them, even if they are planted in the ground." As he spoke, he raised the silver-scaled fish in his right hand and bit down on it. "That's good. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of the kind of abominations you would create." "So, you are drowning your sorrows with alcohol, no fish?" Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 644, Laughter. Klein couldn't go against his own wishes to console Frank Lee, nor could he bring himself to tell Frank Lee that not being able to breed red wine fish was a good thing. All he could do was pretend that this was a trivial problem and not provide a response. He walked 2 steps diagonally and circled around the starboard before looking far into the undulating sea. By then, the clouds high in the sky had thinned. The crimson moon's moonlight brightened up the rather dark night. In such an environment, Klein could see the nearby scenery. There were dark clouds that hung low, and he discovered a hurricane swishing back and forth, encompassing an unknown swath of sea. Under the illumination of the silver lightning, fine rain danced amidst the wind, forming a scene that resembled the dawn of the apocalypse. Such a terrifying disaster was only a few nautical miles, or even shorter from the future, but the future didn't seem affected. Only the wind had become a little stronger. This is the meaning of a safe sea route, to advance by the side of a storm. Without a good navigator, just traveling normally might push the ship into a disaster. Klein turned his head to look where the ship was heading. He saw a little illumination and fog being emanated. The visibility was extremely low, and using just the naked eye was very difficult to discern if they were in a dangerous or safe zone. Such situations weren't obvious west of Orvey Island. But here, it was common once they took the secret sea route. Klein was just about to retract his gaze when he saw a black, massive object seemingly hiding in the periphery of the storm. A sea monster? He suddenly recalled some of the rumors he had heard at the different bars he had been to. After steering away from the safe sea route, it's very easy to encounter all kinds of monsters. Some of them are behemoths and possess intense offensive power. Once they surfaced from the sea, they could finish it in one mouthful. The future didn't stop advancing. Before long, it closed the gap between it and the gloomy but massive object. Klein finally managed to discern the entity's appearance and discovered that it wasn't a sea monster, but a gigantic sailboat which was even larger than the future. The sailboat was nearly 200 meters long. With its bow and stern raised high, it appeared like a crescent. Its surface was black. The cannons were arranged in 3 rows in an untidy manner on the side of the ship. There was order from top to bottom. Apart from the mast, the portions that extended out of the deck was similarly tall and massive. It was at least equivalent to a 5-story building. This ship's most odd feature was that it only had one sail, and on it was the drawing of a black tomb. The death announcer, a heavy voice, sounded in Klein's ears. At some point in time, Frank Lee had thrown the silver-scaled fish whose blood had been replaced with red wine away and approached his side. The first mate, who had a bounty of 7,000 pounds, held his head heavy as his muscles remained tense. It was as though an attack would be launched any time from the minute changes of the gigantic sailboat. Death announcer? Klein was first taken aback before he recalled what the name represented. It was one of the most legendary and infamous ships on the 5 seas. It was the flagship of the King of Immortality Agalido. We actually encountered one of the 4 kings. Klein clicked his tongue silently as he uncontrollably entered a highly vigilant state. However, he maintained a superficial level of indifference and calm as he continued looking at the death announcer. Recalling how the second mate of the death announcer, slaughterer Curtius, who had a bounty of 9,500 pounds, had recently appeared in Nas and warned him, Curtius came to an understanding. He was no longer puzzled as to why he would bump into the death announcer not far from the Gargas archipelago. After putting aside this question, he made connections with even more rumors. And among these rumors, there were a number which could be confirmed to be an actual description. King of Immortality Agalido is a middle-aged man who's so pale that he's on the brink of rotting at any moment. The bounty placed on him by a single country reached as high as 100,000 pounds. His former enemies are all dead, regardless if they were pirates, adventurers, or members of a naval fleet. Only the other 3 members of the 4 kings remained alive. He has never entered into direct combat with an official demigod. He is extremely restrained in such matters. No one really knows his exact sequence. No one knows what his beyonder powers are. He's cruel by nature and enjoys killing. He can launch an attack on any person or any ship at random. He liked to find excuses to rip apart promises. Other than his nickname as the King of Immortality, he was often nicknamed the Untrustworthy. Thankfully, I'm on the future. The King of Immortality will likely give Admiral of Stars a free pass. After all, she's one of the 7 pirate admirals. No, the 4 kings and the pirate admirals can cooperate or be at odds normally, apart from the pirate convention organized by the King of the 5 Seas. With the King of Immortality's character, he might not leave any chance of survival. Just as this thought flashed in Klein's mind, he heard a deep, rumbling horn. Whoosh! The sailors who were resting in the cabin jolted awake immediately. Without wearing their clothes, they ran to the different cannons on deck to make preparations to do battle. The future instantly went from a peaceful state to a combative one. Klein turned his head and looked up. He saw that the captain's windows were already open. Katlia wore the usual black dress as she stood there and observed the death announcer. She wasn't wearing the thick glasses, and her pitch-black eyes were tainted with some purple, making them mysterious and deep. Indeed, she's also worried about a sudden attack from the King of Immortality. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at the death announcer, which had its tail raised up. At this moment, the 2 ships had just passed each other by. The pirates could see their counterparts on the other ship. Similarly, those pirates were also looking over. They maintained a silence resembling that of a statue, as though they had 0 emotional fluctuations, brandishing their knives and blowing at the guns. They were being extremely provocative. At that moment, just a matchstick was enough to trigger the tense nerves and begin a war. Finally, the death announcer didn't take any actions. It continued silently anchored on the spot, watching the future pass it by before it distanced itself. Phew! At Klein's side, Frank Lee didn't conceal his exhalation. He produced a smile and said to Klein, "Heh. There has always been many rumors about the King of Immortality's strength. Others say that he's really a demigod, while others say that he's only a sequence 5. He is able to reach the level of a sequence 4 thanks to the death announcer. But regardless, he has lived long enough. Tell me, do you think crossbreeding him and my fishes would enhance their survivability?" Frank suddenly had an idea. First, you need to capture the King of Immortality, Otherwise, make him interested in your fish. Klein lampooned before calmly saying, "You can discuss it with him." Frank Lee was taken aback as he sighed, depressed. "He won't agree to it. He will plant me into the soil." Just as he said that, the death announcer which had opened a gap with the future suddenly turned its sails. A shrill laughter which was filled with malice sounded from several hundred meters away as it blanketed the future. Ha ha, ha ha. The laughter resounded constantly. It switched from being hoarse to chaotic, sounding like ravings or singing at times. The sailors on deck fell to the ground one after another as they tried hard to cover their ears, but all they could do was struggle in pain. A number of beyonders began to produce fish scales on their bodies. Klein was similarly affected. He felt that his brain was instantly injected with all kinds of thoughts. There were the good, the bad, the bright, and the dark. They were abnormally disordered as they combined with the constantly changing laughter to produce a swelling feeling that could burst one's brain. Klein's facial expression distorted slightly as inconspicuous flesh tendrils began to start wriggling under his skin. If he hadn't experienced the true creator's ravings and Mr. Door's cry for help, or suffer similar torment when he passed the gray fog each time, giving him a certain level of resistance, Klein would definitely be like poison expert Frank Lee. Pressing his head, kneeling down with a ferocious expression to resist the pain brought from the terrifying laughter. Klein noticed that some short orange hair was growing from Frank's face, making him seem to transform into a bear. At that moment, the symbols and magical labels on the future's walls, deck, and mast lit up. They became like a resplendent sea of stars in a moonless night. The terrifying laughter, which was either sharp or hoarse, didn't weaken, but everyone was distanced from one another in a second. The sounds that came from a further distance away sounded empty and illusory. Klein's swelling head instantly received reprieve as he used the rest of his strength to look up. Behind the open windows in the captain's cabin, the Admiral of Stars' face had additional traces of gloominess, and they looked like they would crack apart at any moment, producing horrible items. At that moment, Catlia's palms pressed down on the window sill as bits of starlight swirled around her, seemingly matching the future which was on the resplendent sea. Whoosh! A squall stirred for no reason as the ship began its own adjustment. Despite the future having so many of its sailors down, it sped up instead of slowing down. It quickly opened up a gap from the death announcer. Klein looked at the room with the mysterious pair of eyes that observed the deck, and he discovered that the windows were rattling from the strong winds without any signs of abnormalities. Whoosh! Amidst the strong winds, starlight descended to form a swath of floating ice as they dragged the future into a rapid flight. Finally, the death announcer vanished behind it. The terrifying laughter which could make a person lose control or go mad turned more illusory and distant. Frank Lee lowered his hands and panted before barely recovering. Many of the sailors on the deck were still tumbling about and struggling in extreme pain, but their condition didn't worsen. This ability of the King of Immortality is truly impressive. There's almost no way to defend against it. It's no wonder he's one of the four kings. Klein frowned slightly as he sighed. Although he was experienced and rather knowledgeable, this was the first time he was being directly attacked by a demigod in the true sense of the word. He discovered that even Agalito, who was ranked last among the four kings, similarly made him feel weak, as though it was impossible to resist. With Agalito's character, will he make the death announcer pursue us? Although there's a high chance he would wait for Slaughterer Curtius to return, that possibility cannot be excluded. If he chases up, I'll pray to myself and use the sea god scepter to give him a maelstrom and a thunderstorm to wipe him out. After making the decision, he once again looked at Catlia. The pirate admiral's expression was already ghastly pale. However, there were no longer any signs of darkness. The starlight that twirled around her slowly extinguished one after another. Chapter 645, Calming Method. Following the complete disappearance of the surrounding astral glow, Catlia lowered her head and said to Frank Lee, who was slowly recovering, "Let them calm down." She was referring to the sailors who were still struggling in pain. Just as she said that, Catlia shrunk her body back as the windows closed. At that instant, Klein vaguely saw a green vine grow upwards, covering the Admiral of Stars in layers. As he didn't sense any danger or wickedness, he intuitively believed that it was a method in mysticism which Ma'am Hermit used to treat her injuries and recover her energy. A power of her beyonder pathway, or is it from some mystical item she possesses? She began treatment without any worry and allowed Frank to deal with the chaos on the ship. She's not afraid that the death announcer would be able to chase up to us? How far did the future fly in that last pounce? Klein no longer held his neck up as he turned to look at Frank Lee. This first mate, who was both a poison expert and a capable doctor, had already retrieved a coiled soft tube from the pocket of his dungarees. It was connected to a small glass bottle, and on the other side was an embedded thin and sharp needle. "A sedative I concocted," Frank Lee said with a forced smile while still having pangs of fear. I bought something similar before. They were all given to zombie Merrick. Klein surveyed the area and said, this might not be enough. No, it's not for them. I need a helper. They will receive the help of beer which comes with a sedative effect. Haha, they're often rowdy once they're drunk, so I've added the necessary elements in most of the alcohol buckets, Frank explained in passing, spiking their drinks without any notice. Klein nearly twitched the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he had a deep appreciation for the aptness of the nickname Poison Expert. Simply because he found the pirates rowdy when drunk, Frank had added a modified sedative to most of the alcoholic beverages without any sense of guilt or shame. It was as though he was doing something very ordinary. This fellow is a really straight and warm person in certain aspects, but in other aspects, he's more terrifying than a devil. This is because he doesn't believe that what he does is evil. How did the Church of Mother Earth produce such a crazy scientist? Klein controlled his expression and followed Frank Lee from a distance and found the bosun, Nina, who was squirming in the shadows of the bulkhead. This pirate with an exaggerated figure was slumped there, writhing in pain. She kept scratching the deck, producing ear-piercing sounds as bloody marks were left behind. Just watching the scene made Klein feel pain in his fingers. Gehrman, help me press her down to prevent her from struggling. Frank raised the needle and tube in his hand. Klein didn't object to it, but he didn't say a word. He calmly crouched by the side and pressed down on Nina's shoulders. He felt his hands slip the moment he touched her, finding it difficult to grab her. It was as though she wasn't a lady but a gigantic fish covered in slippery scales. Klein instantly corrected his actions. Using a clown's precise control, he grabbed Nina firmly by the shoulders. However, Nina's struggling was surprisingly strong, far greater than Klein's. Soon, he felt his fingers turn sore as he could hardly continue. As expected of a Sequence 7 Beyonder from the Sailor Pathway, while I'm not a Beyonder who excels when it comes to physical strength, if not for the need to feed it, I can activate Creeping Hunger and switch to Steal Mavadi's soul and use the strength of a zombie as a most suitable response. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Klein saw Frank approach, crouch down, and press his knee onto Nina's back. His muscles bulged as he quickly stopped Nina's struggling. A Beyonder from the Planter Pathway has quite a lot of physical strength as well. However, Mr. Frank Lee, it's probably difficult for you to get a girlfriend if you use such crude manners against a lady. Of course, you definitely don't mind. You could totally let your child grow from the soil. Klein lampooned as he watched Frank Lee inject the needle into the back of Nina's hand. As the small bottle of sedatives was injected, Nina stopped her attempts at struggling. Klein released his hands and stood up. After a few seconds, Nina combed her hair and rolled to her feet. She grumbled at Frank Lee. Why must you always be so rough like a bear? Can't you try a different method? As she spoke, she stretched her arms without concealing the pained expression on her face. Unlike the dive from earlier, she was now wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. She looked no different from an ordinary pirate. Frank wasn't fazed by Nina's complaints as he asked in puzzlement, how was I rough? All right, let's not argue on this topic. Let's help them first. Get the beer barrel out. Let's work together to make them drink. Gehrman, you don't mind participating in this, right? Klein shot a glance at the sailors on the deck. After contemplating for a few seconds, he asked, the goal is to let them calm down? That's right. Frank Lee nodded heavily. Can I just knock them unconscious? Klein asked calmly. This has almost the same effects as a sedative beer, and it's more efficient, he added inwardly. Nina turned her head in surprise and was momentarily stunned speechless. Frank Lee thought seriously for a moment. Okay, all right. Klein walked to a cutlass he had long noticed, picked it up, and used the dull edge to strike it at its owner. Bang! Through his precise control, the pirate who was rolling in pain calmed down and fell unconscious. Nina's expression froze for a second before she recovered. She then slowed down when passing by Klein. She suppressed her laughter as she said, I've heard rumors of you, but I never expected you to be more exaggerated than the rumors. Usually, it should be the opposite. Yes, your thoughts are very, very special, completely different from others, and they're closer to those of Frank's. This is probably why he's able to treat you as a friend in such a short time. No, there are differences among lunatics. Gehrman Sparrow hasn't reached the level of Frank yet. Klein observed silently and gave such a reply inwardly. He ignored Nina and held the cutlass and walked across the deck, knocking the sailors unconscious and waiting for them to wake up naturally. Frank wished to do the same, but he gave up his rash thoughts when he was asked by Nina if he could guarantee that he only knocked them unconscious instead of killing them. He entered the cabin and brought out a beer barrel and acted according to his original plan. Bam! 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 Klein struck as he walked all the way to the bow. At this moment, an elder in his 50s with a pointed bonnet had gradually come round. When he saw the cold and crazy adventurer approach, he hurriedly tried to stand up and blurted out, No, I don't need it. I'm already fine. I'm fine. There's no need to explain. It's very clear. Klein held back his amusement and turned for the bow. At this moment, The elder introduced himself. I'm the navigator of the future, Odilov. Navigator? Klein turned his head and discovered several books dropped around Odilov. They were either spread on the ground face up or down, flat or sideways. Haha, I fell from above and brought them with me. They nearly went mad, Odilov explained. Klein shifted his gaze towards his eyes and discovered the colors of the deep sea in his blue eyes. It's not the pair of eyes that were observing me in the day, but this feeling is somewhat similar to the Admiral of Stars. They are of the same pathway? Klein retracted his gaze and watched Nina and Frank Lee calm the other sailors. Just as he was about to look back to see if the death announcer had continued its pursuit, Odilov suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Whoosh! A huge wave struck the bow, causing the future to shake vigorously. If not for his balancing ability as a clown, Klein would have fallen like Frank. And when the huge spray pattered down like rain, it drenched his half-top hat and double-breasted frock coat. There should be a steam iron here, right? The act of a crazy adventurer washing his clothes doesn't violate his persona. It's weird if he doesn't wash his clothes. I should have worn clothes in the style of the Rorsted Archipelago natives. At that instant, Klein felt a series of heartache. He saw a storm ahead with huge waves coming one after another as they surged high up like mountains. He could sense the crazy winds and the rumbling thunder. We've come to the boundaries of the safe sea routes? The flight from just now might have allowed us to lose the death announcer's tail, but it has also diverted the ship from its path. Klein watched as Odilov, Nina, and Frank, as well as bloodless Heath Doyle, who had appeared at some point in time, wake up the sailors as they took their places. They frantically and busily began to steer the future. Through their hard work, the future changed directions in time and tore through the gigantic waves and dodged the bolts of lightning before returning to the safe sea route. After everything calmed down, Klein released the charm from the sea god domain and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw no signs of the death announcer's pursuit. He finally eased up and found that there was nothing calm about the night. After surveying the area and seeing the pirates rub their heads or gasp for breath, looking exhausted and on the brink of collapse, Klein left the deck, feeling a slight guilty conscience. He walked to the cabin and sighed inwardly. We just left the Gargas archipelago recently, and the ship was nearly destroyed. The search for mermaids really doesn't seem simple. Following the staircase to the upper level, Klein walked past the captain's cabin and slowed down. He observed for a moment and saw green leaves covering the crack in the door. Everything was isolated. He shifted his gaze and returned to his room. He considered the matter of praying to the fool before going above the gray fog to grasp the nearby waters and search for traces of the death announcer by responding. He wanted to let the king of immortality Agolito, who attacked others for no baffling reason, to experience the same treatment as he did. No, there are eyes watching. I should try my best not to do such things. Besides, it will only teach the king of immortality a lesson and not seriously injure him. It's not worth the risk. I shouldn't let my anger get the better of my rationality. I'll think about it again after advancing successfully. Klein repressed his urge. Chapter 646, Leymano's Spellbook. Backlund, outside the steam locomotive station. Furs wore a finely checkered black veiled hat with embedded blue flowers and stood by the hall at the station's entrance, awaiting her teacher, Dorian Gray. The drizzle on the streets and the cold winds blowing underground had made this female author tremble slightly. She felt that she had underestimated Backlund's spring. I wonder what Zio is doing that makes her busy all year round. Sigh. She said that she wouldn't even get out of bed when her father was still alive. Apart from going to the bathroom, both food and water would be served to her by her servants. Now, she's leaving early in the morning every day and only returning late at night regardless of the weather. She has completed one mission after another, capturing one fugitive after another. With this in mind, Furs couldn't help but admire Zio. Last week, this female sheriff had already paid off her debt and had even saved up £200. I have to say that, as a beyonder job, a sheriff is really suited to being a bounty hunter. Of course, the choices available to her are limited to low-sequence beyonders. Furs's thoughts wandered as her gaze that was directed outwards had suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was a man of medium build, and he was dressed in a black suit, the most popular attire in Lone. He wore a half-top hat, and in a rare instance, his shoulders appeared broad. It was broad in an almost exaggerated sense. He was none other than Furs's teacher, one of the few remaining members of the Abraham family, Dorian Gray Abraham. Furs was delighted as she immediately went over with her umbrella in hand. With so many people on the streets, she didn't directly approach him. However, her gaze met his and saw him raise his clenched right fist towards the first button on his black suit. This means danger. Furs's expressionlessly diverted her gaze away. She smiled as she cast her gaze to a young gentleman behind Dorian, and as though nothing happened, she passed him and walked forward. An ancient family had unimaginable experience in all kinds of matters. So Dorian Gray had long informed Furs of the signals and gestures to use in urgent situations. The action from before was extremely simple. It was to inform her to stay away. The young man behind was somewhat taken aback to be stared at by the languid, mature lady. Following that, he instinctively adjusted his clothes and pressed down on his hat. Just as he finished these series of actions, Furs had overtaken him and continued heading forward. Under the drizzle, Furs circled the area and boarded a rental carriage and headed for Hat Trick Inn on Sherwood Burrows 22, Hope Street. This was the place that Dorian Gray had reserved in advance. Having spent so many years in mysticism circles, Furs, who had plenty of experience, calmly got a neighboring room and stood before the window to observe the guests that came to the inn. Finally, she saw Dorian Gray get off a carriage and walk through the door. Furs quickly turned around and came to the bend of the stairwell. She covertly observed her teacher being led to his room by an attendant. After a while, she took off her hat, messed up her hair a little before coming to room 2016, and she knocked on it. Her plan was very simple. If her teacher's response wasn't problematic, she would enter the room to converse with him. If it was abnormal, she would pretend as though she had come to the wrong room or that she was a prostitute trying to get some business. Creak. The door slowly opened as Dorian looked at his student in front of him before looking both ways down the corridor. Then, he raised his right arm and spread his fingers to press on the second button of his suit. This meant that he wasn't controlled and that the abnormality was over. Furs let out a silent sigh of relief and instantly entered the room. "Teacher, what happened just now?" she asked, feeling worried and concerned. Dorian closed the door and smiled wryly. "I saw someone familiar." He sighed and added, "An enemy." It was his former student who had later betrayed the Abraham family with Traveler Belial and nearly wiped out the upper echelons of the Abraham family. According to what Dorian knew, his former student had already joined the Aurora Order and was likely one of the 22 oracles. What did he do? Is he very strong? Furs asked curiously. Dorian fell silent for a few seconds and divulged a little. "Lawrence, Labero, Elisa, and I belong to a particular organization. A few members betrayed it and dealt a heavy blow to it. That was one of the traitors." He didn't mention it as a family, nor did he mention the conflict between bloodline members and the apprentices so as to prevent Furs from getting her feelings involved. How despicable! Furs immediately recalled the kind Mrs. Elisa and the friendly and amiable Mr. Lawrence. "All right, let's not chat about such unhappy matters." Dorian took out a piece of paper that had been folded a few times and handed it to Furs. "Here's the astrologer potion formula. Your digestion of the Trickmaster and Apprentice potions has exceeded my expectations. This is the greatest surprise I've had in the past 10 years. I specially joined a circus." Furs didn't hide the fact, and she even felt that it was worth flaunting. As she spoke, she unfolded the piece of paper to read the astrologer's potion formula. At this moment, Dorian nodded in relief. "I'm very sorry. Due to the previous losses, I'm unable to provide you with the main ingredients of the astrologer potion. Just treat it as a final test. However, I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his inner left pocket. Its cover looked hard, and it was entirely bronze green in color. It looked rather ancient. The notebook was comprised of 3 types of paper. The yellow type of parchment had the fewest pages, while another was a yellowish-brown goatskin of about 10 pages, while the rest was ordinary white paper. On the cover there were the words written in ancient Fasak. "I came, I saw, I record." Furs's gaze moved away from the astrologer potion formula and onto the notebook. She recognized it to be the item left behind by Mr. Lawrence. It was the item she had specially traveled all the way to Pritz Harbor to hand to her teacher. Dorian smiled. "I believe you are no stranger to it." After Furs nodded, he sighed. "This is a rather potent mystical item. It can be ranked in the top 5 among all the similar items I've seen. This doesn't mean that it's more impressive than the ones ranked after it, but it's simply because the negative effects are the easiest to resolve. When the two are put together, it makes it worth a lot." "What is its name? What negative side effects does it have?" Furs couldn't disguise her excitement and agitation. Dorian caressed the notebook's cover and said, "It's called Leymano's Travels, but we prefer calling it Leymano's Spellbook. While this spellbook will expose you to more kinds of beyonder powers, it can also allow you to record them. It will be materialized onto a particular page for long-term storage. You can use it at any time, but remember, the corresponding page will become blank again with each use, awaiting your next record." It sounds amazing. Furs felt as though she was dreaming. "I can record any beyonder powers I see and use them once? Isn't this another kind of shepherd? The shepherd mentioned by Little Son." "Yes, it's only limited to a single prepared battle. I wonder if I can record the beyonder powers of a demigod. If it's possible, in a prepared battle, I'll be even stronger than a shepherd." Dorian seemed to read her mind as he explained in detail. "It can be said so. It corresponds to a sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway. It's not guaranteed that a beyonder power that is higher than this sequence can be recorded. There's a chance of failure, The greater the gap, the greater the chance of failure. Furthermore, the effects will be halved. According to the experience of past users, while chances of success against a sequence 5's Beyonder powers is considerably high, once it reaches sequence 4, which is the level of a demigod, it becomes relatively difficult. There might not be a single instance of success within 10 attempts. And I believe no demigod will cast it again and again for you. If it's an enemy, they would have killed you 10 times over. Do you see these? The yellow parchment is specifically used to record Beyonder powers with godhood. There are a total of 3 pages, which is to say that even if you are very lucky, all you can record is 3 demigod Beyonder powers, and you can only use them each once. Although it appears to have many restrictions, making it impossible to fully produce the traveling notebooks might, it isn't an obstacle for 2 types of people. One of them is a lucky person, while the other is someone with a large organization or faction backing them, the kind which has a demigod helping. Furs instantly thought of seeking Mr. Fool's help to display his powers so that she could record them. However, she immediately found it sacrilegious as she hurriedly apologized inwardly. Following that, she sincerely hoped that the supposedly strongest ma'am hermit in the tarot club would quickly become a demigod. Dorian noticed that Furz's thoughts were going astray as he continued. The pages like goatskin can record the Beyonder powers of a sequence 5 or 6. There are a total of 10 pages, and the effects would be more than half of the original, roughly 70 to 80%. The remaining pages record Beyonder powers below sequence 6. There are a total of 25 pages, and the effects are almost equal to the original, but they are still slightly inferior. Due to some developments in the past, the spellbook still has 5 pages with Beyonder powers left. The rest are blank. You can test them for yourself. Dorian paused before saying with a solemn expression, "Before giving it to you, I have to seriously warn you that it has negative effects. After using it each time, it will make you get lost, and it's the kind that causes you to encounter danger. You have to draw a bit of your blood to smear it on the cover evenly to reduce the effects. Remember, don't underestimate getting lost. You must resolve it as quickly as possible." "Yes, teacher," Furs replied seriously. Dorian then handed Leymano's travels to Furs. "This is my gift. Teacher is really nice." Furs pursed her lips and asked, "What's the name of that student who betrayed you? What does he look like? If there's a chance, I wish to seek vengeance on him for both you and Mr. Lawrence." "No, don't think about it. You are much weaker than him. Back when he betrayed us, he was already a scribe. Now, he might even be a traveler," Dorian said solemnly. "However, you do need to remember him and avoid him. His name is Louis Veen. I'll draw a picture of him later." "All right." Furs nodded. On the future, in the pirates' dining hall, Klein met Katlia, who was exiting just as he walked in. The lady was no longer as pale as the previous night. With a pair of thick glasses, she calmly said, "Make your preparations. We will be arriving in those waters in a while." "That fast? How far exactly did we fly last night?" Klein was taken aback. Chapter 647, Sea of Ruins. Although Gehrman Sparrow didn't show it on his face, Katlia seemed to notice the surprise in him. She simply explained, "It's a kind of flight that makes it impossible for the death announcer to continue its pursuit." Just as she said that, she discovered that Gehrman Sparrow had completely changed his attire. He wore a round-neck shirt, a brown jacket, pantaloons with a dark-colored cap. He didn't look like an adventurer and instead resembled a native of the city of Generosity, Byam. According to Nina, his clothes were drenched by a huge wave last night. Does he only have one set of decent clothes? Katlia recalled and found the reason. She wasn't surprised by this. She even felt that it matched Gehrman Sparrow's insanity. He only had one set of decent clothes, spending the rest of his money on mystical items, Beyonder weapons, spirituality charms, with the sole goal of raising his strength. It's no wonder the king of immortality gave up. All he did was attack passing ships. There wasn't enough hatred to drive him to pursue us the entire way. Yes, in front of the 4 kings, senior pirate admirals still have a chance to escape to a certain degree. Almost arriving. Man, I haven't completed my digestion. However, acting as the crazy adventurer yesterday seemed rather effective. The crew of the future gave a very spontaneous and warm response towards it. I should completely digest it in 2 to 3 days. And even if we entered the dangerous waters, finding mermaids wouldn't be that simple. I should have enough time. Klein nodded and suppressed his urge to ask. He planned on passing by Admiral of Stars and head to his usual spot to have breakfast. At this moment, he saw a pirate who was carrying a blue fish which was alive and kicking rush in. He went straight for a corner. Seated there was the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle. His face was nearly transparent from the paleness, and his nose bridge was rather unharmonious. The fish, which was nearly a meter long, was placed in front of Bloodless. Heath Doyle extended his hands and pressed down on the fish. He bent his body bit by bit as he inched his head downwards, plastering his face to the scales as though he was kissing it. Suddenly, the fish stiffened and, like wax meeting fire, melted rapidly and turned into a disgusting pool of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood surged into Heath Doyle's mouth like liquid as they covered his skin. Amidst the horrendous sight of the squirming, the fish and all the bones, flesh, and blood vanished. Nothing was left behind as Heath Doyle's face appeared very clean. All that was left was the bright red color on his lips like a blooming rose. Rose Bishop. The name of the sequence surfaced in Klein's mind. Cattleya, who was beside him, also saw the scene as she nudged her glasses. Every Rose Bishop needs to replenish themselves with enough blood and flesh. That way, they can fully showcase their beyonder powers and not lose control after being injured as a result of an intense battle. Her lips curled slightly as she added, however, the lunatics from the Aurora Order have an inclination towards human flesh and blood. Actually, substitutes would work fine. From the looks of it, this bloodless with a bounty of 7,600 pounds is really lucky. On the one hand, he's lucky to achieve Sequence 6 at once without any abnormalities or losing control. On the other hand, joining Admiral of Stars' pirate crew is another. Without the secret knowledge that this lady who is being pursued by knowledge possesses, he might have turned into a monster that desires human flesh and blood sooner or later, even if he didn't listen to the true creator's voice. Klein sighed silently. He was increasingly convinced that the secret's suppliant pathway, which was also the shepherd pathway, was the beyonder pathway which was the easiest to lose control and turn mad. Nothing came close. Even the abyss pathway, which represented evil, was slightly lacking. Klein retracted his gaze, and just as he was about to take a step forward, the entire ship jolted. In an instant, the scene ahead of the future naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The blue sea was being separated by a gigantic crack as infinite amounts of seawater plummeted down into bottomless darkness like a waterfall. This scene was magnificent and mystical. It made one suspect if they weren't on Earth. Whoosh. The future wasn't able to stop in time as it rushed to the edge and quickly plummeted. Bang, bang, bang. All the pirates in the dining hall flew up and slammed into the ceiling. Toast, white bread, butter, margarine, beer, and roasted fish flew around at random without settling down. Klein also lost his balance as he couldn't help but be thrown towards the ceiling. He extended his palm in time and pressed upwards, quickly adjusting his posture like an acrobatic act, allowing him to look less pathetic. Not far away, Nina showcased her stunning balance. With the help of the ceiling, she maintained her posture. Perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, she extended her feet and kicked Frank to send the poison expert flying diagonally to a beer barrel, drenching him with pale yellow liquid. At this moment, the most casual and unfazed person was Cattleya. Stars swirled around her as the resplendence beneath her feet coagulated, causing her to float in midair. She wasn't affected by the sudden dip. Apart from her, Bloodless was the least pathetic. At some point in time, this Rose Bishop had blended into the shadows and disappeared. With the future about to plummet into the bottomless crevice, a plume of water surged up suddenly. It held up the ship and threw it high into the air and towards the other edge. After momentarily floating in the air, Klein believed that the future had landed stably on the surface of the sea. Once again, the charm from the sea god domain, which he held tightly in his right hand, wasn't used. At that moment, the sunlight outside the window shone inside, illuminating the mess inside the dining hall. Klein, who had long regained his balance, briskly walked to the window and saw that the endless sea seemed to be burning with golden flames. It appeared to have been noon the entire time. It was only morning moments ago. Klein looked up and narrowed his eyes to see that the sky was filled with sunlight. There were no clouds nor the sun, just a swath of golden rays. It's no wonder Rhodes's description of this place is that it's no longer a real ocean, but a relic of a war between the gods. As he swept his gaze, he discovered nearby ruins which were diagonally ahead. The ruins were mostly covered by seawater. Protruding out from the surface was gray stones and stone columns that formed a peak. At the top was a dome-like object. From its angle, it was able to hold up quite a large area of space. The ruins were definitely massive in the first place. Through the transparent waters, Klein saw that its base extended to the seabed without end. These are extremely dangerous waters. At some point in time, Cattleya came beside him. Klein turned his head over and waited for her to continue. Cattleya's gaze was cast forward as she said somewhat wistfully, "I haven't been here many times. Furthermore, all my visits happened a long time ago. My and not our. That means that it wasn't with the crew of the future. Or was it back, when she was a subordinate of Queen Mystic?" Klein acutely noticed the terms which Admiral of Stars had used as he made a guess. Cattleya didn't turn her head as she looked at the sky and sea which were covered in golden flames. No one knows where the ends of these waters are, nor does anyone know how wide it is. Do you know what's most dangerous about this place? I should have gotten Rhodes to give me a more detailed explanation. Klein honestly shook his head. Previously, he had nearly been caught by a demigod of the true creator. He had only survived thanks to the die of probability. Therefore, in the past 2 months, he didn't dare bring the radio transceiver back to the real world. He was afraid that the true creator, who was closely watching the region, would sense it. Hence, he didn't have an opportunity to contact Rhodes. His original plan was to seek out Septon's help through the paper crane once he approached the dangerous waters and understand the corresponding dangers of the environment. To his surprise, they had encountered King of Immortality Agolito, and the future didn't give him any time before they arrived at their destination. Behind the thick glasses, Catlia's black eyes with a purple hue glazed over for a moment. There are many ruins floating here. There are all kinds of mutated monsters. Among them include many demigods who have lost control or ancient evil creatures. This isn't the most dangerous part. If it's only because of this, these waters would have become a hunting ground for the 7 churches, a treasure trove for them to obtain high-sequence ingredients or items. Of course, there are many monsters and evil creatures who have lost control here, but they might not be real. They can kill us, but they might not leave anything behind after they are killed. Upon hearing this, Klein made the connection to the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. This dragon king could conjure anything through his imagination. Could it be that these waters were where the ancient gods of the Second Epoch fought? Klein nearly frowned. Catlia said with an ethereal voice as she continued, "Here, you will never guess what dangers you will encounter next. Perhaps you will just melt while approaching a ruin, turning into a wax-like monster. Perhaps you might turn into a rock amidst the storms from slightly deviating from the explored sea routes and end up shattering to pieces. To beyonders at our level, that is the greatest danger." Klein turned his head slightly as he sharply asked, "What about beyonders that surpass our levels?" Catlia sighed and smiled. "The waters here are filled with a voice that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to hear it. Therefore, most demigods who dare explore these waters have ended up with problems. They either went mad or lost control, ending up lost here forever. It's no wonder the 7 churches don't send their experts here to reap the harvest. Most of them ended up with problems, which means that there are a small number of demigods that can survive here." Enlightened, Klein looked out the window again. At this moment, the future had closed in on the ruins. Suddenly, a loud and clear panting was heard by everyone. Chapter 648, Noon and Night. Whoosh. Gasp. The loud panting sounds entered Klein's ears in a slow and rhythmic manner. It left a chill running down his spine as he felt an inexplicable sense of horror, but he didn't feel any dangerous foreboding. It wasn't only him. Catlia, Frank Lee, and the other pirates also heard the panting sounds. They either turned their heads, looked outside, raised their weapons, or were on high alert, showcasing their rich experience. After trying to discern the source, Klein discovered that the intense panting stemmed from the ruin ahead of them. It originated from a spot between the peak made of stones and stone columns. At that moment, bloodless Heath Doyle floated out of the shadows. He clasped his head and softly grunted in pain. "There's a corpse. There's a corpse there." Corpse? A corpse that pants loudly? Klein's thoughts raced. Catlia, who had subconsciously removed her heavy glasses and looked towards the ruins, had her expression suddenly turned solemn. She turned her head towards the pirates in the dining hall and said, Quickly circle around that area and do not approach it." Her voice contained a magnetic allure that jolted everyone awake. The sailors rushed out of the dining hall and headed for spots that needed help. Under Navigator Odilov and Bosun Nina's instructions, they adjusted the sails and changed direction, passing by the ruins from a relatively great distance. Only when the peak formed by stone and stone columns vanished beyond the horizon did bloodless Heath Doyle lower his hands, his expression no longer in pain. Upon seeing this scene, Klein narrowed his eyes. He felt that this Rose Bishop, the second mate of the future, might be a huge latent risk on this voyage. This wasn't because of his contempt towards beyonders of the secret's suppliant pathway, but a judgment he made from combining the Admiral of Stars' description and how Heath Doyle had reacted. Just now, Heath Doyle was the only one in pain, while everyone heard the loud panting. He instinctively believed that there was a corpse buried in the ruins, and Catlia's reaction after her observation proved his words. That means that even if Heath Doyle doesn't proactively listen to the true creator's voice, just by having the beyonder powers of a listener is enough to make him hear more than the average person and most low and mid-sequence beyonders in ordinary environments. Hence, he was affected the most and obtained more information on the danger when we encountered the panting sounds while being sufficiently close to the source of the sounds. Here, it doesn't mean that problems can be resolved by avoiding similar ruins. Because according to Catlia, these waters are filled with voices that can make a demigod lose control, voices that shouldn't be heard. If Heath Doyle were to be in an inadequate or overly adequate state one day, he might end up hearing those lethal whispers. Similarly, even if a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop is inferior to a demigod who is good at listening, the gap can't be too huge. In terms of the die of probability, just 2 points, not 1 point, is enough to have Heath Doyle hear voices he shouldn't hear to go mad or lose control. I have to warn Ma'am Hermit, even though she should have long figured this out and made the corresponding preparations. Klein retracted his gaze and heard his stomach groan softly. He had yet to have breakfast. At this moment, beer was splashed across the floor. Butter had been splattered everywhere. All kinds of food, roasted fish, toast, white bread, were strewn across the floor or hanging off of something. All of them had become somewhat dirty. It should still be edible by peeling off the outer layer. Klein looked at a piece of bread that was leaning on a table leg, in a dilemma on his course of action. This was at odds with Gairman Sparrow's persona. When he decided to wait for lunch, Catlia instructed the chef, prepare breakfast for the rest once more. Leave this to Frank. Perhaps he has uses for it. For the rearing of monsters? Klein lampooned inwardly. After a while, he finally had breakfast which wasn't as sumptuous as before. It was a smoked pork sausage and 2 utterly burnt toast, as well as a cup of unsedated light beer that was treated as water. Due to them traveling through very dangerous waters with the possibilities of mishaps happening at every turn, Klein showcased his eating skills from back when he was studying in college. He only spent 1 to 2 minutes to finish the breakfast just like he did back in his college's mess hall. He left the pirates' dining hall and came to the deck. He was having an after-meal stroll while also observing his environment. At that moment, the sea still appeared as though it was illuminated by a midday sun as it was colored gold. Klein stopped and looked into the distance and saw a point of light ahead expanding. Under the sun's illumination, the point of light was producing coruscating, multicolored lusters due to the refraction. It was like a gigantic and transparent gem. As the future continued forging ahead, the point of light gradually revealed itself. It first parted before becoming clear. It was comprised of 4 gigantic columns made of pure diamond. They were like legendary columns that held up the sea. They extended downwards and stably stood there, holding up a sizable floating island. Above the floating island, the soil was charred black without any hint of greenery. In its depths, the lights had such an abnormal brightness that it outshone the midday sky. Suddenly, there was a long screech that was emitted from the island. It was loud and unrestrained, but it gave people a hair-raising sense of danger. Before long, Klein heard the galloping sounds of horses as he saw 2 steeds that seemed to be tempered from gold rush out of the floating island. Behind it was a beautiful chariot which was similarly made from gold. At this moment, Catlia's voice was amplified as she hurriedly had it resound in every corner of the future. Look down. Don't look at it. Klein was never one to put on a brave front. He subconsciously lowered his head upon hearing those words and looked at his leather boots. He noticed that the sunlight which illuminated the deck was becoming brighter before it dimmed and was rapidly restored to its former brilliance. It's all right now. Catlia's voice sounded in the ship again without any obvious emotional fluctuations. Only then did Klein look up. He discovered that the 2 steeds tempered from gold and the beautiful chariot they pulled behind it had vanished. The diamond pillars silently supported the floating island as resplendent glows swirled around it. What a huge diamond. What a strange floating island. What would happen if I hadn't lowered my head and had watched the golden chariot charge forward? Klein looked around as he suddenly frowned. A pirate who stood about 7 to 8 meters away from him had already vanished. Standing there were 2 pitch-black footprints. Looking at the ashes floating in midair, Klein vaguely knew the outcome of not lowering his head. Thankfully, Admiral of Stars has been here a few times in the past. She knows what to avoid and when to bow her head. If I had hired Mr. Hanged Man, even if he was the one steering the ghost ship, we might have already been wiped out by now. No, if the future hadn't arrived at its destination ahead of time, without giving me any time to prepare, I would have long sought out Will Septon's advice. A magician never performs unprepared. Besides, if I had hired Mr. Hangman, I definitely would have purchased the relevant information from Ma'am Hermit. Klein first sighed before recovering his calm. He didn't suggest visiting the floating island to explore it. He left the future to pass it by and head forward. In the rest of the time, the sea was like the outer world. There were only the undulating waves, the vastness, silence, and endlessness. Klein occasionally saw fire embers floating on the surface of the sea, but he didn't find any signs of marine creatures, including mermaids. Time ticked by, and lunch was soon underway. Just as Klein was about to leave the deck for the dining hall, he suddenly realized that his surroundings had darkened. The sky, which had remained in a midday state, no longer had any sunlight, as it was covered in rich darkness. This change was so sudden and fast that Klein's first reaction was to wonder who had switched off the lights. Silently, the future was covered in a layer of resplendent stars that illuminated paths in every direction. Catlia's voice that contained a magnetic allure was once again magnified as it resounded in everyone's ears. Return to your room, or find any corner you can, and make yourself fall asleep. Then, wait until you wake up naturally. Puzzled, Frank Lee asked loudly, What will happen if I don't sleep? At that moment, his voice boomed like a speaking bear. Catlia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin and said, "When we wake up, we will find you gone, never to be found again." The night here, is that terrifying? Klein was curious, but he had no thoughts of attempting to stay awake. He returned to his room, and using the starlight which hadn't been extinguished on the future, he unfolded a paper crane and picked up a pencil to quickly write. What should be taken note of when traveling to the dangerous waters on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea? Where can I find mermaids there? Putting down the pencil, he folded the crane. Without taking off his coat, he lay in bed and, with the help of cogitation, quickly fell asleep. In a hazy world, he suddenly jolted awake, clearly knowing that he was dreaming. No one is infiltrating it. Klein surveyed his surroundings and found himself on a mountaintop. Behind him and to his sides were black, cloister-like buildings. Ahead of him was a withered tree and a protruding boulder. On top of the boulder, Catlia sat alone. She hugged her knees and leaned her body forward as she stared at the mountain opposite them. She was still dressed in the black classical robe that exuded an air of mystery. Her expression wore an indescribable look of confusion. At that moment, she didn't move at all. It was as though she was a stone sculpture. Why is she in my dream? Klein took a few steps forward and leaped onto a boulder. Before he could ask, he was stunned by the vast scene before his eyes. It was a feeling that struck a blow to his body and soul. In front of the boulder was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain which was covered with countless palaces, spires, and majestic city walls. These buildings were opulent and stacked in circles. Just one of them was abnormally huge and didn't resemble a human's residence. Combined together, it had an indescribable sense of epic proportions that seemed legendary or mythical. The sun hung far away as it cast the colors of the sunset onto the city, as the light seemed to be frozen. This is a dream shared by all of us. Catlia continued sitting there, hugging her legs as she said, as though she was in a reverie. Chapter 649, Black Cloister. A dream shared by everyone. Klein repeated Catlia's words inwardly as he slowly realized the situation he was in. Nighttime in these dangerous waters would connect the dreams of all living creatures. And any creature that didn't sleep would lack the necessary protection, as their soul bodies weren't in the dream. As such, they would suffer an unknown attack. As for why such an attack would lead to one's disappearance and not instant death, Klein, who hadn't actually experienced it, had no grounds for speculation. As his thoughts raced, Klein retracted his gaze from Catlia's body, recasting them onto the magnificent city on the opposite cliff. He thought out of curiosity, if this world can really be formed from the connection of dreams from all the local creatures, who could have imagined such an unimaginable city? He observed for a few seconds before asking, "What is its name? What's the name of this city that can only exist in myths and legends?" Catlia stared ahead in a daze as she spoke, as though she was in a reverie. "No idea. There will be a chance of seeing it every time we enter the dream, but it's impossible to approach. She said that it resembles the Great Twilight Hall in Fasak. She likely has her own guesses, but she has never told me." She? That Queen Mystic? The Great Twilight Hall is where the Church of the God of Combat's papal chair is. Klein surveyed the area and deliberated before saying, "I plan to look around." He believed that the future wouldn't leave these waters anytime soon. He would definitely encounter more nights and enter this dream world several times. Therefore, to defend against any accidents and to obtain intel, it was necessary for him to explore the area. And the exploration no doubt needed a partner. Catlia remained sitting there, hugging her knees. Her tone remained ethereal as she said, "Not interested. This isn't what a mature pirate admiral should say. You could have been more euphemistic. Ma'am Hermit, you resemble a young, petulant lady." Klein was taken aback as he suspected if he had misheard. This was in conflict with the Admiral of Stars he had in his mind. Thinking of how Gehrman Sparrow also had his side of not being afraid of dirt and hardship, he came to a realization. He quickly made a guess. Catlia isn't completely awake in the dream. She is able to know that she's in a dream, but she's unable to effectively control it. That is to say that she would unknowingly depict the feelings buried deep in her heart and reveal some of her personality, which she usually suppresses. It's no wonder she said that she was never able to approach that miraculous city. It's because she never had the intention of exploring it herself. Klein thought for a moment and deliberately probed. "We might be able to discover something over there." "Not going." Catlia didn't hesitate to reply, but she never shook her head. "I'll be here waiting." Waiting? She really is in a semi-unconscious state. Klein made the judgment based on her reaction and tone. He didn't waste any more time and turned to leap off the boulder. "Pa!" Klein's feet stepped on the ground as he subconsciously looked back. Catlia remained sitting there hugging her knees. There wasn't anyone around, and the congealed sunset from the city opposite her shone over, producing a long shadow for her, blending with one of the shadows produced by withered trees. A gentle mountain breeze blew as the black figure gently shook. Katlia didn't move as she stubbornly waited on the spot. At such times, there's a need for a psychiatrist to interpret the dream's emotions. This has nothing to do with the revelations obtained from divination. Klein curled his lips and surveyed his surroundings to seek a direction in which to explore. He discovered that regardless of the direction he took, he would end up at the black buildings formed from the cloisters. There was a towering wall that isolated it from the cliff. No matter how the exploration was made, one had to pass by the cloister unless one jumped down the cliff. Since there was no other choice, Klein went directly to the pitch-black door of the cloister. The door was nearly 10 meters tall, and it didn't look like it was prepared for human use. Klein sized it up for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and extended his hands to push at the ends of the door. A creaking sound followed. The door's weight far exceeded Klein's imagination. His muscles bulged as his face flushed red. Yet, he was only able to move the door by a tiny bit without being able to push it open. Thankfully, it's only a dream. As long as there's reason to believe, I can raise my strength without truly activating creeping hunger. Klein exhaled and made his left glove be tainted with a paleness. In the midst of dark green sparkles, he obtained the strength of a zombie. His arm turned thicker as his legs swelled. Screech. A deep, grinding sound boomed as the door slowly opened to reveal its interior. The two dark spires and the black buildings were connected by covered bridges as they surrounded a vast grayish rock square. There were plenty of holes in the square. Embedded in them were huge arrows. There were flaming stacks in various spots, as if they had previously encountered an attack. Klein passed through the cave's entrance and entered the square. Unsurprisingly, he saw Frank Lee, Nina, Odilov, and company there. This is their dream? It doesn't seem so. Or should it be said that everyone's dream is limited to themselves? They will then be randomly placed somewhere in this world? Klein guessed without confidence. Frank Lee was the closest to him. He was holding a shovel and digging at some rubble. Beside him were the white bread, toast, and roasted fish which had previously fallen to the floor. He plans on using them as fertilizer? He's planting things even in his dreams. Klein went over and casually asked, "What are you doing?" Frank didn't stop, but he revealed a smile. "I'm cultivating some little things. They need to sleep in the soil for some time before they can grow big and proliferate." "What's their use?" Klein asked, both worried and curious. Frank beamed and said, "They're a crossbreed of fungus. It can make bulls produce milk. This way, we can obtain more milk, allowing more people to drink good milk." "Spare those bulls." Klein's face twitched as he asked, "Will it succeed?" "There's no problems with the effects, but I'm very worried that they can't reproduce," Frank said with a frown. "May death forever favor them." Klein prayed as he walked past Frank Lee and headed for the black building's entrance across the square. Along the way, he passed by Nina and Navigator Odilov, who were drinking beside a collapsed pillar. "Have you ever thought of leaving the pirate crew after you're older to find a man to marry and settle down? I don't think anyone wishes to drift out at sea their entire lives." Odilov took off his pointed bonnet and revealed his slightly hoary hair. His eyes and tone informed Klein that in between the lines, he meant, "If you wish so, why not consider me? Mr. Navigator, you are old enough to be Nina's father. You need to consider your health." Passing by, Klein couldn't help but lampoon when he heard the conversation. Nina gulped a mouthful of beer and looked in a particular direction. "No, that's not the life I wish to lead. Before joining you, I once attempted to settle down in the east coast of Fasak and not be a pirate again, but I was unable to bear with the boredom. I have to lug wood and move things every day, and I can only stay at home at night. I'm not allowed to go to the bar or go out hunting in the wilderness. Such a life seems constant and unchanging. Furthermore, I suffered all kinds of criticism, tolerating those irritating people. I have to worry about the cops even if I wish to beat them up. It's still better on the ship. Although it's boring most of the time, we can often go to different places and encounter different matters. Heh. Even the most boring times can wreck those fellows, training them into passable pirates. I can also tell them that the one who performs the best every month can spend the night in my room. Then, I'll watch them excitedly enjoy the torment. Of course, spending the night and having sex are different. It depends on my mood. A true female pirate. Everyone wishes for something different." Klein neutrally gave a comment and didn't believe that there was anything wrong with Nina's ideas. "I won't disagree with her choice, but if she often kills, engages in arson, and plunders, I don't mind using her head to exchange for a bounty the next time we meet." Klein retracted his gaze and arrived at the suspected entrance of the black buildings and spires. Subconsciously, he turned his head and realized that the shadows in the corners seemed normal, but there was something different about it. Bloodless Heath Doyle? He hides in the shadows, even in a dream? According to my limited knowledge of psychology, this is a result of greatly lacking a sense of security. Klein pushed another door, which was similarly almost 10 meters tall. Amidst the grinding sounds, his gaze suddenly froze. Behind the door was a vast hall which had 2 rows of stone pillars supporting it. The hall was abnormally dark without any candlelight. As the main door opened, the light from outside shone in, lighting up the interior to make it clear. Klein saw that there were murals of various colors, with gold being the main color of choice on the dome. They were connected to one another without any gaps. It gave him a magnificent and sacred feeling. Thump, thump, thump. A figure had its back facing Klein, using the axe in its hand to chop at a long and huge tree. Its motives were unknown. The figure was dressed in a white shirt and a black vest. It didn't look like any of the pirates on the ship. There's someone else in these waters? Or could it be the mysterious pair of eyes that had been observing the deck and me? Klein's heart sank as he slowed down. He warily approached and came to the figure's side where he discerned the figure. It was a man who looked young. He had blonde short hair that was split 70-30. His emerald green eyes looked focused and serious. What are you doing? What is this place? Klein carefully asked. He intuitively believed that the person wasn't the owner of the mysterious eyes. The young man raised his hand to touch his earlobes without turning his head. Why are you asking these questions? My ship has sunk, and I'm busy making a canoe for myself. I don't have time to speak to you. Klein thought before asking, Who are you? Who am I? I'm the unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw that mural, I've been plagued with bad luck. The young man pointed in a direction. Tracing his finger, Klein saw a mural. The mural depicted a sea of fire that split in the middle to produce a path. On the path, there was a long line of people. The members either held their heads low with pious devotion or prostrated to the ground. Their destination was in the depths of the sea. Their leader was a lanky man with long silver hair. His facial features were mild, and his eyes were tightly closed. On his back were layered wings. Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized the leader on the mural. It was the angel of fate which Little Sun had once depicted. It was the tail devourer, Ouroboros. Chapter 650, The Unlucky Anderson. After recognizing the leader on the mural, Klein subconsciously suspected that it was something from his dream. However, he quickly rejected the idea. This was because the unlucky Anderson wasn't someone he knew. He was also not someone that had left an impression on him. There was a low chance of him being the extension of his own dream. And Anderson had clearly said that he became unlucky after seeing the mural. It was strongly tied to the mural, so it could only be the case that the mural was part of Anderson's dream. As he focused and looked carefully, Klein quickly realized that the mural was somewhat different from the mural that Little Sun saw in the true creator's abandoned temple. The background here was a sea burning with golden flames, while the previous one was that of a desolate plain. The destination here was the depths of the sea, while the previous one had a destination of a distant mountain. On the mountaintop was a huge cross and figure hanging upside down. The bottom of the angel of fate Ouroboros's feet was black slush with heads pointing down and fishes stuck inside. Previously, it was a meandering river. It's a different mural, but more of a memory from different stages of the same pilgrimage. Klein nodded with a guess. A similar scene surfaced in his mind. A very long time ago, in a particular period of the Fourth Epoch, Ouroboros led a devout group of pilgrims or the remnant believers of the true creator. With many powerful enemies in pursuit, they rowed a boat through this sea. Due to certain reasons, he abandoned the boat. With the help of the true creator or his own powers, he parted the sea and led the devotees through it and into the forsaken land of the gods, leaving behind the kindling for organizations such as the Rose Redemption and Aurora Order. In the forsaken land of the gods, they tore through desolate plains, and on the pilgrimage, they built temples along the way. And one of them was discovered by Little Sun and company. With how Septon was forced to restart a cycle and be reborn as a baby, the tail devourer is likely still alive. Does this mean that he eventually arrived at the destination with the pilgrims, the holy residence of the true creator? Does this mean that the holy residence of the true creator is somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods? With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt a baffling sense of wistfulness. If my theory is correct, then that means that no matter how the City of Silver tries to save itself, or how they continue passing the flame, once the true creator completely awakens or is restored to his original state, they would unavoidably head towards destruction. When you are very close to the divine kingdom or holy residence of an evil god, your survival has nothing to do with your struggles. This is like the bubbles produced when sea waves surge to the shore. Once the waves recede, they would vanish. Human civilization and ethnic groups are just that weak under the gaze of an evil god. No, I can't be that pessimistic. I was only making a guess. Perhaps the one that forced Septon to reincarnate isn't Ouroboros. Perhaps the true creator wouldn't recover or awaken that easily. He might be sealed by the 7 deities. Therefore, the City of Silver still has a chance. A path between the forsaken land of the gods and the external world needs to be forged before the evil god escapes from his shackles, allowing them to be moved out. This is probably why the chief of the City of Silver released Elder Shepherd. They need to use all the power they can get. Klein forcibly retracted his thoughts. He suddenly felt somewhat worried. afraid that his arrival was enough for him to be stuck in an endless cycle of fate created by the tailed devourer. At this point, he instinctively wished to take 4 steps counterclockwise and go above the gray fog. He wanted to forcibly search for memories that he might have lost, but ultimately, he resisted those actions and prepared to observe first. From his interpretation of the symbols, there were no repeating rivers. There was only a black slush with fish embedded inside. It didn't mean the existence of a circle of fate, only the lingering of bad luck. This was identical to what Anderson said. As a king of angels, Ouroboros definitely has more than a cycle of fate. Different temples have different murals, and them using different powers is completely logical. Besides, this is a dream. Besides, even if I didn't do anything and really am stuck in a repeated cycle, making me repeatedly converse with the Admiral of Stars, to the point of making my observations, the problem will be resolved once Monday comes. The Tarot Club will definitely not be held. Miss Justice and the others will definitely feel puzzled as they make a prayer, and I'll use it to regain my memories. Klein instantly felt confident as the chaos and tension in his heart was buried instead of disappearing. He looked up ahead and discovered that the hall went further in. There was no end to it, and there was light shining inside. However, it was restricted to the entrance. The other areas were dark and only became darker the deeper it was. All that could be seen were the wooden doors on both sides. Their destinations were unknown. Upon seeing this dark and creepy scene, Klein's desire to continue exploring was minimized. To encounter a mural left behind by a king of angels here, who knows what will happen if I delve deeper or enter some room. The fear of the unknown was an extremely ancient feeling. A premonition of danger with unknown origins had brought about a strong terror towards the unknown. Klein observed himself for a few seconds before he stopped proceeding forward. He turned towards Anderson, who was chopping the gigantic tree. "Why are you here?" Anderson looked up and scoffed. "I'm a treasure hunter. So tell me, why would I be here?" "Treasure hunter?" Klein casually asked. "There's treasure here?" Anderson continued busying himself with the creation of the so-called canoe. His voice suddenly turned deep. "There are treasures everywhere in these waters, as long as you obtain it successfully and leave alive." "That's true, but the problem is that it's very dangerous if one isn't a demigod, but it's even more dangerous for a demigod to be here." Klein looked into the hall's depths and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Anderson traced his gaze and said, "I don't know. At least a third of my companions formed a team and headed in to explore, but they never returned." "Are you referring to the real world or the dream world?" Klein asked with a clear line of thought. Bang! After the axe landed, Anderson laughed. "Of course it's in the real world. The ones that proceeded to explore the dream are the other third of my companions. They similarly didn't return." Klein inhaled as he thought. "Where are their bodies in the real world? They have mutated into monsters. They killed off quite a number of my companions." Anderson raised his axe and cleaved down. Clang! Amidst a crisp sound, his axe broke into 2. As the crack was towards the back, the fragment immediately shot at him. Anderson's right chest and abdomen immediately bled like a spewing fountain. He held his left hand to his wound and looked up at Klein. Smiling bitterly, he said, "I told you I was plagued with bad luck ever since I saw that mural. Thankfully, this isn't considered too unlucky. At the very least, they didn't destroy my ordinarily handsome face." "Are such descriptive terms supposed to be used that way?" Klein looked at Anderson quickly pull out the fragments from his body as he handled the wound and consumed some medicine. He discovered that Anderson was unfazed, and the skill involved in his actions meant that he had already gotten accustomed to it. Klein had a single hand in his pocket as he played with the coins in it. After some deliberation, he asked, "When your companions began the exploration, were you part of the group that stayed behind to study the mural?" Anderson was taken aback as he inserted his medicine bag into his belt and wiped his mouth. "No, I was part of the group that did the exploration." As he spoke, he grinned and revealed a genial smile. "This." Klein's pupils constricted as he bent his back slightly and raised his left palm. At this moment, blinding sunlight illuminated everything in a dazzling white. Then, it dimmed and vanished. Klein naturally opened his eyes and discovered that the outside had been restored to the midday state. He took out the pocket watch in his inner pocket and opened it. Only half an hour passed. This night is rather short. That unlucky Anderson looked very normal. But who knew that he was that terrifying? Rolling to his feet, Klein suddenly recalled something. Snake of Fate Wallace Septon had yet to reply to him. As everyone's dream had been pulled into the world without the connection of the spirit world, he was unable to locate me? Or did he sense Ouroboros' aura and didn't dare come close? Or could there be something problematic with these waters to begin with? As his thoughts whirled, Klein decided to verify it. As for how it could be verified, the method was simple. He could sleep again while it was still noon. However, he wasn't in a rush to do so. This was because he wasn't sure if there were any taboos about sleeping in the day. Wearing his cap, Klein came outside the captain's cabin and knocked on the door. After 3 knocks, he retracted his hand and patiently waited. Before long, Katlia opened the door. She no longer looked as lost as she was in the dream. She had worn her heavy glasses once again. "Is sleeping in the day all right?" Klein asked directly. Katlia nodded. "Yes." After answering, she hesitated and asked, "It seems you were very proactive in that dream?" Realizing how much danger lurked in these waters, and thinking about how he would be forced to show some of his abilities, Klein decided to proactively lay the foundations of his future explanations. He looked at Katlia and smiled politely. "Yes, this is a gift bestowed upon me by my lord." "My lord." Under Katlia's thick glasses, her eyes clearly shimmered. In a rare instance, she frowned slightly and eased them without asking any more questions. Klein thought for a moment. Then he added, "Be careful of Heath Doyle." Katlia clearly understood what he meant and directly answered, "Don't worry. He has a sealed artifact which has a negative effect of him only being able to hear voices from nearby." "That's a smart use of a negative effect." Klein didn't drone on as he took off his hat and bowed before returning to his room. He lay down once again and used cogitation to fall asleep. In the dream world, he woke up and saw the familiar pitch-black plains and black steeple. Phew, it's still possible to connect. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and traveled into the steeple. In the usual place, he saw the scattered tarot cards and the new words. There's plenty of dangers there, the most dangerous being the dream that happens when night falls. It isn't about the disappearances if you do not sleep, but there's one thing to remember. Do not explore that dream. Absolutely do not explore that dream. Since there's not enough space, I won't explain why. Alright, it's just a joke. The reason is that the area contains some of the dreams left behind by a deity.